Douluo, my Sharingan isn't very proper. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 777. It turned out that at the end of this mountain peak, there was an iron chain as thick as an arm, stretching into the distance. It was undoubtedly connected to another mountain peak. The swirling clouds and mist perfectly concealed it, making it difficult to spot without careful observation. Although the iron chain swayed in the air, anyone with sufficient strength to stabilize themselves could easily cross it. Even a level 30 soul master could do this with ease. Tang San immediately understood the purpose of this arrangement. If enemies attacked, they could retreat to the second mountain via the iron chain. When they couldn't hold off the first line of defense, then cut the chain. This provided a buffer time and allowed them to continue using the second mountain as a barrier against incoming enemies. Such a design was undeniably ingenious. Let's go, I can sense it, Zizu said with a smile. He was also eager to see the rats of the Clear Sky sect. He flew over with Mo Wu Chang. Tang San wasn't afraid of being pulverized, let alone this small iron chain. He took to the air, his feet lightly moving. Tang San had already landed on the iron chain. The chain extended diagonally upwards, and the mountain at its end was clearly higher than before. Using his soul power, Tang San slid forward as if glued to the chain. The distance between the two mountains was considerable, nearly 1,000 meters. As he progressed, gradually entering the middle of the chain, the swaying of the chain beneath his feet became increasingly violent due to the influence of the mountains. It swayed almost constantly from side to side. The gray-clad man at the front paused, turned to look at Tang San, and continued forward only after seeing that he had caught up smoothly. Clearly, he wasn't as cold-hearted as he appeared, at least he still cared about Tang San's situation. After all, rumors circulated that this kid could use twin martial souls simultaneously. Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared on Tang San's face. After all, they were from the same clan, even if he was an outsider. They were still related by blood, and his talent was so outstanding that no force would refuse him. His hostility towards him probably stemmed from the belief that his father had done something wrong. Tang San's expression turned slightly cold. The path that followed was a repetitive cycle, only the ravines between the mountains grew increasingly deep. Upon reaching the fourth peak via the iron chains, the chains themselves began to change. Due to the cold and dampness, a layer of icicles had formed on the chains connecting the fourth and fifth peaks, making them incredibly slippery and significantly increasing the difficulty of progress. Nevertheless, Tang San made it across. This fifth peak was the final one before reaching the Haoshan sect. The secluded Haoshan sect resided atop this mountain. Although there were no pavilions or towers, it resembled a castle, its gray structure almost an integral part of the mountain, occupying nearly the entire summit. I never imagined the Haoshan sect would be in such a godforsaken place. Even with a map, we couldn't find it. Eating, drinking, and relieving ourselves are all problems, Mo Wu Chang remarked, looking at the surrounding buildings. The entire journey had been fraught with chains, making both ascending and descending difficult. The gray-clad leader, Tang Long, said, "This is a special training method of our sect. All disciples who reach the age of 16 must participate in the transport of supplies. However, it seems the rumors outside are true." Tang San, you are indeed very capable. Tang San nodded slightly. Knowing his talent, things became easier to discuss. The massive stone building resembled a fortress, its main gate 5 meters high. Although it couldn't compare to the papal palace, this all-stone structure appeared exceptionally sturdy. Above the main gate, 3 large, powerful characters were carved in stone, exuding a majestic and awe-inspiring presence that rivaled the surrounding mountains. Haoshan sect. Before the main gate, 2 young men, also dressed in gray, bowed respectfully upon seeing the 4 approaching, but one of them blocked Tang San's path. "Please show us our sect's token." Token? Tang San was taken aback. He naturally didn't know what this so-called token was and looked at Tang Long with some confusion. Tang Long explained, "It's the Clear Sky Hammer. What could be better proof of our sect's direct lineage than the Clear Sky Hammer? They asked you to show it because they didn't recognize you, it's the rule." Just show it to them. Only direct lineage members of the sect can enter here. The sect's affiliated members and outer disciples are all in that village outside." His tone became slightly somber as he spoke, and a hint of hidden resentment crept into his gaze towards Tang San. The village outside only had a few hundred people at most. The number of affiliated members of the Clear Sky sect was already so small, showing the sect's dire situation. Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood the reason for the change in their gazes. The Clear Sky sect had become like this. Regardless of the facts, was the sect itself entirely without fault? Tang San didn't speak. With a flick of his left hand, black light surged, and the foot-long Clear Sky hammer appeared in his grasp. 5 black spirit rings flashed. The 3 Tang brothers already knew that Tang San possessed twin martial souls and wasn't currently cultivating the Clear Sky hammer, so it didn't bother them. But the 2 direct descendants guarding the gate didn't see it that way. They had initially assumed that since Tang Long and his 2 companions had come together, Tang San's strength must be comparable. However, upon seeing the 5 black spirit rings on his Clear Sky hammer, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their previously indifferent gazes instantly softened, becoming more respectful. In the Spirit Master world, especially within Spirit Master sects, strength often signifies much. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions changed. "And what about these 2? Do we need to activate our spirits?" Mo Wuchang sneered. Tang Long couldn't help but shiver and slapped one of them in annoyance. "What are you looking at? These are 2 esteemed figures. Move aside." Yes, the 2 disciples then stepped aside. But inwardly, they wondered, who exactly was this unfamiliar fellow who had brought 2 titled Douluo? Upon entering the gate, they first encountered a bright and spacious courtyard, with a tall stone building at the back. Tang Long introduced the sect to Tang San, saying, "The direct descendants of the sect span 4 generations, totaling over 200. We are the 3rd generation, making up the largest group, about 100 or so. This is the front courtyard, usually used when the sect leader calls everyone together. The back courtyard is larger, that's where we cultivate. The sect emphasizes practical combat. Every month, 3rd and 4th generation disciples undergo practical training under the supervision of the elders. Rankings are based on strength." Tang Long then became somewhat proud. "I've been the 3rd generation chief for several years in a row. Let's spar sometime then." Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 778 Past Events, all because of a cheapskate? Alright, don't cry when you lose. Tang San was incredibly clever, his mind as clear as a mirror. He knew that the position of the 3rd generation chief disciple was definitely closely related to the future succession of the sect leader. He was determined to obtain the position of sect leader of the Clear Sky sect, otherwise, how could he lead the Clear Sky sect to greatness again? Moreover, he hadn't come to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the sect to atone for his father's sins, but to take revenge on the Spirit Hall and Yichu. HMPH. Don't look down on me. Let's settle the score with a hammer. Tang Long's expression changed, and he said seriously. Let's go, let's hurry up and see the sect leader. They've probably been waiting for a long time. After saying that, Tang Long led Tang San and the others into the main building of the Clear Sky sect. The buildings of the Clear Sky sect didn't have any luxurious feel, but they weren't exactly simple either. The most prominent feature was their imposing presence. Entering the main building of the sect, which was like a castle, they passed through the spacious hall and climbed the inner stairs to the 2nd floor. Along the way, they saw many disciples of the Clear Sky sect all dressed in gray. The Tang brothers led Tang San to an archway at the innermost part of the 2nd floor. Tang Long knocked twice on the door. Sect Master, we've brought Tang San, along with his 2 friends. Come in. A deep, resonant voice echoed from inside the room. To Tang San, it sounded surprisingly familiar, as the voice bore at least 8/10 of the resemblance to his deceased father, Tang Hao. Tang Long pushed open the door and entered first. Tang Yuan and Tang Yu, however, did not follow, but stood at the entrance. The room was over 100 square meters. The furnishings were simple, a wide table, bookshelves covering 2 walls, and 2 long sofas. Upon entering, one was immediately drawn to the imposing figure behind the table. He was over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and muscular, with a chiseled face and short, graying hair. He too was dressed simply in gray, but standing there, he seemed like the very core of this castle. 2 meters tall might not seem particularly tall, but if Tang San had to describe the man before him in one word, the only word that would come to mind was majestic. His father, Tang Hao had cloudy eyes, a result of old injuries. This man, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, looked even younger than Tang Hao. His piercing eyes fixed intently on Tang San. A vast, unrestrained aura of arrogance swept over him, an immense pressure enveloping Tang San. But cleverly, this pressure bypassed Tang Long, having no effect on him whatsoever. Tang Long, no less powerful, quickly stepped aside, his expression slightly changing. Looking at Tang San again, his eyes widened in shock. Tang San entered the room. Facing the overwhelming pressure, his expression remained completely unchanged. He stood with his feet subtly in a T shape, his back ramrod straight, his face radiating smugness. The evil blood Douluo frowned slightly, his lips moving. Tang San paused, his knees buckling, and faint glimmers of black and red light could be seen on his skin. He knelt down with a thud, bowing to the man emanating a majestic aura behind the table. Tang San greets the sect master. Each of the 6 simple words was clear and coherent. Tang Long's pupils dilated. Was Tang San really human? Facing their sect master's overwhelming pressure, he could still kneel and speak. Could it be that his strength was truly greater than his own? But he was only 14. Little did he know the terrifying pressure Tang San was under. That immense pressure was like a towering mountain, suffocating Tang San. He appeared calm, but his own regenerative abilities had been activated without his awareness. No one could sense his aura from the outside. Moreover, his body was completely tense. After all, it was a physique that had been constantly tempered by the evil blood Douluo and modified by the blood god Pearl. As for the 6 words he uttered, they were uttered with internal force at the evil blood Douluo's instruction. The man behind the table narrowed his eyes. All the pressure instantly disappeared, and Tang San felt a sense of emptiness around him, and his whole body relaxed. His upper body swayed slightly, but he remained kneeling on the ground. Get up, a deep voice came from the man's mouth. That's right, this person was the current sect master of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao. The other one of the 2 Douluo of the Clear Sky sect. His title was Xiao Ocean. Tang San did not get up immediately, but his expression changed slightly, and there was a bit of struggle in his eyes. But he had no choice but to obey his adoptive father's request. He could only follow the evil blood Douluo's instructions. He kowtowed to Tang Xiao 3 times with force, his forehead hitting the ground with 3 thuds. What are you doing? Tang Xiao frowned. He vaguely understood that Tang San's 3 kowtows were for Tang Hao. Standing up, Tang San clenched his fists, head bowed. The sins of the father are the son's to repay, it's only right. Sect master, I am willing to bear all responsibility for my father. Tang Xiao's expression had been somewhat uncertain ever since Tang San entered. Hearing this, Tang Xiao slammed his palm on the stone table in front of him, shouting angrily, "Can you bear it?" With a soft hiss, the table in front of Tang Xiao silently collapsed. It turned into dust, yet it didn't affect anything around it. He had unknowingly displayed his profound and terrifying cultivation. Even Mo Wuchang behind Tang San looked solemn. Tang Long stood aside, secretly clicking his tongue in amazement. That was a table carved directly from 2 tons of the hardest granite. Breaking it wasn't difficult, the difficulty lay in turning it into dust silently. Tang Xiao glared at Tang Long. Why are you sticking your tongue out? Get out and go to the back mountain to make a table and bring it back. If you don't do it right, you won't get to eat, huh? Tang Long looked miserable, staring at Tang Xiao but not daring to argue. Tang Xiao glared at him. Get lost. Do I have to repeat myself? I'll go. Tang Long was very imposing in front of the 3rd-generation disciples. But in front of Tang Xiao, he was as docile as a cat and hurriedly ran out. Zizou narrowed his eyes slightly, but his lips moved again. He wanted to reform the Haoshan sect using his status as a sinner wouldn't work. Tang San gritted his teeth and knelt down again. I don't know if I can bear this responsibility, but I am willing to use this life to serve the sect and do everything in my power to serve the sect. Tang Xiao turned around and pushed open the window behind him. With a flick of his right hand, the stone dust on the ground was drawn up and flew into the air outside. You made a child bear your own burdens. Tang Hao, do you really think that death will erase all these things? Tang Xiao looked out the window, his fists clenched, his eyes already red. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang San couldn't help but recall the desolation of his father's self-destruction. Sect master, father wasn't running away. He said he had no face to face the sect and no right to return. Tang Xiao's voice was filled with barely suppressed rage. No right to return. Then why did you ask me to help you in the first place? Saying it would bring glory to the Clear Sky sect. And what happened? He successfully broke through to the title Douluo level and ran away, Tang Xiao roared, his body trembling involuntarily. He, too, had fallen for her. Tang San was stunned, somewhat confused by Tang Xiao's words. Fine, Tang Xiao suppressed his fury and looked down at Tang San. He sent you back, so he hasn't forgotten why we schemed like that. But he even lost the Clear Sky sect's inherited soul bone, he said. Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He didn't even have many soul bones yet. The evil blood Douluo narrowed his eyes. He seemed to understand what Tang Xiao was talking about. The events of that year weren't simple. These people of the Clear Sky sect weren't as burly and physically imposing as they appeared. Tang Xiao took a deep breath, looking at Tang San with a change in his gaze. You look like your mother, but your personality is more like your father's. Since Tang Hao chose to let you return to serve the sect, I will hold a ceremony for you to recognize your ancestors tomorrow. Here, strength is power. If you want to do more for the sect in place of your father, you must first prove yourself to the sect with your strength. Otherwise, you can't do anything, and you can't return to the Clear Sky sect. Tang San nodded slightly. He hadn't expected the Clear Sky sect to be so cold-hearted. Even his father's tragic death couldn't earn their forgiveness, and even his uncle was like this. Gentlemen, I hope you two won't interfere tomorrow, otherwise the Clear Sky sect won't tolerate it. Tang Xiao finished speaking. Only then did he have time to pay attention to Zizu and the other two, his eyes filled with a threatening intent. He met Zizu Daoluo's gaze. His body trembled, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. How, Sect Master Tang, rest assured, as Tang Hao's sworn brother, I naturally consider the Clear Sky sect as one of my own. Moreover, I've come here to seek cooperation with you all. The world has suffered under the Spirit Hall for too long, hasn't it? Zizu smiled casually. His level 98 cultivation was enough to make the entire Clear Sky sect take him seriously. Cooperation? Tang Xiao frowned, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. Was this also a favor Tang Hao was offering to his Clear Sky sect? Not long after, Tang San walked out of the sect master's room. Godfather, why did you, HMPH? Little San, do you think you can gain their approval by using the identity of a sinner? Zizu Daoluo snorted coldly, directly interrupting him. Mo Wuchang patted Tang San's shoulder and said with a smile, Tang San, don't worry. His Majesty won't harm you, thank you, Godfather. It was Tang San's oversight. Tang San lowered his head unwillingly. Thinking back, even from those few words, Tang San knew how heroic his father had been. His feat of killing the Pope amidst an attack brought unprecedented shame to the Spirit Hall. But now, he was gone. What a tragic end. The Clear Sky sect's castle housed the second generation of disciples and the first generation of elders. The third and fourth generation disciples lived in stone houses built behind the castle. Tang Xiao arranged accommodations for Tang San. The rooms arranged for Tang San and the others were simple: a small reception room, only about 7 or 8 square meters, 3 bedrooms of 10 square meters each, and a small bathroom, with basic necessities provided. This was the standard accommodation for a third-generation disciple of the Clear Sky sect. At the same time, Tang San also learned about the complex situation within the Clear Sky sect from Tang Xiao. From Tang Xiao's perspective, the sect was divided into 2 factions. One faction, led by Tang Xiao, believed that the initial incident was not Tang Hao's fault, but rather due to the Spirit Hall's excessive tyranny. Although the Spirit Hall's Pope was dead, Tang Hao had also lost his wife. The Spirit Hall, relying on its powerful influence, pressured the Clear Sky sect, threatening the sect. This forced them to sever ties with Tang Hao. The other faction, led by the few remaining elders, believed that Tang Hao acted without careful consideration. His union with a spirit beast and exposure of his identity led to the subsequent conflict, nearly resulting in a direct confrontation between the sect and the Spirit Hall, causing irreparable consequences. Furthermore, it had even caused the death of the Clear Sky sect's former sect leader, Tang San's grandfather, a truly unforgivable crime. The Tang Long and others Tang San met today belonged to Tang Xiao's side. Tang Long was Tang Xiao's adopted son from his cousin, the first person of the third generation. Therefore, Tang San already understood what he would face tomorrow. His attempt to rejoin his ancestral clan would undoubtedly be obstructed by the sect elders. To gain their recognition, perhaps only what Tang Xiao said, proving his strength before them, Conquering them with power, and then making some contributions to the sect, would prevent them from opposing his recognition as a member of the sect. How? It seems the Clear Sky sect is truly spineless. Tang Xiao told you to be tough. Doesn't that mean they only respond to force? Mo Wuchang chuckled as he sat on the sofa. Isn't that good? Zizu smiled. Such spineless individuals are easier to recruit. Anyone who disagrees will be beaten into submission. Tang San, your recognition process tomorrow will not be easy. Be tough. Prove with your strength that you can help the Clear Sky sect rebuild its glory. Use as much force as you can. Don't worry about the rest. I'll handle it, father. Rest assured, Tang San will not let you down again. Tang San's eyes were filled with hatred. The spirit hua was powerful and influential, and Yu Chu also had the 7 treasure-glazed tile skulls supporting him. He also needed his own base. Otherwise, how could he avenge himself? After a brief discussion, Tang San entered his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He reviewed his return to the sect that day. He still didn't understand what Tang Xiao had said. Was there some hidden story behind what happened back then? Thinking of this, Tang San took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Those things were all in the past. Death is like a lamp going out. Tang Hao was dead. What was the point of dwelling on them? He should focus on cultivation now. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 779. First, get engaged to Jin Ringsu. That night, while Tang San was still preoccupied with preparing for the ancestral recognition ceremony the next day, Yi Chu went to the crown prince's residence, bringing Jin Ringsu, along with the brothers Jin Jun and Jiang Mo under the cover of night. They returned to the hall of worship to hold a simple yet solemn engagement ceremony. As soon as Jin Ringsu and Yi Chu appeared at the entrance of the hall of worship, Jin Daoliu, Jin Yi, and the other 7 elders surrounded them. Yi Chu immediately greeted them. Good evening, seniors. Grandpa, are you all ready? On such an important day for a woman, especially an engagement ceremony with her beloved, even a strong woman like Jin Ringsu couldn't help but lose some of her composure, becoming somewhat shy and submissive to Yi Chu. Don't worry, Xiaoxu, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you two tonight's protagonists. Qianglong Daoluo nodded with a smile. He had already given orders to prepare the attire. Guangling Daoluo greeted Yi Chu cheerfully. Little Qiu, I never thought that on our second meeting you would become Zuir's fiancé. When the wedding is held, remember to invite this old man to make a ruckus in the bridal chamber. Haha, I've never made a ruckus in the bridal chamber before. Haha, yes, me too. Remember to let us know then. Haha, Guangxi Daoluo also laughed heartily. On such a special day, Qianglong Daoluo unusually refrained from criticizing Guangling Daoluo for being silly. Yi Chu smiled politely but awkwardly, glancing at Jin Ringsu. He had to consider her feelings in this matter. What he said might not be true. Jin Ringsu rolled her eyes at Yi Chu. Why was she looking at him like that? It made it seem like he really wanted to be in her bridal chamber. Before Jin Ringsu could answer, Jin Daoluo laughed. Tisk tisk. Seeing this, I'm relieved. It seems my little Zhu is the one in charge of things between you two. Haha. Very good, kid. I'm quite satisfied. Yi Chu's lips twitched slightly. He didn't know how they had come up with so much. If it was useful advice, he would of course listen. But if it was just unreasonable nonsense, he wouldn't tolerate it. Once they were officially together, he could just hold her in his arms, play with her a bit, and make her submit to him. Then he would submit to her too, and that would be a harmonious and happy ending. He had used this trick countless times, and it worked very well. If they really reached the point of consummating their marriage, thinking of Liu Erlong now, Yi Chu couldn't help but feel a little smug. Who he would listen to then was really hard to say. Jin Ringsu looked at the teasing and hints of desire in Yi Chu's eyes, her face flushed even more, and she couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh of Yi Chu's waist and give it a gentle twist. This bastard is definitely thinking something ridiculous. She won't let Yi Chu do whatever he wants. Tonight is her show, and she's slowly but surely improving. Just like she said yesterday, she can't give Yi Chu the best, but she won't let him be idle. They can both achieve something together. And tonight, Jin Ringsu didn't eat dinner before coming, or rather, she was studying while reading. Therefore, Jin Ringsu believes that her sacrifice is enough to make him unable to resist. Thinking about how she is about to use such a shameful method to make Yi Chu spend this special night that belongs to the two of them. The strength in Jin Ringsu's hands unconsciously increased. Hiss, Yi Chu gasped. quickly banishing those seemingly unrealistic thoughts from his mind, grabbing Jinriksu's soft hand, and slowly pulling it off. HMPH, Jinriksu snorted coldly, knowing that she couldn't completely blame Yichu. Indeed, she herself was not prepared. Haha, seeing the interaction between the young couple, Jin, Kyanjin, and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, Xiaoxu, Yichu, you should go change your clothes. The ceremony will begin soon, so don't get too handsy, Jin Daolius said with a smile, reminding them that the ceremony would take place in front of their ancestors, and they couldn't be careless about basic etiquette. Yes, I understand, Grandpa, Jinriksu nodded, her arm around Yichu, her face filled with gratitude and a slight blush. Jin Daolia nodded slightly and instructed Guangling Douluo, Guangling, you take them to change their clothes, don't worry, big brother. Guangling Douluo happily agreed and slowly flew towards the hall of worship, turning back to urge Jinriksu and Yichu, Xiaoxu, hurry up, Grandpa Guangling, we're coming right now, Jinriksu said with a smile, walking inside with Yichu. Entering the dressing room, Yichu looked at the dazzling array of clothes that had already been prepared and smiled at Jinriksu. Jinriksu turned her head away and said coquettishly, what are you looking at me for? Look at the clothes. You help me choose, I'll help you choose. If you dare to make me unhappy, I'll stomp you tonight, I'll try my best. Yichu chuckled twice, he really wasn't sure he could choose something that would satisfy Jinriksu. HMPH, Jinriksu huffed and walked towards the men's suit. This guy, still so clueless, or was she being too forceful? He didn't understand her meaning. How could she not like what he chose? Jinriksu pouted. She looked up at Yichu, who was carefully choosing, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. It seemed that this wasn't bad, he was quite serious. A short while passed. Jinriksu and Yichu had both chosen their outfits. Both expressed their satisfaction. Jinriksu, however, felt she had considered things much more. Yichu only needed to worry about whether it looked good or not, while she had many more things to consider. To avoid delays and make her subsequent actions easier, she specifically chose a pair of panties with zippers for Yichu. This made things much more convenient. When she lowered her head, she couldn't see anything except the warm, burning sensation, so she wouldn't feel too ashamed. But this was only her perspective during dinner. If she were to actually do it, Jinriksu would realize just how far her dinner paled in comparison to a real main course. The two of them went into the fitting room separately and changed their clothes. Chapter 780 The Oath Towards the Angel Idol. A short while later, Jinriksu and Yichu emerged from the fitting room. Yichu wore a white jacket suit with a blue bow tie around his neck. The suit was fitted and short, accentuating his slender waist and making him appear much taller. His blue hair and eyes, combined with a golden angel six-winged pattern on his white suit, gave him an air of nobility. If you were walking down the street, many wealthy women would undoubtedly try to take advantage of him. Jinriksu wore a wedding dress, pure white as snow. Combined with her long golden hair and eyes, it accentuated her purity and holiness. The dress was adorned with scattered diamonds that formed the shape of 6 angel wings, 3 diamonds on each side perfectly framing her soft breasts. The neckline was more conservative than other gowns, offering no cleavage. The skirt was wide and voluminous, the sleeves resembling dandelions or white snowballs, making Jinriksu look like a snow lotus bathed in holy light on a majestic mountain cliff. Even though the wedding dress was white, Jinriksu's skin was as white and delicate as snowflakes, completely unfazed by the color scheme, making her complexion appear dull. Zuier, Yichu looked at Jinriksu, her bright blue eyes sparkling as if illuminated by the 3 pairs of diamond wings. But Yichu's gaze didn't linger there, he simply stared at Jinriksu's beautiful face, unable to resist raising his hand to gently stroke and knead it. It was soft and resilient, as if you could squeeze water from it. How prettier than them, Jinriksu smiled, taking Yichu's hands in hers, tilting her head slightly, her face filled with tenderness. She believed that this time, Yichu's answer wouldn't anger her anymore, and she was confident. Those women, in terms of beauty and family background, none could compare to her. Yes, you are the most beautiful. Yichu took 2 steps forward, letting Jinriksu's soft, delicate body press against him. He lowered his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against Jinriksu's face, causing bright red blushes, making her even more breathtaking. He slowly lowered his head, wanting to capture those slightly parted, wriggling red lips. You're smart enough to know your place, Jinriksu giggled, inhaling the natural fragrance emanating from Yichu. She tiptoed closer, their lips meeting, their bodies intertwined, slowly shifting their positions, trying to completely immerse themselves in each other. Jinriksu knew Yichu's praise was genuine, and this was one of her purposes. Would a woman who had been with an eagle still be interested in a fledgling? The answer was usually no. Conversely, Yichu had already engaged to someone as perfect as herself, so when it came to Ningrongrong and the others, he would inevitably make comparisons. At that moment, he also had his own feelings for her, and even if she didn't wear a wedding dress at the same time, she still surpassed Ningrongrong and the others. As for her other purpose, it was because Jinriksu genuinely wanted to become Yichu's wife, a lawfully wedded wife, preferably the principal wife. Even if her rival was Danger, who had already embarked on the path to godhood, she would fight for Yichu's sake. Jinriksu had never changed, she was still as strong-willed and assertive as ever. Before, she wanted to compete with Yichu in combat strength and cultivation, but now she competed with other women, wanting Yichu to love her more and possess her more. This was all she could do, she had fallen for him. Little Zuir, little Kiu, are you done yet? Big brother and the others are waiting for us. The long kiss ended with Guangling Douluo's urging. Yichu stared into Jinriksu's tender phoenix eyes. It was the first time he had seen Jinriksu so gentle, allowing him to lead her to every corner, simply cooperating gently. Occasionally, she couldn't help but go to Yichu and lick his lips a few times. Jinriksu pursed her red lips, moist and glistening with saliva, separating from Yichu, pulling out the crystalline red thread that connected them, creating a feeling of lingering attachment. Yichu smiled slightly, and the two simultaneously raised their hands to wipe each other clean. Jinriksu took out a white, misty veil and handed it to Yichu, saying softly and shyly, "Please help me put this veil on, my husband MM." Yichu raised his hand and carefully tucked it into Jinriksu's hair. The white, misty veil added to her ethereal beauty. He took Jinriksu's hand and said softly, "Let's go, we should go out, MM." Jinriksu smiled gently and followed Yichu outside. "I say, you two don't need to be in such a hurry, do you?" Guangling Douluo teased, looking at their blushing faces and Jinriksu's shimmering eyes. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. "Senior Guangling, let's hurry up." Yichu smiled awkwardly, gently squeezing Jinriksu's soft hand, urging her to change the subject. "All right," Guangling Douluo smiled, still unable to forget the wedding night pranks, and turned back to remind her, "But I say, Xia Oxweir, how about letting this old man share in the joy? Let's have a little prank, Grandpa Guangling, we'll talk about it later." Jinriksu didn't like the wedding night pranks either, that should be a private time for her and Yichu. She didn't pay much attention to the old rascal Guangling Douluo. Yichu and Jinriksu held hands and came to the angel statue. Yichu could clearly see that the angel statue's eyes were slightly shining and constantly flickering. The 7 elders were already standing in order, wearing their unique attire, their faces solemn yet smiling. Jinriksu and Yichu's engagement ceremony would be witnessed by the angel god and the 7 elders of the spirit hall as witnesses to this marriage of mutual love. "Let's start simply," a voice that only Jindaolu, Yichu, and Jinriksu could hear rang in their ears. Upon hearing the ancestor's voice, Jindaolu didn't linger and immediately signaled to the two that they could begin. "I haven't prepared much for today. Since the ancestor is here, let's just state our vows to him directly." Yichu and Jinriksu turned to look at each other and smiled, holding hands and interlocking their fingers. Almost simultaneously, facing each other in the angel statue, they uttered their vows. "I vow to become Jinriksu's guardian knight, protecting what she protects, thinking what she thinks, shielding her from wind and rain, traversing thorns for her, regardless of hardship or clear skies, regardless of humble dust or glorious glory, regardless of the world's decline or the gods' forgetting. I will wield my sword and march forward, protecting her and loving her until the end of time. I vow to become Yichu's guardian angel, loving what he loves, thinking what he thinks, bearing his pain and helping him through suffering, regardless of poverty or wealth, regardless of lowliness or nobility, regardless of chaotic times or the gods' neglect. I will draw my sword for him and fight, fold my wings for him, never leaving him, forever, wishing everyone a happy life." Chapter 781 Jinriksu. As their words fell, the angel statue began to flicker slightly, a sight even the other 6 worshippers noticed. Their faces lit up with fanaticism. As staunch supporters of the Jin family, They were naturally fervent believers in the angel. They hadn't expected Yichu and Jinriksu's marriage to be approved by the angel god, truly a match made in heaven. Yichu and Jinriksu, however, wore strange expressions. This was because they had heard the angel god's sarcastic remarks, which were far from approval. They were practically grotesque. Tisk-tisk, getting old, those words are truly nauseating. In the space filled with endless holy fire, the angel god sat atop the angel sword, looking down at Yichu and Jinriksu's less than friendly expressions, a playful smile playing on his lips, completely oblivious to his own unease. His face, so identical to Jinriksu's, displayed a playful expression Jinriksu had never shown before. Very well, as a newcomer, I'll offer a small token of my appreciation. The angel god gently raised his hand and waved it. In an instant, 2 torrents of golden flames shot out from the eyes of the angel statue, landing on Jinriksu and Yichu, engulfing them. Consider this my congratulatory gift. Simply silently recite each other's names and recall each other's faces, and you will be able to sense each other's presence. The voice of the angel god echoed softly within the hall. We greet the angel god. May you bless her spirit hall for eternity. Jin-E and the other 6 elders knelt in unison. Thank you, ancestor. Jinriksu removed the unfriendly expression from her face and bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Thank you, senior. Yichu was about to bow when the angel god stopped him. You don't need to bow, he then answered Jin-E and the others' wishes. For matters of eternity, you must seek out Yichu, he is fully capable of it. The angel god propped his head up, lazily reclining in his seat. His following words only echoed in the golden space, inaudible to anyone else. Even I have to rely on him. Whether in the past or the future, this kid will always be the one riding on my head. The voice of the angel god fell. Golden Crocodile Douluo and even Jin Daoli looked at Yichu with shock and excitement. Yichu was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly as he grasped Jinriksu's soft hand. Seniors, I will do my best, haha, alright, we old guys won't get involved in the rest. You can arrange things yourself, Xiaoxu. Jin Daoli nodded in satisfaction. After repeatedly consulting the angel god, there was no further movement. He then planned to leave with his other brothers. Let's go, I'll take you to my room. Jinriksu blushed, wearing a wedding dress, and pulled Yichu out of the hall of offerings, heading towards the back of the hall where a duplex building stood. Yichu quietly followed beside Jinriksu, enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the spire of the papal palace standing halfway up the mountain. He couldn't help but recall what Bibi Dong had done to him. Entering Jinriksu's boudoir, the colors weren't significantly different from those in the crown prince's residence, only more childlike, with more toys, dolls, and long cushions. Despite Jinriksu's absence for many years, this place had remained exactly as it had been in her childhood. Zuir, these past years must have been difficult. Yichu gently pulled Jinriksu into his arms, remaining still and obedient. It was indeed very uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it. Jinriksu smiled, her face flushed with shyness. Yichu trembled. Before he knew it, Jinriksu had grabbed his head and gently pushed him down onto the bed. She said softly, although I'm not ready to give myself to you yet, I am. Yichu, if you dare to betray me, I'll chop up what defiled me tonight and feed it to the dogs. Do you understand? Jinriksu's soft hand gently stroked Yichu's chest. She was overwhelmed with shame, yet she still opened her mouth to Yichu, her moist pink tongue swirling around, as if greeting him, or perhaps telling him what was about to happen. Zuir, you really don't have to do this. Aren't you a pure angel? But I have a fiancé now, your fiancé. No matter what, I have to go through your baptism and indoctrination. I've thought it through very clearly. You are my lover, and serving you is not something that makes me less pure. If this makes me less pure, then it means that one day in the future, you will betray me. Being done that kind of thing by someone who doesn't love me is the real defilement. If that day ever comes, then I will personally cleanse the filth. Jinriksu stared straight at Yichu. She had already figured it out. She would be Yichu's wife in the future, no different from other women. She would be jealous, have children, and have marital affection. It was just an ordinary thing. Zuir, I won't betray you, but I'm sorry, I can't give you what you want. Yichu gently hugged Jinriksu in his arms. He was now certain that even if Jinriksu was stronger than him in the future, she would not do anything like imprisoning him in a secret room again. It's alright, it's my fault for being the one who came later. It's your fault for looking like this and having such a strange martial soul. Jinriksu hugged Yichu tightly from above, her red lips touching his. Every time she spoke, a warm, fragrant breeze would waft over them. She gently kissed Yichu's lips, murmuring, "Tonight, you are my husband. I'm not some angel, just your woman, your wife. I will do what I should do, Zuir, I understand." Yichu gently accepted Jinriksu's gift, relieving his parched throat. He had never imagined that the high and mighty Jinriksu would embrace his mind like this. He felt Jinriksu's delicate body slide down against him, feeling the cool breeze on his scalp that quickly turned hot, like being doused with snowflakes, cold and damp, then warm. Yichu's eyes widened. He lacked Ning Rongrong's maturity and reliability, instead appearing awkward and hesitant. Yet, Yichu was still incredibly excited. Perhaps this was the so-called sense of amplification. A high mountain flower had fallen to earth, serving him wholeheartedly. Yichu had never tensed his body so tightly before. Meanwhile, in the golden space, watching Jinriksu dozing off with her head on Yichu's stomach, drooling, the angel god was immediately shocked. His face turned ashen, then flushed red with shame. He stared wide-eyed at Yichu, who was clutching Jinriksu's hair and swaying back and forth. He wished he could jump out and separate them, but the angel god did not do so. Instead, he sat dejectedly and thankfully on his throne, watching Jinriksu's performance, and sighed. "It seems I have no choice but to abandon Zuir's body. I simply can't accept it. What is that stuff on her face? How can she even swallow it?" The angel god shattered the unbearable scene with a wave of her hand, inexplicably relieved. Her sense of justice made her reluctant to use Jinriksu's body to help her revive and regain her angel god status. Now, this scene only strengthened her resolve, and her mood improved considerably. She would protect her own justice. "However, if I don't follow Shura's instructions, won't I become a wandering ghost? No, it seems I have to think of something myself. That bastard Shura is unreliable. He'll be off looking for Rakshasa after this is over." Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, inside the Haoshan sect, Tang San habitually got up at dawn and stepped out of his room. As soon as he stepped outside, a damp mist blew towards him. It was extremely humid on the mountaintop, and even more so in the early morning when the fog was thick. An ordinary person's vision would only be able to see about 5 meters in front of them at most. Although Tang San wasn't affected that much, he obviously couldn't cultivate the purple demon eye. It seemed that if he were to stay here for an extended period, he would have to find a suitable place to cultivate. "Little Sen, don't go out at this time. Just wait for the clear sky sect to call us." The evil blood Douluo sat in the house, drinking hot tea, looking calm and collected. "Understood, Godfather." Tang San nodded slightly and retreated into the room. The air was a bit cold, and after standing outside for only a short while, Tang San's clothes were already a little damp. Just as he was hesitating whether to cultivate a little longer, a loud banging sounded on the door, followed by Tang Long's voice. "Tang San, are you up yet?" "Yes." Tang San frowned and went to open the door. "Greetings, Your Excellencies." Tang Long entered carrying a food box. Without any formality, he greeted Zizu and Ma Wuchang, placing the box directly on the table and opening it. Inside were only 2 plates of steamed buns, a bowl of hot porridge, a few eggs, and some pickled vegetables. "Tang San, you're probably going to be busy today. Eat well. It's just simple food, Your Excellencies, please don't be shy." "How, that's really rough." Ma Wuchang clicked his tongue. Coming to the Haoshan sect, he was sure he'd lose a few pounds. He had a feeling these guys were deliberately mistreating them, otherwise, how could the Haoshan sect members all be so burly? "Alright, it's good enough to have something to eat. Tang San, if Wuchang doesn't want any, you can have more." Zizu Douluo didn't mind. On such a treacherous mountain peak, having white steamed buns for breakfast was already quite good. Thank you." Tang San didn't stand on ceremony, thanked him, and began to eat heartily. Tang Long joined in, and in no time, they had finished all the food. "Tang San, you're probably in trouble today. I heard from the other brothers that the elders are taking your return very seriously and are furious. The sect leader told me to tell you to be careful. If necessary, you can refuse challenges," Tang Long instructed before leaving. Could he really refuse? If so, he probably wouldn't be able to lead the Clear Sky sect to avenge his father. Tang San sighed inwardly. "Thank you, Brother Tang Long." After finishing breakfast, Tang Long didn't go too far. but waited until the sun was high in the sky and the fog had dissipated before leading Tang San and the others out the door. They headed straight for the Clear Sky Sect's front courtyard. Clear Sky Sect, front courtyard. Completely different from the quietness when Tang San arrived yesterday. At this time, at least 150 people were gathered in the courtyard, most of them standing around. In the center of the courtyard stood Sect Master Tang Xiao with 5 white-haired elders. These 5 elders appeared to be at least 80 years old, yet they were all remarkably vigorous and ruddy-faced. One of the elders was speaking solemnly to Tang Xiao. Tang Long whispered a reminder, apart from those out purchasing and handling business, most of the sect's direct descendants are here. The 5 in the center are the sect's 5 first-generation elders. Even the sect master has to show them respect. In terms of seniority, they are all the sect master's uncles, accompanied by Tang Long, Tang San, Evil Blood Douluo, and Mo Wucheng entered the courtyard and quickly sensed something was amiss. The incense table they had expected was absent. Tang San's expression was grim. The Clear Sky Sect clearly did not welcome his return to the sect. Tang San's appearance immediately made him the center of attention. Just then, someone shouted, "You trash from the Tang family, you're not fit to be a son. Get out of Haoshan. You're not worthy to be here." Accompanied by these provocative words, many young people from various sects responded, and the courtyard instantly descended into chaos. Tang San's eyes narrowed, a savage killing intent flashing within them. Just as Tang San was about to speak to stop them, suddenly, a faint layer of blood-red light emanated from Evil Blood Douluo, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. Godfather, Evil Blood Douluo's face was grim. He had come here to celebrate Tang San's recognition of his ancestors, and he couldn't let these ants ruin his plans. At this moment, the sun was at its zenith. The mountain top was undoubtedly cold when there was no sunlight, but being closer to the sun meant that when the sun shone brightly, the temperature was much higher than on the plains, and the scorching sunlight could even cause sunburn. But at that moment, the instant the red light emanating from Zizu's body was released, the disciples of the Haoshan sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A chilling killing intent instantly spread to every corner of the front courtyard, and the chaotic sound ceased abruptly as if cut by a sharp blade. Even Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of the Haoshan sect felt a chill in their hearts. This aura seemed to be something only the long-lost Tang Chen ancestor could overcome. Who exactly was that withered old man beside Tang San? Zizu's gaze swept across the room, almost instantly finding the sect disciple who had spoken first, a boy who looked about the same age as Tang San. The dense killing intent emanating from the surrounding air instantly condensed, all converging on this one person. It was like a bridge connecting Zizu and that boy. The teenager's face paled the moment the red light gathered on him, a heavy chill penetrated his skin. In his eyes, Zizu had become a bloodthirsty demon. Have a pleasant life, everyone. Chapter 782 Tang San's path to recognizing his ancestors and returning to his clan. The young man roared. Black light surged in his right hand, and a black clear sky hammer, about a meter long, suddenly appeared, unleashing 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Yet, it was still no match for the death gaze of the Evil Blood Douluo. Tang Xiao shouted, "Friend, isn't this going a bit too far within my Clear Sky sect?" The Evil Blood Douluo didn't intend to actually do anything. The bloodlight subsided, and he faced Tang Xiao again as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, "Hell, I just couldn't stand this junior barking and raving among the crowd. This isn't the style of a Clear Sky sect disciple." Tang Xiao frowned. He glanced at the 5 elders beside him. He knew their intentions perfectly well. Tang San, perceptive as ever, suppressed his anger and bowed respectfully. Tang San greets the sect master and all the elders. He already revealed his spirit power as he spoke. The 5 elders naturally sensed the powerful spirit power emanating from Tang San. Their expressions changed slightly. An elder with long white eyebrows said in a deep voice, "A level 59 Soul King." Tang San didn't hide it. Indeed, another elder, tall and thin, sneered. "You have indeed inherited the talent of that bastard Tang Hao, perhaps even surpassing him. But what good is talent, if another Tang Hao emerges in the sect, will probably be wiped out. You, a 3rd-generation disciple, why don't you kneel before us?" Tang San's eyes darkened slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he still knelt down willingly. It wasn't just because of his own restraint, but also because he didn't want to be urged on by the evil blood again. He lowered his posture and accepted the filth. Tang San is willing to atone for his father's sins and do his utmost to help the sect regain its former glory. I beg the sect leader and elders to allow me to return to the sect, the tall, thin old man angrily retorted. Nonsense. Just because of what your father did, you shouldn't even think about returning to the sect. You are the son of him and that monstrous soul beast, nothing but a bastard. Although the Clear Sky sect has closed its gates, it will not allow a bastard to return. Seventh brother, watch your words. So many juniors are watching. The long-browed old man frowned, somewhat displeased. Upon hearing the word bastard, Tang San's expression quickly turned ferocious, then suddenly calmed down. He remained kneeling, slowly raising his head to look at the thin old man. Who are you calling a bastard? Although Tang San did not release his martial soul, the chill emanating from him was extremely cold. Tang Xiao did not stop the conflict between the two, but merely watched coldly. I'm talking about you, you little bastard. The thin old man's anger was undisguised, and his body was trembling with agitation. If it weren't for that beast Tang Hao implicating the sect, my eldest son wouldn't have been attacked and killed by the spirit hall on his way to procure supplies for the sect. Enough. Seventh brother, if you don't control your emotions, leave. The long-browed elder, clearly the most respected among the 5 elders, was also angered by the thin elder's relentless and rude insults. Tang San was about to erupt when the evil blood Douluo's voice rang in his ears again. Something unexpected happened. Tang San suddenly faced the thin elder and kowtowed 3 times. I'm sorry, 7th elder. I apologize on behalf of my father for the mistakes he made. However, your true enemy should be the spirit hall, not us, father and son. Tang San's expression was sincere as he spoke, and the 3 kowtows were very forceful. When he looked up again, blood was visible on his forehead, spreading to his eyes. Given his self-healing abilities, such damage clearly indicated he had exerted extraordinary force, and hadn't used any spirit power for protection. The thin elder sneered, does this make up for my grief over losing my son? The Tang Hao incident didn't just affect me, it affected the entire sect. If he knew his mistake, he should have returned and committed suicide to atone for it. But instead, he hid outside, dying like a useless piece of trash in Spirit City, even handing over my sect's inherited soul bone to the Spirit Hall. The inheritance of my Clear Sky sect's great Sumeru hammer has been severed. This is all your and your father's fault. Tang San, filled with indignation, stood up, seemingly oblivious to the 7th elder's words. His previously sincere gaze suddenly sharpened. Although I believe the sect's fate wasn't entirely my father's fault, he was still at fault, implicating the sect. That's why I apologize to you. However, your previous words insulted my late mother, and I must seek justice. 7th elder, I challenge you, even unto death. Tang San's words were resolute. Although he was plain-looking, dark-skinned, and slender, at this moment, everyone in the Clear Sky sect felt the powerful and fierce aura emanating from Tang San. The slender 7th elder was taken aback. You want to challenge me? Tang San asked confidently. Yes, please enlighten me, 7th elder. Ha ha ha. The 7th elder burst into laughter. His unrestrained laughter, carrying a powerful soul force, seemed to make the entire Clear Sky sect tremble. You, a junior, dare to challenge me? If Tang Hao had said that, it would have been more appropriate, but unfortunately, he's dead, and his death was worthless. He even lost several soul bones. How, if my father were here, 7th elder might not dare to accept the challenge. Insolence. Sharp tongue? Seeing the 7th elder's fury, Tang Xiao remained silent, letting Tang San handle the situation himself, and naturally wouldn't say anything more. This was a test for Tang San. Tang San quietly looked at the 7th elder. He said calmly, 7th elder, are you afraid to fight a junior? These simple words were like a slap in the face to the 7th elder. The 7th elder's laughter abruptly ceased. As one of the 5 elders of the Haotian sect, the 7th elder held an extremely high position within the sect. Even Tang Xiao had to give him deference. How could he tolerate being provoked like this by a junior from a different generation? Just as the 7th elder was about to speak, the long-browed elder calmly said, young people can have pride, but not arrogance. Tang San, you have never returned to the sect, and you are not yet a member of the sect. We will not punish you according to the sect's rules. However, you have shown contempt for the sect, and the sect will not let this go. Where is Tang Hu, second uncle? After a long and eloquent speech, establishing his own reputation, a burly man who appeared to be around 40 years old stepped out from the crowd. As he walked out, The third-generation disciples spontaneously made way for him. Demonstrating his high status within the sect, the long-browed elder said calmly, "You should spar with him. Although the Clear Sky sect has gone into seclusion, it's not a sect that just anyone can challenge." Clearly, he had never acknowledged Tang San as a member of the Clear Sky sect. A subtle voice reached Tang San's ears. This Tang whose strength is no less than Tang Long's, and his soul power has reached level 64. When convincingly, the voice belonged to Mo Wu Chang. This seemingly idle title Douluo was actually quite shrewd. But to Tang San's surprise, the long-browed elder actually glanced at Mo Wu Chang, as if he had also heard Mo Wu Chang's sharp, pointed words. Tang San looked at the long-browed elder. "Elder, if I win, am I qualified to challenge the seventh elder?" The long-browed elder glanced at Tang San, his eyes as calm as a vast ocean. This elder showed no outward aura, but Tang San vaguely sensed that he seemed even more dangerous than his uncle, Tang Xiao. "You are," the seventh elder snorted disdainfully. "Tang Hu, if you lose, I'll confine you for a year." Tang Hu didn't speak. In stark contrast to Tang Long's arrogance, this third-generation elite of the Clear Sky sect appeared very somber. His face was ashen, yet he was unusually calm. Tall but not bulky, he showed no emotional fluctuation despite the elder's words. Tang San sneered. Perhaps what he was about to face was no ordinary opponent within the Clear Sky sect's limited territory. But in Tang San's eyes, this once-renowned third-generation disciple of the #1 sect in the world was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. Tang Hu, level 64, power attack type battle soul emperor. "Please," Tang Hu gestured to Tang San, displaying great manners. Tang San, level 59, control type battle soul king. "Please." Tang San's movements were casual, as light as a willow branch. When Tang San announced his soul power level, the Clear Sky sect disciples were in an uproar. Tang San appeared much younger than Tang Hu. Even Tang Long only broke through to level 60 at the age of 30. "Wait a minute, kid, how old are you this year?" the previously boastful seventh elder suddenly asked. Tang San turned to look at him. Although he didn't have a good impression of this seventh elder, considering his grief over losing his son and his own purpose, Tang San still answered, "Just turned 15. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Tang Hu, standing opposite Tang San, twitched slightly in his facial muscles. Before Tang San came to the sect, although there was a lot of news about the Soul Master competition circulating in the sect, praising Tang San, it was only limited to Tang Xiao and a few of Tang Xiao's closest third-generation disciples. As for the elders and other third-generation disciples, they naturally didn't know Tang San's situation. What Tang Xiao wanted was for Tang San to have an amazing effect today. Just turned 15. These simple words moved all five elders simultaneously. The five exchanged glances, each already having some understanding. Tang Hao back then was already hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Clear Sky sect, but his son before him seemed even more outstanding than he had been back then. 15 years old, level 59. He certainly had the capital to be arrogant. The long-browed elder waved his hand and ordered, "Begin." Soul power level was important, but it didn't represent everything. Especially since Tang Hu was a whole level higher than Tang San, possessing one more soul ring. The higher a soul master's level, the greater the difference in strength even with just one more soul ring. Moreover, Tang Hu's martial soul was the Clear Sky Hammer, a top-tier weapon martial soul unique to the Clear Sky sect. A black light flashed. Tang Hu's aura suddenly became heavy and solid. In the dense black light, the 3-meter-long handle and the bucket-sized black Clear Sky Hammer appeared in his right hand, radiating a heavy black light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, 6 soul rings were neatly arranged on the Clear Sky Hammer. The moment the Clear Sky Hammer appeared, Tang Hu's demeanor immediately changed. Compared to his previous gloom, he was now like solid granite, standing there without any flaws. This was Tang San's first time facing an opponent wielding the Clear Sky Hammer, and he dared not be careless, releasing his blue-silver grass. A blood-red blue-silver grass appeared out of thin air in Tang San's right hand like a whip, its blood-red aura clearly visible under the intense sunlight. "Wait a minute, your spirit isn't the Clear Sky Hammer. Who let you into the sect? Where is yesterday's duty disciple?" the seventh elder shouted, interrupting Tang San and Tang Hu's match once again. Before the duty disciple could even appear, Tang Xiao calmly said from the side, "Seventh elder, haven't you heard of the term twin spirits, a unique term in the spirit master world?" The Clear Sky sect disciples were relatively calm. In their understanding, the clear sky hammer was the best spirit in the world, incomparable to anything else. However, the expressions of some older third-generation disciples and several elders changed. They were even more surprised than when they heard that Tang San had reached level 59 at the age of 15. If cultivation can be improved through effort and luck, then twin martial souls are an innate talent, a unique talent bestowed by heaven. The long-browed elder stared at Tang Xiao. Sect Master, are you saying that he, like the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bi Bidong, also possesses twin martial souls? Tang Xiao nodded. Tang San inherited his father's clear sky hammer and his mother's blue silver grass. Little San, show the elders your hammer. The blood-red blue silver grass quietly retracted. Tang San knew Tang Xiao was helping him. He hadn't even had time to release the blue silver grass's spirit ring, nor did he want to release it for mere display. That white spirit ring was his lifelong pain. Only in battle would it be overlooked. Tang San opened his left hand. The foot-long clear sky hammer lay calmly in his hand. With a slight flick of his wrist, blood-red light surged around the clear sky hammer. Those present were all direct descendants of the clear sky sect, and naturally recognized it as the clear sky hammer. But Tang San still didn't release the spirit ring. He was furious. He desperately needed a battle to vent his anger. Let the competition continue. The long-browed elder waved his hand, but a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The clear sky hammer was replaced with blue silver grass. Yellow, yellow, white, black, black. 5 spirit rings swirled out, quietly pulsating around Tang San's body. Be careful. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, his spirit rings lit up. Without any warning, 16 blue silver grass blades, shimmering with blood-red light, shot up from around Tang Hu's body, aiming straight for him. How? Tang Hu roared. He swung the clear sky hammer horizontally, smashing it into the blue silver grass. With a boom, the spikes aimed directly at him shattered, but to Tang Hu's surprise, the solid blue silver grass remained completely unchanged. His clear sky hammer weighed over 1,000 jin, and with his own spirit power, this strike weighed over 2,000 jin. Moreover, he had already used his first spirit skill to amplify the clear sky hammer. Yet, the blue silver grass was extremely resilient. Moreover, it was incredibly resilient. Although the spikes shattered, he couldn't break through the cage before him. Wishing you all a pleasant life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 783 I Can't Tell. I Can't Tell. Although Tang San's blue silver grass hadn't evolved into the blue silver emperor, it had undergone a second awakening, transformed by the blood god pearl into blood silver grass, for which blood was the best nourishment. The evolution was holistic. The blood silver grass was slowly approaching the blue silver emperor level, but it was still some distance from Yichu's god level blue silver emperor spirit. Even so, this wasn't something a soul emperor's first spirit skill could completely break through. Suddenly, a crimson halo quietly spread from Tang San's feet, quickly enveloping the entire front yard. The Clear Sky sect members only felt a slight sense of danger, as if something was drawing blood from their bodies. Blue silver domain. Tang Xiao's eyes showed surprise and a hint of memory, before he quickly regained his senses. No. It's not the blue silver domain. Tang Xiao knew very well that the blue silver domain was full of vitality. How could it possibly have a bloody aura? The other 5 elders also frowned, not expecting this bastard to possess a talent domain. A sinister and terrifying aura, that was Tang Hu's first feeling. His blood seemed to be boiling. Suddenly, the blood silver cage before him emitted a burst of crimson light, and the bloodline concealed within the blood silver grass instantly magnified. His third soul skill, which he had just unleashed, struck it, but was blocked again. Tang San's hands were now raised simultaneously, both pointing towards Tang Hu. Merely restricting his opponent was clearly insufficient to secure victory. Tang Hu was powerful enough to be harmed by the thorns growing from the blood silver grass. Therefore, Tang San wanted to test his new ability gained after his crushing defeat in the Soul Master competition, the Blood Silver Domain. Only when he awakened the Blood Silver Domain did Tang San's Blood Silver Grass truly reach the same level as the Blue Silver Emperor, but that was merely an ordinary Blue Silver Emperor. Yichu's Blue Silver Emperor had been modified by the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. From Tang Hu's right shoulder, strands of blood silver grass coiled around his arm. Each strand was only the thickness of a thumb, and in the blink of an eye, it completely covered Tang Hu's arm. A look of terror immediately appeared on Tang Hu's face. His blood was being absorbed by the vines, including his soul power. The second elder with long eyebrows couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Talent domain, martial soul mutation. Only now did his expression finally turn serious, and his gaze towards Tang San was somewhat different. Ha! Get out of the way, Tang Hu roared, his arm, now entirely golden, clenched into a fist, the clear sky hammer appearing in his hand, golden light extending. He was fighting against a blood-red light. Trapped within the blue-silver cage, Tang Hu discovered that the pressure emanating from Tang San, not far away, was making it difficult for him to breathe. His chest seemed to be caved in under the pressure. Even the clear sky hammer couldn't completely block the threat posed by the blood-red light. He understood. Once Tang San launched an attack, it would be a crushing defeat. Although he didn't know Tang San's martial soul was blood silver grass, he could tell at this moment that it was a martial soul no less powerful than the clear sky hammer. Tang Hu was, after all, one of the most outstanding disciples of the third generation of the Clear Sky sect. At this moment, he understood that if he didn't go all out, he would be in danger. The fifth spirit ring on his body finally lit up, and the clear sky hammer in his hand instantly turned from gold to black, radiating a brilliant black light. Deep purple patterns spread from the hammer. The incomparably powerful aura even turned his eyes purple. Even though it was the same clear sky hammer, the skills brought by the spirit ring obtained from hunting different spirit beasts were different. At this moment, the dark purple patterns on Tang Hu's clear sky hammer trembled slightly. He twisted his waist and straightened his back. The clear sky hammer in his hand seemed to come alive, swirling lightly in a small area. Suddenly, a layer of dense black light exploded from his body. At this moment, Tang Hu and the clear sky hammer seemed to have merged into one, no longer separate. The blood-red vines, amplified by the blood-silver domain, not only turned blood-red on every strand, but also became intertwined and extremely thick. Their surfaces seemed to have suction cups, causing Tang Hu's muscles to writhe abnormally, and his blood to flow uncontrollably. Boom! An attack without reservation. Suddenly, it slammed into Tang San's crimson blue-silver grass, creating a violent roar. The immense explosive force sent crimson and black light shooting into the sky. Tang Hu let out a muffled groan. Tang San's upper body swayed slightly, his face flushing slightly before quickly recovering. He was experiencing the domineering power of the clear sky hammer for the first time. Tang San couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he hadn't severed his connection with the blue-silver grass in time, the explosion of soul power caused by the collision of their martial souls alone would have been enough to make him bleed. Although it wouldn't have mattered much, he still wanted to win gracefully, as ordered by the evil blood Douluo. Tang Hu groaned due to the backlash from the collision, but at this moment, he was already airborne. His fifth soul skill, man and hammer as one, was enhanced to its peak at the same time as the crimson silver grass exploded. In mid-air, he spun like a purple tiger, his clear sky hammer flashing in his hand, the clear sky sect's ultimate technique, the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The best way to stop the chaotic cloak hammer technique is to prevent him from actually using it, a fact Tang San knew perfectly well. He raised both arms simultaneously. This was the moment he had been waiting for, to completely trap Tang Hu with his blood silver grass, while Tang San was striving to be recognized as a member of his clan. Yichu, buried in the snow-capped mountains, slowly awoke. Looking up at Jin Ringsu's serene and pure appearance, he recalled the night before, her lips slightly parted, exhaling fragrant breath, kneeling beside him, bowing low, her soft hands gently grasping his, her cherry lips parted in a sweet kiss, all to please him. A surge of heat rose within Yichu. He gently embraced Jin Ringsu's waist, burying his face in her soft embrace, nuzzling her gently, inhaling her delicate fragrance. A soft moan was heard from Jin Ringsu. She opened her golden eyes, feeling herself adding to Yichu's breakfast. Her face flushed crimson, and she bit her slightly swollen red lips, saying coquettishly, You're going too far. I said last night, those things only happened last night, Zuir, I know. Yichu raised his head, his body rising to be the same height as Jin Ringsu. Looking at the angelic face before him, which was both angry and annoyed, his azure eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Get up quickly, I still have to busy myself with your damn engagement banquet. Jin Ringsu grabbed Yichu's fidgeting fingers, giving him a fierce glare. This guy always liked to push his luck like this. Last night, he actually dared to ask her to serve him after her martial spirit possessed her. He was simply delusional. Alright, but we need to wash up first. Last night, Zuier, you couldn't handle it, and my clothes got dirty too. Shut up. Don't mention this again. Jinriksu gritted her teeth, her beautiful face flushed. Last night, while studying, she simulated it during dinner, but who knew it would be so intense and passionate in practice? Alright, then I won't mention it, Yichu chuckled, looking at Jinriksu covering her mouth, looking somewhat like a little woman. He couldn't help but feel a surge of affection and gently pulled her into his arms. Zuier, I'll marry you in a little while, HMPH. You'd better come back from the city of slaughter first, otherwise I really will kill them all and make them your victims. You bastard. Did you hear me? My husband Jinriksu nestled in Yichu's arms, her wedding dress wide open, her veil already used to wipe her mouth. At this moment, holiness and depravity seemed to merge together, and the description of her as an angel who had descended to earth seemed just right. I'm not that weak, Yichu smiled, suddenly stood up, and lifted Jinriksu up by the waist. The wedding dress that was just hanging on Jinriksu's delicate body suddenly slipped down, revealing her pure white, flawless jade body. Yichu carefully examined the breakfast he had eaten that morning. It was still erect, with 2 rows of marks on it. Jinriksu tightly pressed her legs together, covering her delicate body, curled up in Yichu's arms. The various services of last night seemed to have become a thing of the past, as if they had not been done by her. Bastard. Believe me or not, I'll gouge out your eyes. Zuier, let's wash up. Let go of me, don't touch me. I can't help it. I'll kick you to death, you bastard. You deducted my gold coins again. Martial Soul City was bathed in sunlight. The Pope's Hall, the Hall of Offerings, and the Hall of Douluo were resplendent in gold. In the secret room, Bibi Dong appeared to be cultivating. Her upper body was covered in a layer of purplish-black armor, even her face was obscured by a shell. Below her eyes, 4 small eyes had sprouted. Her legs had disappeared, and her abdomen had transformed into a huge, round sphere. 8 thick, long legs grew from this sphere, supporting her bloated body. Large tufts of green fur grew on them, covered in a nauseating slime that dripped onto the ground with a constant plop sound, intensely corrosive. The possession of the Death Spider King made Bibi Dong resemble a giant, poisonous spider. 9 spirit rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, stood beneath her feet. Ha ha ha, the 8th trial is complete. The 9th trial? Next is the 9th trial? It's mine, Bibi Dong cried out somewhat incoherently. She clutched her head. Unfamiliar memories colliding with her existing ones. Zuier, isn't my daughter, no. That night, teacher clearly, no. Zuier isn't my daughter, teacher didn't, In the secret chamber, Bibi Dong let out a shrill scream like a demon. Why, do I suddenly have an older sister? I can't tell, Yichu. Why did you leave me? Clear Sky Sect. The duel between Tang San and Tang Hu had ended, and Tang San had won completely, witnessed by the entire Clear Sky Sect. Tang San waved his right hand and retrieved his blood silver grass. His gaze did not linger on Tang Hu, who was pale and bloodless. In the process of retrieving the blood silver grass, he had absorbed a lot of blood and soul power from Tang Hu with his powerful control. The second elder with long eyebrows looked at Tang Hu, who was unconscious and severely injured. He couldn't help but scold, Tang San. Tang San ignored him and turned to look at the 5 elders standing there. All eyes finally settled on the 7th elder. May I now challenge you, 7th elder? A simple question, yet it felt like a resounding slap across the 7th elder's face. His already dark complexion darkened further. As an outsider, Tang San's performance was undeniably powerful. Especially since his current assertiveness was impeccable, he clearly stated, I respect the sect elders, but I cannot tolerate your insult to my mother. From Tang San's arrival in the front courtyard to his subsequent battle with Tang Hu, he displayed a multitude of abilities, each one causing the Clear Sky Sect elders to palpable. The Blood Silver Domain, Twin Martial Souls, and the Clear Sky Hammer with its all-black soul rings, when all these were concentrated in one person, he became truly exceptional. 15 years old, a level 59 Soul King, and possessing such powerful abilities. The word genius seemed almost too kind to describe Tang San. Although this didn't directly change the elders of the Clear Sky sect's opinion of Tang Hao, they had to admit that this young man definitely had reason to be proud. Tang San's face was cold and stern. He never thought he was inferior to others. His loss to Yichu was merely due to underestimating his opponent. The seventh elder slowly stepped forward. Every step he took was steady, and although his expression was calm, Tang San could clearly see that with each step, his foot sank 3 inches into the ground. Keep in mind, he was standing on solid rock. Yet, with each step, he left the same imprint, even the patterns on the soles of his shoes. The purity of his strength and the depth of his soul power proved the power of this Tang sect elder. Tang San took a deep breath. The internal energy of his mysterious heaven skill surged rapidly within him like a mighty river. His eyes were filled with solemnity. He knew very well that he might be able to hold his own against a soul saint, but the seventh elder before him was definitely not someone he could resist. Tang San did not directly confront the seventh elder. Instead, he looked at the evil blood Douluo. He believed that since his adoptive father had asked him to challenge the seventh elder, he must have his own plans. The evil blood Douluo, however, remained unmoved. He believed that such a seemingly powerful but ultimately weak and shameless sect wouldn't go too far. The seventh elder slowly walked up to Tang San. His arrogance had vanished, and he said calmly, "I won't take advantage of you. No matter what soul skill I use, I will only use 30% of my soul power." Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the evil blood Douluo, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. His adoptive father was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, Tang San felt a surge of confidence. He knew that although the seventh elder appeared calm, he took this match very seriously. His statement of using only 30% of his soul power clearly included his previous expenditure. But Tang San's expenditure was actually negligible. Moreover, his endurance was something even Yichu found troublesome. This battle, he would definitely win. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 784 The world's forces have long suffered under the Spirit Hall's influence. Just as Tang San was about to agree, the voice of the evil blood Douluo rang in his ears again. He immediately changed his mind, saying, "Seventh Elder, please use 40% of your soul power. My consumption is much less than you imagine. I am a sinner, how can I take advantage of you?" He wanted to increase the difficulty? The third-generation disciples' eyes widened. Was Tang San really courting death? As direct descendants of the Clear Sky sect, they had seen many powerful individuals, but Tang San was the first special one. The seventh elder's eyebrows twitched slightly. "No need. You are a junior. What's wrong with letting you take a little advantage? 30% is enough." Tang San smiled and shook his head. "Seventh elder, let's keep it at 40%. If you feel I'm taking advantage, then I'll choose the location of the battle. What do you think?" The seventh elder frowned slightly and nodded in agreement. "Alright, choose whatever you like." As an elder 2 generations older, even though he had previously cursed Tang San, if it really came down to fighting Tang San, he would agree to even the most outrageous demands. He still cared about his reputation. Zizu had already planned the most suitable location for Tang San to fight the seventh elder. If it weren't for the fact that the Clear Sky sect was located in the mountains, Zizu would definitely have suggested a forest. However, the Clear Sky sect's location didn't have many plants, so Tang San had to find another place. After a moment's thought, Tang San pointed towards the direction outside the sect. "Let's go on the iron chain bridge connecting the mountains." Upon hearing this, the Clear Sky sect disciples first sensed the intense confidence Tang San displayed. Then they immediately thought he was arrogant and crazy. They understood. The iron chain bridge Tang San pointed to was likely the one connecting the last mountain peak to the sect. This iron chain bridge was not only suspended high in the air, but also covered in frost due to humidity and temperature. It was difficult to exert force on it, and even standing still was challenging. Using soul skills in such a place meant prioritizing one's own safety over injuring the enemy. For Tang San to choose such a battleground as the seventh elder, who was familiar with the iron chain bridge, was either arrogant or foolish. Yet, the seventh elder had already declared he would only use 40% of his soul power to fight Tang San. Perhaps this was the source of Tang San's confidence. So, maybe he really had a chance. While everyone was uneasy, they heard Tang San, with a smile on his face, again receive a secret message from the evil blood Douluo. They couldn't help but admire him. Experience was indeed shrewd. First, he made the other party think he was arrogant, and then he made his unreasonable demands. Tang San said calmly, "Seventh Elder, if I lose this match, then I will immediately leave the Clear Sky sect and never return. If you lose, I hope you will retract your previous insults against my late mother and agree to Tang San's recognition of his ancestors and return to the sect. What do you say?" Tang San looked directly at the seventh elder, his eyes full of seriousness. The seventh elder snorted coldly. "Far from enough. If you lose, not only will you never return to the sect, but you will also have to return the martial soul you inherited from the sect." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the seventh elder to be so ruthless. He actually wanted to destroy his Clear Sky Hammer martial soul. Just as Tang San was about to speak, the sect leader, Tang Xiao, who hadn't spoken until now, said in a deep voice, "Seventh elder, Tang San is a third-generation disciple. Whether or not to take back his martial soul is not something you and he can decide." The seventh elder gave Tang Xiao a cold look, his eyes showing no respect whatsoever. "Sect master, what do you suggest?" Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. "How about this? If Tang San wins this match, please, elders, stop obstructing his return to the sect. I think you have all seen Tang San's talent. He is only 15 years old this year, with a promising future. He is also wholeheartedly devoted to serving the sect. He will definitely play a positive role in the future development of the sect. If he loses, then expel him from the sect and forbid him from using the Clear Sky Hammer for life. As for taking back his spirit, there is no need. After all, such outstanding talent is rare in 100 years. If his current strength is greatly reduced and his talent is destroyed because of the removal of a spirit, is that what you elders want to see? In any case, he also has the blood of our Clear Sky sect flowing in his veins, which is a fact that you elders cannot deny." Tang Xiao had not spoken before. His words at this moment were just right. Although the elders could stop him from allowing Tang San to return to the sect, as the sect master, Tang Xiao's authority in the sect was beyond question. Even if the 5 elders were dissatisfied and at odds with Tang Xiao, they wouldn't show it in front of the younger generation. The 7th elder turned to look at the 2nd elder, who was in the lead. The 2nd elder said calmly, "Then let's do as the sect master says. However, if Tang San can really defeat the 7th elder, I have 3 additional requests. Please rest assured, sect master, these 3 requests can be made after he acknowledges his ancestry and will not be excessive. Everything is for the sake of the sect." As the sect master, Tang Xiao's mind was far from shrewd. Glancing at the 2nd elder's peaceful gaze, he understood that although the elders differed from his ideals, they were all thinking of the sect's best interests. Trash is not qualified to acknowledge one's ancestry, but geniuses are. He immediately nodded. "All right, let's do it that way. Before the competition, I have something else to announce." As he spoke, Tang Xiao stood up, his face becoming somewhat sorrowful. With a somber expression, he said, "When Tang Hao left the sect, he dealt a near-devastating blow, taking away 2 of the sect's soul bones and the great Sumeru hammer, a skill only the sect leader could learn. Regardless, he was still a member of my Clear Sky sect, the title Clear Sky crowning his name. According to reliable sources, half a month ago, Tang Hao single-handedly stormed the Spirit Hall, and under the siege of several titled Douluos, he self-destructed and died. He was worthy of the title Clear Sky. Before his death, he ordered Tang San to come and acknowledge his ancestor, to contribute to the sect, and to strive for a comeback. I think this is enough to prove his remorse and his determination to have Tang San atone for his sins." Before Tang Xiao finished speaking, a surge of soul power with a strong, bloody stench suddenly emanated from him. Amidst the wild and chilling aura, Zizu's feet displayed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. "Sect Master Tang is right," someone chimed in. As Tang Hao's sworn brother and Tang San's adoptive father, I was invited by Tang Hao to come to the Clear Sky sect to wish for its resurgence. A 100,000-year spirit ring, the red ring beneath evil blood Douluo's feet, caused everyone's eyes to widen. A 100,000-year spirit ring, the most coveted possession for a spirit master. Seeing evil blood's configuration, the Clear Sky sect elders were somewhat stunned. Hearing Tang Xiao and evil blood's words, the anger that had been building in their eyes gradually disappeared. The 2nd elder sighed. Although he left the sect, he was still the old sect master's son. It seems he hasn't forgotten the sect and is willing to send his child here to atone for his sins. He hasn't forgotten his Clear Sky sect lineage, only then did everyone regain their senses amidst the red spirit ring. Hearing of Tang Hao's death, most people were filled with righteous indignation, especially the younger generation. Although the elders were extremely angry about the trouble Tang Hao had caused the sect, Tang Hao's killing of the Pope had also made everyone aware of the Clear Sky sect's strength. Among the younger generation of disciples, many still idolize Tang Hao. The Clear Sky sect's two Douluo are undoubtedly recognized heroes of their time in the Soul Master world. Even with some dark and unknown aspects, no one can deny their strength. Yet, Tang Hao has died in Spirit City. Just as Sect Master Tang Xiao, his eyes slightly red, said, Tang Hao's entrustment of Tang San to be recognized as a member of the sect before his death was enough to prove his sincerity. Tang Xiao stared intently at Zizu, completely ignoring Mo Wuchang, who was still at level 91 beside him. Since Brother Zizu is willing to get involved in our affairs with the Spirit Hall, we naturally won't refuse. However, everything will only be confirmed after this battle. Haha, I understand, Zizu smiled, seemingly unconcerned, his eyes filled with ambition. But does Sect Master Tang think that my evil blood sect has no other forces behind it? As long as the Clear Sky sect is willing, the Star Luo Empire can immediately declare the Clear Sky sect as the Star Luo Empire's national pillar. The Clear Sky sect will appear before the world in the fastest way possible. The forces of the world have long suffered under the Spirit Hall. They lack a leading sect like the Clear Sky sect with the achievement of killing the Pope. Only the Clear Sky sect deserves this position, and only the Clear Sky sect can command respect. Evil Blood's words stirred fervor and longing in the eyes of the young, sheltered members of the Clear Sky sect, some of whom had never left their sect since birth. The second elder frowned and slowly nodded. He understood that Evil Blood was giving face to the Clear Sky sect, and Tang Xiao and Evil Blood were also building momentum for Tang San. But deep down, they also longed to break out of their ancestral land and smash the Spirit Hall to pieces, to vent the pent-up, lost fighting spirit they had suppressed over the years. Tang Xiao frowned, exchanging glances with the elders. The second elder sighed inwardly and slowly nodded to Tang Xiao. On the surface, Tang Xiao had agreed to an almost impossible task for Tang San, challenging the seventh elder who used 40% of his soul power. But after doing all this, he immediately used Tang Hao's death and the arrival of the Evil Blood to build momentum for Tang San. His aim was to gain the elders' approval of Tang San's return to the sect he had given the elders face, and they would naturally reciprocate. Moreover, Tang San's strength displayed in his previous battle with Tang Hu was enough to win over these elders. At least among the existing third-generation disciples of the sect, there was absolutely no one more outstanding than Tang San. How could they not be tempted? Tang San had quickly analyzed the situation and reached a conclusion, but he certainly didn't believe that the seventh elder would show him mercy in the subsequent battle. After all, he was a sect elder, and he absolutely didn't want to lose to Junior. Therefore, he would still go all out in the battle to come. If the elders felt his strength was nothing special, things could still change. That would truly be a waste of his adoptive father and sect leader's efforts. In front of Tang Xiao and the Evil Blood Douluo, the second elder moved his lips, using a technique of forced speech to say something to the seventh elder. The seventh elder frowned, but still nodded subtly. Elders, please, Tang Xiao gestured for them to proceed before leading the way out of the sect. As the sect leader, his position within the sect was always the highest. 100 or so sect disciples, led by Tang Xiao and 5 elders, left the sect and arrived at the cliff edge. Looking at the surrounding sect elders, and then at the misty abyss before him, Tang San was somewhat stunned. In his previous life, his last memory was of this very scene. The same cliff, the same coercion by the Tang family elders. The difference was that in his previous life, he could only commit suicide out of guilt. But in this life, he could fight for everything through his own strength. At least, in this world, he would no longer die. Looking up at the seventh elder, Tang San took a deep breath, his Zhuan Tian Guang circulating rapidly within him, his 8 extraordinary meridians flowing smoothly. The seventh elder was also watching Tang San. Without a word, he raised his sleeve and waved it, a powerful gust of wind emanating from it. The clouds in front of him instantly dispersed. The seventh elder touched the ground with one foot, his entire body seemingly floating away, drifting nearly 50 meters before landing on the iron chain bridge. As he landed, the iron chain bridge still swayed in the wind, as if the seventh elder's body were weightless, standing there quietly, hands behind his back, clouds swirling beneath his feet, like an immortal. Watching the seventh elder's actions, Tang San couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He understood that the seventh elder's strength was probably far more terrifying than he had imagined. But since the evil blood Douluo had chosen this place for him, he naturally understood the intricacies of Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps and blood silver grass. Without delay, Tang San also leaped up, landing calmly on the iron chain bridge without any pretense. He slid his feet, closing the distance to the seventh elder by 30 meters before stopping. The ice on the iron chain seemed to aid him. Seventh elder, whoever leaves the distance between the two mountains loses, how about it? Tang San said. The seventh elder nodded, and with a wave of his right hand, a clear sky hammer, roughly the same size as the one Tang Hu had summoned earlier, appeared out of thin air in his right hand. The difference was that his clear sky hammer had no patterns displayed. Tang San's pupils contracted almost instantly. With the appearance of a martial soul came soul rings. As the seventh elder's clear sky hammer appeared, his soul rings also appeared simultaneously. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings remained quietly on his clear sky hammer. Strangely, the soul rings showed no movement, they simply remained still on the clear sky hammer, emitting a faint glow. Even the surrounding clouds seemed to change color due to this colorful light. Rank 7th, titled Blazing Sun, the 7th elder's deep voice reached Tang San's ears. Tang San smiled bitterly to himself, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He hadn't expected that the Clear Sky sect, which was rumored to have only 2 titled Dalos, his father and uncle, had actually grown so powerful. These elders were probably all titled Dalos by now. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 785 The sense of intimacy I gave myself. Tang San quickly accepted this fact. 15 years is enough time for many things to happen, including the time it takes for a soul Douluo to cultivate intertitle Douluo. Little did Tang San know, though, that the Clear Sky sect's self-imposed seclusion atop this mountain, while a forced choice, was a great disgrace to the entire sect from that time onward. Under Tang Xiao's leadership and with the support of the elders, the Clear Sky sect disciples began to cultivate diligently, even resorting to aggressive military tactics. It completely transformed into a place where strength reigned supreme. 15 years passed. The third generation of Clear Sky sect disciples had passed the period of generational transition. Those over 30 years old generally possessed strength exceeding level 50. Among the second generation disciples, led by sect master Tang Xiao, all had broken through to level 70. The 5 remaining elders of the first generation had all become titled Dalos. Although the Clear Sky sect was small in number, the strength hidden within this mountaintop sect remained terrifying. The title of the number 1 sect in the world back then could not be simply represented by a single sect with 2 titled Dalos. If the opponent were a soul Douluo, Tang San would be almost absolutely certain of defeating him, even if he only used 40% of his soul power, even if his opponent's spirit was the powerful Clear Sky Hammer. However, the opponent was a titled Douluo. With only 40% soul power, his output was definitely close to that of a soul saint, not to mention that he could also use his spirit true body and had many powerful spirit skills. Tang San wasn't confident. But the terrain made Tang San consider things more carefully. The 7th elder couldn't use his powerful 8th and 9th spirit skills. Even if he used his 7th spirit skill, Clear Sky True Body, for a long time, the iron chain across the mountain wouldn't allow it. This iron chain bridge was indeed carefully selected by the evil blood Douluo. Little San, don't be careless, the evil blood Douluo warned. Although the terrain was advantageous and limited the 7th elder, facing a titled Douluo with extremely rich combat experience, it wouldn't be easy for Tang San to win. Are you scared? The 7th elder looked at Tang San with some disdain. Standing on the iron chain bridge, Tang San nodded slightly to the evil blood Douluo, then looked at the 7th elder. No, Tang San is honored to challenge you, Blazing Sun Douluo. As he spoke, a dense crimson light erupted from Tang San's body, the clouds before him seemingly sliced open by a sharp blade, dispersing to both sides. The crimson light arrived before the 7th elder almost instantly. It was the blood silver domain. Tang San, level 59 controlled type battle soul king, feeling the surge of blood within his body, the 7th elder smiled calmly. He raised his clear sky hammer, a dense black light enveloping his body. Tang San's strange crimson light was completely blocked by the black light. Although his combat power increased within the blood silver domain, it didn't affect the 7th elder. This wasn't to say that Tang San's domain was ineffective against the 7th elder, but rather because the difference in their strength was too great, Tang San's domain was far from affecting the 7th elder. As his strength increases, his innate domain will also improve automatically. Once his Zhuantiangong reaches a certain level, he will naturally be able to restrain the seventh elder. Simultaneously with the release of his domain, black light also unfolds. From the outset, Tang San unleashed both of his martial souls without reservation. Facing a tidal Douluo, wouldn't holding back be tantamount to courting death? Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the cliffside, Tang San's upper body bent slightly forward. A blood-red octopus, its claws outstretched, seemed to crawl on his back, writhing and enveloping the iron chains. Then, the clear sky hammer appeared in Tang San's hand. Tang San's aura instantly reached its peak. With the enhancement of his twin martial souls, his entire body was in optimal condition. His muscles bulged, his bones tensed, and he stood on the iron chain bridge, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. Seeing Tang San like this, the seventh elder was stunned. He hadn't expected Tang San to be able to use two martial souls simultaneously. Tang Xiao and the other four elders on the shore saw it all clearly. The 10 spirit rings beneath Tang San's feet, coupled with the fluctuations in his spirit power, made the second elder look at the calm Tang Xiao. Did the sect master already know that Tang San could use two spirits simultaneously? Tang Xiao nodded slowly. That's his most unique quality, even surpassing the Pope of the Spirit Hall. A bitter smile appeared on the second elder's face. Tang Hao has truly left the sect with a difficult problem, Mo Wucheng couldn't help but say. Tang San possesses far more than this. The Clear Sky sect still considers him a problem? Why not just accept him? Such a genius. If your Clear Sky sect doesn't want him, there are plenty of other powers that need him. Zizu's words were much shorter than Mo Wucheng's. Within 10 years, unparalleled in the world, his eyes glowed crimson. After the Clear Sky sect had paid the price, it was time to ignite a holy war on this continent. A battlefield where blood flows like rivers. It would be more suitable for Tang San's growth. Achieving unparalleled status, even becoming a god, within 10 years. It was all possible. The second elder didn't speak, but regardless of him, the other 3 elders beside him, along with Tang Xiao, all looked at Tang San with a gentler gaze. On the iron chain bridge, the 7th elder, seeing Tang San unleash 2 martial souls, wasn't in a hurry, waiting for Tang San to make the first move. With such a large difference in strength, it would be unreasonable for him to have the upper hand. The second elder had previously told him to hold back when he transmitted his voice to him. The 7th elder already had a plan. First, completely suppress Tang San, and then admit to draw. Although he deeply resented Tang Hao because of the pain of losing his son, he understood that the enemy in his son's death was the Spirit Hall. More importantly, Tang San had already proven his value to the sect as a sect elder. He naturally had to consider the sect's interests. Even the sect leader, Tang Xiao, hadn't coldly watched those 2 useless individuals perish to avoid bringing shame upon the sect. Be careful, Tang San shouted, finally making his move. What appeared in his hand was not a blue-silver grass he had used before, but the Clear Sky Hammer spirit with 5 black spirit rings. The meter-long Clear Sky Hammer swung through the air, not towards the 7th elder, but directly towards the iron chain bridge beneath Tang San's feet. Even if the 7th elder was incredibly strong, he wouldn't have time to stop Tang San's actions in this situation. The 7th elder reacted extremely quickly. He lightly touched the iron chain bridge with both feet, leaping into the air, his Clear Sky Hammer hurtling down towards Tang San's head. He attacked where the enemy was bound to defend. But little did the 7th elder know that Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer strike was merely a feint, designed to force the 7th elder to strike first. The descending Clear Sky Hammer vanished into thin air. Tang San, using the ghost shadow steps, charged forward like lightning, his entire body becoming ethereal in an instant. Although the blood-silver domain had no effect on the 7th elder, it pierced through the immense pressure brought by the 7th elder's sudden descent like a sharp blade. Tang San's phantom-like body was elusive in the 7th elder's eyes, his movement strangely swift as he swept past him. His lunge missed completely. Since being modified by the blood god Pearl, the lack of speed in Tang San's ghost shadow step had been significantly compensated for. If this were on flat ground, or if the 7th elder could use his full strength, he would have many options. However, on this iron chain bridge, the limitations were considerable. Stepping onto the iron chain bridge, the 7th elder coldly snorted, his 3rd spirit ring suddenly gleaming. A layer of black light enveloped his entire body, making him appear much taller. His originally slender frame rapidly expanded, and even the clear sky hammer in his hand grew enormous. In the instant he turned, the clear sky hammer was already gracefully swung out, its shaft skimming forward along the iron chain bridge, heading straight for Tang San. The seventh elder possessed extremely rich combat experience. This was an iron chain bridge. By forcing Tang San away from the chains, even Tang San's excellent movement techniques would be rendered useless. As long as Tang San was in the air, with his various powerful soul skills, couldn't he defeat him in one strike? Tang San twisted his body on the iron chain bridge, turning around completely, watching the massive clear sky hammer hurtling towards him. He knew he couldn't take this attack head-on. Even with only 40% of his soul power, the seventh elder's attack was far stronger than his own. At this moment, the scene above Ghost's sorrow flashed through his mind, while other memories became fragmented. On the shore, the clear sky sect's spectators witnessed a scene that astonished them. Tang San, with a smile on his face, actually leaped into the abyss between the two mountains. Their astonishment turned to admiration. As Tang San leaped, the blue-silver grass remained entwined around the iron chain bridge. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, and another blue-silver grass shot out like an arrow. Tang San, his body entwined around the spot where the seventh elder's clear sky hammer had already passed, swung, releasing the first strand of blue-silver grass binding him, and rose from the bottom up like a swing, rushing straight towards the seventh elder's feet. The seventh elder's entire preparation was for Tang San's leap, but Tang San's method of dodging his clear sky hammer attack was completely unexpected, naturally slowing his reaction by a fraction of a second. Tang San's spirit rings lit up. His blood-silver grass hardened, and tentacles simultaneously pierced different parts of the seventh elder's body. At the same time, the blood-silver grass binding the iron chains also unfurled from below, coiling around the seventh elder. In a head-on clash, Tang San might not be as strong as his opponent. But in terms of timing, he was in no way inferior to the seventh elder. This was precisely the opening when the seventh elder's clear sky hammer had struck out and had not yet retracted. The crimson blood-silver domain activated, and the blue-silver vines unfurled in the wind, their coverage area expanding even further. Even with the seventh elder's strength, using only 40% of his soul power, it would take him considerable time to break free if bound by the blue-silver grass. Suddenly realizing his opponent was beneath his feet, the seventh elder made the right choice. He tapped his toes on the iron chain bridge again, springing into the air, and simultaneously summoned back his clear sky hammer. With the iron chain bridge as a barrier, as long as he wasn't on it, the blue-silver vines couldn't affect him. To the seventh elder's surprise, another blue-silver grass shot out from Tang San's right hand. Instead of heading towards the seventh elder, it directly wrapped around Tang San's clear sky hammer, and with a deft flick, Tang San's clear sky hammer spun and flew diagonally upwards, smashing towards the seventh elder's head. This was more than just a simple soul skill, it also incorporated Tang San's skillful hidden weapon technique. With his mastery of the crane control and dragon capture technique, Tang San's clear sky hammer, larger than a water vat in diameter, moved with incredible agility, as if it were alive. Tang San had already reached the iron chain bridge. He hooked his left hand onto the bridge, forcefully swinging his body upwards, chasing straight towards the seventh elder in the air. "Good lad," the seventh elder shouted, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not every soul master could perfectly utilize their martial soul's advantages, and Tang San had undoubtedly excelled in this regard. The seventh elder waved his right hand in the air. The clear sky hammer, which he was about to retract, was no longer retrieved. Instead, it was swung upwards, and under his aerial control, it crashed down towards the soaring Tang San. The great battle in the clear sky sect mountains. Yi Chu had already cleaned every corner and crevice for Jinring Su, leaving no spot untouched, even rummaging through the nooks and crannies, a thorough cleaning. Jinring Su gritted her teeth, holding Yi Chu's hand, and followed closely behind him into the offering hall, showing a rare hint of a submissive wife. "Yi Chu, you rascal, who told you to touch me like that?" "Zuir, it's not like I haven't touched you before. I was just washing you." Yi Chu smiled, naturally pleased to have appeased Jinring Su. Jinring Su snorted softly. It was bad enough that this scoundrel touched her during the bath, but afterwards, drying her only made her more difficult to dry. However, seeing Yi Chu's smiling face, Jinring Su couldn't help but purse her lips. She knew this wasn't good for her, but she was willing to change for Yi Chu. Inside the offering hall, beneath the angel statue, Jin Daolius sat cross-legged on a futon, watching the young couple approach. Yichu looked up at the angel statue. Sensing that the angel god seemed somewhat hostile towards him this time, he turned to face Jinriksu, who seemed to sense it as well. Zuir, break through to Soul Saint as soon as possible. Before you complete the divine trial, you are not allowed to lose your virginity, the angel god's voice rang in Jinriksu's ears. Jinriksu's face instantly flushed crimson. Why would her ancestors say such things to her? Why now? Did she see her burying her face in Yichu's lap, showering him with praise? Just thinking about it made Jinriksu feel utterly ashamed. She wondered how much her ancestor had seen, and if she had even witnessed her being choked and her face smeared with embarrassment. Zuir, what's wrong? Yichu asked. Before Jinriksu could answer, the angel god's voice rang in her ears. You dog of a man, remember to go to the city of slaughter as soon as possible. The words fell. The angel god opened her mouth, thinking of the gift she had given Yichu last night. She finally understood why she had felt a sense of closeness towards Yichu back then. It turned out that this closeness was something she herself had created. And nothing. Jinriksu shook her head. She didn't want to talk about this kind of thing. It was enough that she and Yichu remembered it. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 786. The victory or defeat is over. Yichu and Jinriksu didn't linger in the Hall of Offerings. After a quick breakfast, Yichu took Jinriksu and left, returning to Heavendao City. At this time, it was only 2 or 3 days until the auspicious day set by Ningfengzi and the others. Inside the Clear Sky sect and the Iron Chain, as the 7th Elder hurled the Clear Sky Hammer at Tang San, his 5th spirit ring suddenly shone. The air suddenly became heavy. A feeling as heavy as a mountain was abruptly released from him. Tang San, who was driving the blood silver grass to pierce the 7th Elder in the air, felt his body become heavier, and his body, which had been soaring towards the 7th Elder, suddenly plummeted. Even the blue silver grass in the air slowed down, its speed greatly reduced. Gravity control. The name of this spirit skill immediately popped into Tang San's mind. He had encountered a similar spirit skill when facing the immovable King Xiao Wu. But compared to Xiao Wu, the 7th Elder's gravity control was clearly much stronger. It felt like something was pulling at his body from below. Immediately afterward, the 7th Elder's 6th spirit ring lit up, and the Clear Sky Hammer, chasing Tang San in mid-air, suddenly split in two, one branch rapidly sinking downwards. It attacked Tang San's feet and head from both sides, a pincer attack. Judging from the power released by the two Clear Sky Hammers, neither was weaker than the other. Spirit Clone. Faced with a skill, which was almost top tier for a weapon spirit, Tang San's expression became serious. Spirit Clone generally only appears on weapon spirit masters. When using such a skill, one can release another weapon spirit identical to their own for attack. Most terrifyingly, this skill can be stacked with other skills. That is to say, for a short time, the weapon spirit master's attack power will double. A spirit clone appearing on a 10-year spirit ring generally only possesses 30% of the original spirit's attack power. A 100-year spirit ring has 50%, a 1,000-year spirit ring has 70%, and only when it appears on a 10,000-year spirit ring will it reach 100%. However, if it's a 100,000-year spirit ring, once the spirit avatar is activated, both identical spirit weapons will possess 200% power. This is why a 100,000-year spirit ring is considered the most precious and valuable in the spirit master world. Any spirit skill, if obtained from a 100,000-year spirit ring, will undergo a qualitative improvement. The spirit avatar activated by the 7th Elder is a 10,000-year spirit ring. Although it's only his second 10,000-year spirit ring, the effect is still the same, an additional Clear Sky Hammer with 100% power. Any spirit skill he uses that affects the hammer will have a double effect. The Clear Sky Hammer is inherently powerful. This time, Tang San is facing two hammers, making its terrifying power unimaginable. As one of the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect, the 7th Elder's true strength is now revealed. He's not just all talk. Will the 7th Elder also break the iron chains beneath his feet? Tang San's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. This action would undoubtedly cause him extreme pain under gravity. But the 7th Elder would also have nowhere to land. What exactly was he trying to do? Under Tang San's witness, the 7th Elder quickly provided the answer. His second spirit ring shone brightly, his second spirit skill, Hammer Spirit Control. was released, and he simultaneously guided both hands. The clear sky hammer flying towards Tang San accelerated, while the other clear sky hammer, falling towards his feet, rebounded to avoid damaging the iron chains. One above, one below, a pincer attack on Tang San in the air. Facing Tang San's blue-silver grass, which was still flying towards him, the seventh elder's fifth spirit ring shone even brighter, forcefully suppressing Tang San's clear sky hammer and blue-silver grass with gravity control, making them incredibly slow. Tang San's control over the blood-silver grass was undeniable. But the seventh elder's response was even more ingenious, relying on his powerful skills and the domineering clear sky hammer to turn the tide in midair. The balance of power shifted almost in the blink of an eye. Two enormous clear sky hammers, each carrying a terrifying aura, attacked from different directions, along with the pressure exerted on his body by gravity control. At this moment, Tang San was in an extremely dangerous situation. Even with his innate domain talent, the gap in strength between him and the seventh elder meant his domain hadn't evolved to the point where it could threaten the seventh elder. In a moment of quick thinking, Tang San moved. While still in midair, he moved. The blue-silver grass on his back suddenly swelled and closed up, flattened strands of blue-silver grass merging together on each side of his body. It flapped forcefully, like wings. Of course, it wasn't wings and couldn't make Tang San fly, but this brief flapping motion allowed him to momentarily pause in the air. Using this brief moment, Tang San spun like lightning, dozens of blue-silver grasses flying out simultaneously. Tang San knew that both clear sky hammers were under the seventh elder's control. Unless he was truly flying, escaping the hammer's attack was impossible. Moreover, how could he dodge while in the air? Explosions of energy rang out one after another. Tang San's blue-silver grasses struck the clear sky hammers attacking him from above. The clear sky hammer, imbued with a powerful shock wave, sent a blue-silver grass flying. Fortunately, the blue-silver grass was soft. Had it been a harder martial soul, even the clear sky hammer would likely have suffered a backlash from that terrifying attack. The clear sky hammer, after all, was the clear sky hammer. And it was the clear sky hammer under the control of a titled Douluo. Despite the lashes from dozens of blue-silver grasses, it didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, its momentum surged even higher. At this moment, the seventh elder's body had already descended towards the iron chain bridge. His spirit was completely focused on the two clear sky hammers. Tang San's body suddenly moved. Taking advantage of the moment the blue-silver grass twitched and swayed, his body, which had previously seemed rootless, began to flicker rapidly. His feet tapped the dozens of blue-silver grasses floating in the air in succession, his entire being like a phantom dance in the air, the ghost shadow step reaching its limit at this moment. Because he had been sent flying by the clear sky hammer, the dozens of soft blue-silver grasses swirled high, preventing them from falling for a short time. Tang San's body, utilizing the intersects lightness technique, moved nimbly across the dozens of blue-silver grasses. Even with his seventh elder's strength, he couldn't see Tang San's movements clearly. A soul master's attack always requires locking onto the opponent. But Tang San, to the seventh elder, seemed impossible to lock onto. The cold, eerie blood-silver domain was activated to its maximum, forcefully breaking through the seventh elder's aura lock. Tang San himself floated in midair, transforming into countless figures. The two clear sky hammers attempted to catch up with Tang San's body and find the correct target. However, the final result was that they passed each other, striking empty air. Even the seventh elder was stunned. Who could have imagined Tang San could use such a clever method to dodge his attacks? The second elder and Tang Xiao, standing on the shore, exchanged bewildered glances. Is it a self-created soul skill? Probably, Tang Xiao nodded. Since that's the case, I've thought of some conditions to set. The second elder narrowed his eyes, and Tang Xiao nodded calmly. Everything was for the sect. The inheritance of the great Sumeru hammer had been broken in Tang Hao's hands. Some compensation was due. On the iron chain, Tang San was suspended in midair. Blood flashed on his right hand, and all 5 spirit rings of the clear sky hammer under his feet glowed black, beginning to gather power. From the beginning of his battle with the seventh elder until now, the two had not made any real contact, but through the abilities they displayed, they had fully demonstrated their rich combat experience. The seventh elder had shown Tang San his formidable strength. He raised his hand and recalled his 2 clear sky hammers. The seventh elder did not pursue Tang San, who was falling onto the iron chain bridge in the distance. His seventh spirit ring gradually glowed. At the edge of the cliff, the long-browed second elder saw the seventh spirit ring glowing on the seventh elder's body. His brows furrowed unconsciously. The seventh spirit skill was already the strongest spirit skill that the seventh elder could use with only 40% of his spirit power. Moreover, this was combined with his sixth soul skill, martial soul clone. Judging from the overall mobilization of soul power alone, it should have reached a critical point of 40%. The second elder knew that after Tang San's repeated skillful responses, the seventh elder should have developed a competitive spirit. He hoped Tang San could control his power. After all, Tang San had already brought too many surprises to these clear sky sect elders. Tang San nimbly flipped and landed on the iron chain bridge. His right hand, holding the clear sky hammer, was completely covered by the blood red blue silver grass. With each breath, the blood color on his arm would intensify. At this moment, the benefits of obtaining the blood god pearl were once again evident. Tang San's soul power was certainly no match for the seventh elder's, but his recovery speed was stronger than anyone else's. He once again demonstrated a use of both souls simultaneously. Tang San's face showed no signs of fatigue. He was still energetic and showed no signs of exhaustion. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his own spiritual power had grown to a considerable level. Everyone in the Clear Sky sect was watching Tang San. Was he really going to rely solely on his Soul King cultivation to contend with the title Douluo, simultaneously wielding his sixth and seventh soul skills? The seventh soul skill was always hailed as a game-changing soul skill. The Clear Sky Hammer's true form was incredibly powerful. Moreover, with his martial soul clone, Tang San would be facing two true forms of his soul skill. No one believed he could withstand the seventh elder's attack under such circumstances. The seventh elder's expression was somewhat grave. On this iron chain bridge, although Tang San couldn't effectively use the blood silver grass's soul skills, the restrictions on the seventh elder were even greater. Every exertion required extreme caution, lest the iron chain bridge collapse. The pressure Tang San exerted on him was greater than he had imagined. Especially those seemingly translucent blood blue silver grasses behind him. The seventh elder could clearly feel, if he were pierced, a significant amount of his soul power would be immediately drained. A massive amount of soul power began to condense at the twin hammers in his hands. If he could unleash his full power, the true form of his soul skill would be revealed in an instant. However, he was currently limited to 40% of his soul power, requiring him to charge up before using this soul skill. This was why the seventh elder hadn't stopped Tang San from using his soul skill. Both charged up simultaneously. He was absolutely confident of defeating Tang San under these circumstances. A heavy aura rose before him. Tang San's pupils gradually contracted, as if a sea of blood was churning within them. He knew, the success or failure of this battle hinged on this moment. The true body of the weapon soul was unlike the previous skills he could dodge with great risk. Moreover, his opponent was using two true bodies of the weapon soul, making it even more difficult to evade. The powerful pressure of the clear sky hammer had already caused the iron chain bridge beneath his feet to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Tang San understood that this might be his last chance. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, "Seventh Elder!" The seventh elder almost instinctively focused his gaze on Tang San. In the seventh elder's mind, this was clearly the best moment for Tang San to concede. As long as Tang San conceded, he would show that he had mobilized more soul power. The match was turned into a draw. This way, he would demonstrate his strength and also fulfill the second elder's wishes. However, he was clearly overthinking it. What greeted him was not Tang San's words of surrender, but two beams of crimson light. Everyone on the cliff edge clearly saw it. Two thick beams of blood red light shot out from Tang San's eyes. Almost instantly, they reached the seventh elder. Not good, the seventh elder thought to himself. At this moment, his weapon spirit true body had not yet fully formed. The instant he saw the blood red light erupting from Tang San's eyes, he knew that it was definitely not something his surrounding soul power field could withstand, nor something he could withstand with his body. In this crisis, the seventh elder no longer cared about the previous agreement. His soul power erupted instantly, and his weapon spirit true body reached its peak in an instant. He held his left hammer horizontally in front of him. His right hammer had already instinctively swung out. Anyone facing danger would instinctively protect themselves and eliminate the threat. When the seventh elder realized he had unleashed his full power with a hammer blow, it was too late. A deafening roar first resounded before him. Amidst the violent crash, the iron chain bridge beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. Rings of black ripples spread across the massive clear sky hammer, now imbued with its weapon spirit. The seventh elder's body fell uncontrollably downwards. Meanwhile, on his other clear sky hammer, a terrifying black light instantly spread, hurtling towards Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's right arm's charged soul skill was finally complete. Tang San understood. He had won. Crimson blue silver grass coiled around the clear sky hammer, even covering it with a crimson silver domain. Tang San's body liquefied, surging like blood. The clear sky hammer, radiating an almost transparent crimson light, burst forth instantly. It vanished in a flash, colliding with the clear sky hammer's weapon spirit form that charged towards him. A scene that astonished everyone unfolded. The clear sky hammer's weapon spirit form, forming an incredibly massive hammer shadow, pierced through the air, still hurtling towards Tang San. However, the overall color had dimmed considerably. And that streak of blood-red light had actually pierced through the hammer's shadow, arcing towards the falling seventh elder. It pierced through. What happened? Someone shouted. But at this moment, no one had time to think of an answer. Even Tang San himself hadn't expected such an outcome. Only the evil blood Douluo knew. This was Tang San's blood silver domain, protecting the attack and allowing it to bypass the attack while devouring a portion of the martial soul's true power. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Written request for leave. I'm taking a day off. Wishing everyone a pleasant day. Chapter 787 Inheritance is in sight. Although the seventh elder unleashed his full soul power, and the battle was already decided, their attacks continued relentlessly. Even atop the mountain, where Tang San couldn't maximize the effectiveness of his blood silver domain, the penetration of his attacks was still terrifying, amplified by his two powerful martial souls. This was also related to the fact that the clear sky hammer's true form wasn't directly under the seventh elder's control. If it were under the seventh elder's full control, with such a vast difference in soul power, Tang San's clear sky hammer, enveloped in blood silver grass, wouldn't have been able to penetrate the dark shadow before him. At this moment, the dark shadow formed by the clear sky hammer hadn't disappeared. The enormous shadow continued to grow larger before Tang San's eyes, giving him the immediate impression that he couldn't dodge. The iron chain bridge beneath his feet had also broken. Tang San plummeted towards the abyss below, but the immense clear sky hammer's shadow seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing him. It was already upon him. Yet, Tang San remained incredibly calm. He believed in his healing abilities. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could recover. Whoosh! Numerous blood silver grasses hardened, converging before Tang San like bones, enveloping his body like a giant cocoon. When the black light collided with a blood-red cocoon, Tang San's body was sent flying like a cannonball. PFFT, blood seemed to seep from within the giant cocoon. In an instant, it slammed heavily against the opposite mountain wall, completely disappearing into it. On the other side, the seventh elder was also suffering. In mid-air, he alternately swung his clear sky hammers downwards, using his terrifying soul power to pressurize the air below, forcibly controlling his body to prevent falling. At the same time, he activated his fifth soul skill, gravity control, this time making his body as light as possible. Only by continuously swinging the clear sky hammers could he regain his balance and avoid crashing into the mountain wall. Phew! The seventh elder breathed a sigh of relief, quietly floating in the air. But, just then, Tang San's attack, a fusion of his two martial souls and his innate domain, arrived. Its speed was incredibly fast. When the seventh elder realized that the attack had pierced through his clear sky hammer's true spirit form, the attack was already upon him. Just as the true spirit form couldn't dodge, the seventh elder, locked onto by Tang San, was also unable to dodge. He could only bring the clear sky hammers in his hands together in front of his chest, blocking the bombardment of the blood-red clear sky hammer. A deafening roar. Countless blood-red light spots exploded in the air. The seventh elder was horrified to discover that although he had shattered the clear sky hammer, his body had temporarily lost its ability to move under the influence of a special energy. All his currently used spirit skills were completely severed. At the same time, his blood seemed to stop flowing. This was the most domineering aspect of Tang San's blood silver domain. Besides its terrifying control ability, when it erupted, it would generate a devouring domain field for a short period of time, forcibly severing the opponent's currently used spirit skills. Moreover, It could extract a portion of the opponent's spirit power and blood energy based on the difference in cultivation level. As for how long this state lasted, it depended on the strength of the person hit. As a title Douluo, the seventh elder's strength was beyond doubt. His title, Blazing Sun, primarily describes his ferocious attack methods and his final two soul skills. Therefore, under the impact of Tang San's attack, he was only delayed for a mere 2 seconds. On flat ground, these 2 seconds would be insignificant, but he was now in mid-air above the abyss. The two clear sky hammers instantly merged into one, and it was the one that lost its true weapon's spirit form. Under the immense weight of the clear sky hammer, he plummeted downwards like a shooting star. Keep in mind that with his soul power exceeding level 90, the clear sky hammer in his hand weighed over 3,000 jin. In actual combat, when in its true weapon's spirit form, it could reach over 10,000 jin. How far would a 3,000 jin fall in 2 seconds? From the shore, all that could be seen was the seventh elder's body disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. A figure swiftly rushed down the mountain. It was none other than Tang Xiao, the clear sky sect master. Of course, he wasn't there to rescue the seventh elder. A title Douluo wouldn't die so easily. He was worried about Tang San, who had been struck by the seventh elder's weapon's spirit true form. A deep dent had been carved into the mountainside, Tang San's body sinking 10 meters into the dent. However, when Tang Xiao reached the rock wall, preparing to enter the dent to rescue Tang San, he saw Tang San emerge from within. Covered in blood, his upper garment was gone, and half his body seemed to be still repairing itself. The blood-silver grass on his back was receding, fusing into his body. Tang Xiao could sense that Tang San was rapidly repairing his body and soul power. When Tang San fully emerged from the cave, besides his tattered clothes and disheveled hair, only the blood on his body proved that he had just been struck by the clear sky hammer's weapon's spirit true form. Tang San, you? Tang Xiao gripped the rock wall, staring in astonishment at Tang San's emergence. Tang San wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled, saying, "Uncle, don't worry, I still need to avenge my father with the clear sky sect." The blue-silver grass evolved into blood-silver grass. Tang San's already incredibly resilient body, forged by the evil blood Douluo, was further enhanced with immense vitality. The evil blood Douluo had once said that in terms of physical strength, only title Douluos on the entire continent were stronger than him. Furthermore, he possessed the blood god pearl as a backup hidden energy source. In terms of survivability, he even far surpassed title Douluos. Protected by the blood-silver grass, Tang San fully utilized his resilience. In addition, the weapon's spirit's true form had been weakened somewhat by his attacks. Although he was embedded in the stone wall, most of the impact was absorbed by the evolved blood-silver grass. Even though he was almost hammered halfway flat, he repaired himself through his powerful vitality. Tang Xiao stared in disbelief as Tang San leaped up beside him. Sharp blood-silver grass pierced the stone wall, steadily climbing upwards. Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It seemed their calculations back then hadn't been in vain. Their ambition was to conquer the world. This bastard was indeed a monster. Tang Xiao's eyes darkened. Perhaps he shouldn't have agreed to Tang Hao's request in the first place. Otherwise, why would he have left in such a sorry state, kidnapping a woman who looked like a yin from those commoners' homes to vent his anger? Those two good-for-nothings. Tang San didn't wait for Tang Xiao before climbing up. It was because he couldn't wait to be recognized by the Haoshan sect. Seeing Tang San climb up, the elders and second and third generation disciples of the Haoshan sect were all speechless. Everyone had seen the seventh elder use his full strength at the last moment under the pressure of Tang San's purple demon eye. The outcome of this competition was beyond doubt. Watching Tang San climb up and then stand on the edge of the cliff as if no one else was there, looking down at Tang Xiao and the seventh elder who hadn't yet come up, the elders' gazes were all very strange. One of the kind-faced elders even laughed out loud. Seventh brother suffered a bit too much? Second brother, stop him later, don't let him act impulsively. Before the words were finished, the seventh elder's figure had already appeared in everyone's sight. Although he fell quickly, his strength was formidable. After regaining control of his body, he immediately used his skill, using the impact of his soul power to stabilize himself. Then he flew back up. Seeing his panting and flushed face, the second and third generation disciples fell silent. At this moment, everyone was afraid of angering the already short-tempered seventh elder. As soon as the seventh elder climbed up, he shouted, "Where is that kid? Did I blast him to pieces? He's vanished without a trace." On his way up, he had already checked the dent Tang San had created, but found no one. There was only a large pool of blood. That's why he hurriedly flew up. Before he finished speaking, he had already sensed the presence behind him. He turned around and rubbed his eyes hard. How did you get up here? Sect Master. Did you save him? Tang Xiao shook his head. He came up by himself. The seventh elder blinked, then said decisively, impossible, absolutely impossible. Under the full force of my weapon spirit body's attack, he would be badly injured even if he didn't die. How could he possibly have climbed up by himself? This is impossible. Ahem. The second elder coughed, walked to the seventh elder's side, and patted him on the shoulder. Accept reality. We all saw it. This child ran up from below by himself. If I'm not mistaken, he also has a skill that can instantly heal a large number of injuries, but, the seventh elder wanted to say something more. Shut up. The second elder's face immediately turned serious. This child's injuries are not serious, or even non-existent. You broke your previous agreement during the competition with him. You have already lost this competition. The seventh elder stood there somewhat dazed. I don't believe it. I don't believe I would lose to a child. Fifth elder, take him back to rest first. The second elder gave a wink to another elder beside him. The other elder stepped forward and grabbed the seventh elder's shoulder. Let's go, seventh elder. Actually, even if it were us, we might not be able to win him over. This child is too outstanding. No, I can't leave. The seventh elder shook his head, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Seventh elder, mind your place. The second elder glared at him. The seventh elder said in a deep voice. Second brother, a bet is a bet. Since I lost, I have to keep my promise. In front of so many juniors, I won't stoop to shameless refusals. The second elder nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes, and turned to look at Tang Xiao. Sect Master, you can prepare the ceremony for this child to be recognized as a member of the clan. Everyone, disperse and go cultivate. The ceremony of recognizing one's ancestors only requires a few elders and the sect leader to be present. Moreover, he has something to say to Tang Xiao. Tang San's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, Thank you all for your kindness, elders. The second elder glanced meaningfully at Tang Xiao, who is the sect leader. It's not that we've done this for you, it's that you've done it for yourself. I've never seen such an outstanding young man as you. I just hope that you won't go astray in the future, and won't waste your talent like your father did. Absolutely not. Tang San swears to destroy the spirit hall. Tang San immediately promised. Haha, don't worry, little San, your godfather will lend you a hand. Zizu also chimed in. Tang Xiao said in a deep voice, Elders, the Clear Sky sect has been closed for many years. Isn't it time to lift the restrictions? The second elder's body trembled. Sect leader, what do you mean? Tang Xiao turned around and gazed south. After nearly 15 years, it's time for Haoshan sect to reappear in the Soul Master world. Don't the elders want to lift the seal? In my opinion, the time is ripe. Long ago, whenever an elder painstakingly reached the title Douluo level, Tang Xiao would receive their suggestions to lift the seal on Haoshan sect, but he never agreed. As the sect leader, his first consideration was the sect's inheritance. He couldn't let his impulsiveness ruin the sect. Tang Hao was his cautionary tale. Today, although Haoshan sect had lost Tang Hao, with the addition of 5 elders, it now possessed 6 title Douluos. The second-generation disciples from back then had also matured. In Tang Xiao's view, the accumulated power from over 10 years of patient cultivation was sufficient. No, I disagree now. The second elder shook his head and said in a deep voice. Disagree? Isn't this what you've always wanted to see? Second uncle, Tang Xiao looked at the second elder with some confusion. The second elder said calmly, that was before. We old folks hoped to do something for the sect while we still had the chance to shine. As he spoke, the second elder turned his gaze to Tang San, his eyes now filled with something more. But now it seems we should continue to bide our time for a while longer. We old bones are still quite strong for the time being. Why can't we wait a few more years? Because of Tang San, Tang Xiao asked doubtfully. The second elder nodded. Sect Master, although your Clear Sky Hammer is already fully mastered, years of forbearance have diminished your former vigor. What the Clear Sky sect needs is a leader who can guide the sect forward, forging ahead with determination. They're old, but Tang San is different. At such a young age, he's already approaching level 60, neither arrogant nor humble, possessing twin martial souls and a talent domain. Such a gifted genius. They absolutely cannot neglect Tang San to accelerate the sect's rise. Tang San needs experience and nurturing. The sect can cultivate him more effectively by remaining hidden. What happened to Tang Hao back then? They absolutely do not want to see a similar thing happen again. Zizou's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He was about to speak, guaranteeing that he could nurture Tang San, but Tang Xiao beat him to it. Second uncle, do you no longer harbor resentment about what happened to Tang Hao? The second elder shook his head. How could I let it go? Remember the 3 conditions I mentioned before. If he can complete these 3 things, it proves he is qualified to be your successor. We old folks will also support him without hesitation. Therefore, I hope the sect master can support the conditions I proposed. At this point, the second elder turned his gaze to Tang San. Zizou also calmed down again. The 3 matters, as long as they didn't immediately confront or limit Douluo, were insignificant to them. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 788 is coming soon. The second elder's lips moved, but no sound was audible as he exchanged a few words with Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao slowly nodded, tacitly agreeing to the second elder's suggestion. Tang San looked at the 7th elder beside him, a hint of mockery on his face. To maintain control of the entire Haoshan sect, he respectfully bowed and said, 7th elder, I apologize for my previous offense. I hope you will forgive my rudeness. The 7th elder retorted angrily, what? Do you think I, with my status, would retaliate against you? Then, under the gazes of the other elders, he became somewhat stammering. I take back what I said about you earlier. A bet's a bet. I shouldn't have cursed you. I agree to your recognition of your ancestors. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but glance at the 7th elder a few more times, his face full of smiles. What are you looking at? A bet's a bet, don't you understand? After saying this, the 7th elder's face darkened. Unable to stay any longer, he turned and left, disappearing in a few leaps. At this moment, Tang San realized that this elder wasn't as repulsive as he seemed. As long as one had enough strength, they would be quite obedient. In the Clear Sky sect, strength was paramount. Tang San's gaze shifted to Tang Xiao and the other elders. The second elder nodded to Tang San. We keep our word. You won the competition just now, so you are naturally allowed to return to the sect, but you heard what we just said. There are 3 conditions. Tang San fell silent. 3 conditions. Those 3 things must be extremely difficult, but he had no choice at the moment. To avenge himself, he had to move forward. Besides, he had Zizou and his group of mysterious soul masters backing him up. Alright, I agree. Tang San composed himself and immediately agreed. He glanced at Tang Xiao, who was expressionless beside him. Tang Xiao didn't show any reaction, clearly agreeing with the second elder's approach. The second elder smiled calmly. These 3 things are impossible for you to accomplish at present, so we've given you a long deadline. The first thing is that you must reach the Soul Douluo realm within 5 years, 5 years to advance 20 levels. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a leap might not be difficult for a low-level soul master with strenuous effort. But the second elder's requirement was to go from level 60 to 80. That 20-level jump was enormous. Many soul masters would never reach such a height in their entire lives, let alone in just 5 years. Tang San was 15 years old this year. In 5 years, he would be 20. Breaking through to level 80 at 20 was absolutely astonishing in the entire soul master world. Alright, I believe I can do it. Tang San gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. He had already accomplished too many impossible things, and this one didn't matter. The second elder nodded in satisfaction. He greatly admired the determination and madness in Tang San's eyes. The second thing, within 5 years, I want you to bring back the head of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. No matter what method you use, we only care about the result. Tang San's pupils contracted. Kill a titled Douluo? Taking a deep breath, he nodded firmly again. With Zizou and the others here, these were not problems. The second elder's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, the third thing I demand of you is that your Clear Sky Hammer spirit, from the 7th spirit ring onwards, must be a red 100,000-year spirit ring. What, if the first 2 things were still possible? This third thing the second elder wanted Tang San to do felt like a pipe dream. A 100,000-year spirit ring was no easy feat. Among the titled Douluos Tang San knew, only his father, the Spirit Hall Pope Ibidong, the Evil Blood Douluo, and the Demon Douluo each possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring came from his mother. Leaving aside the difficulty of hunting 100,000-year spirit beasts, simply finding one was already extremely difficult. Let alone the 7th and 8th spirit rings. The second elder said in a deep voice, your first 5 spirit rings are already at the 10,000-year level, and your 6th spirit ring must be at least over 70,000 years, right? When you get your 7th spirit ring, with your physical strength, absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring should be no problem at all. Furthermore, in the process of obtaining this spirit ring, apart from the sect not helping you, you can rely on any external force. We only want the result. You have 5 years. In 5 years, we hope to see you here, having completed these 3 tasks. If you can complete them, not only can you be recognized as a member of the sect, but Tang Hao can too. Don't you want to help the sect rebuild its glory? I can promise you now that if you complete these 3 tasks, then you will be the next sect leader. Only by sitting in this position can you truly lead the Clear Sky sect to regain its former glory. Tang San's gaze froze. He knew he had no room for negotiation. Not only would these elders not allow him to bargain, but if he said such things, they would also look down on him. At this moment, Zizou's eyes gleamed. This requirement was far too easy for Tang San, who inherited the blood god's position. He didn't even need to hunt soul beasts. Once he broke through to Soul Saint, he would naturally possess the blood god's soul ring. However, Zizou didn't say much, letting Tang San decide for himself. He understood that Tang San had no turning back now and could only move forward. Alright, I will do it, Tang San said through gritted teeth. He had to do these 3 things, for revenge, for himself, and to kill Yichu. A few days later, Heaven Dao City. Heaven Dao City was much more lively than usual. The reason was that the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the princess of the empire were about to get engaged. Moreover, they were going to be engaged to the same person. When this news spread, everyone was speculating about who the lucky one was, who could make 2 major powers bow down and have their daughters share a husband with another. While everyone was discussing, another piece of news was released. The only granddaughter of Douluo, the poisoned Douluo who dominated the world, would also be engaged that day. Even more explosive is the fact that all 3 women married the same man. Later, it was revealed that the 3 women weren't the limit. A noble woman from the Star Luo Empire and 2 other women also participated in the engagement ceremony. And that lucky man was none other than Yichu, the twin martial soul possessor who won first place in the Continental Advanced Academy Soul Master competition just over half a month ago. After learning it was Yichu, this seemingly incomprehensible marriage became somewhat understandable. In this way, information about the other women was also dug up by busybodies. Ning Rongrong, the eldest daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Princess Zuke of the Heaven Dao Empire. Du Yan, granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Zhu Zhuking, a woman from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. And her teammates, the soft-boned charming rabbit Xiao Wu and the blue Ruo Bingjing Xiao Lan. The identities of these 2 women are unknown. But no one dared to underestimate them. After all, they were women comparable to the eldest daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the princess of the empire. Today, Ning Fengzi and the Heavenly Dao Empire have sent out invitations to almost every prominent force on the continent. If you don't receive an invitation, it only means that the force is insignificant. At this moment, at the gates of Heavenly Dao City, Ning Rongrong is holding Yichu's arm, waiting for something. Rongrong, why did you drag me out of bed so early? Who are we waiting for? Yichu is still a little sleepy and leans towards Ning Rongrong. HMPH. I think you just can't bear to leave those 2 big cats in Zhu Qing's room. I dragged you out, and you even want to pet them? I have some too. What's wrong with standing here with me? Ning Rongrong is indignant, feeling somewhat powerless against Zhu Qing's extreme softness. Yichu's hand is sunk so deep that his forearm is almost invisible. It's terrifying. Huh? Rongrong, what are you doing? I just asked who we're waiting for. Yichu, still groggy, opens his azure eyes, somewhat confused. Ning Rongrong suddenly fell silent, clinging tightly to Yichu's arm, rubbing against him, pouting, her tone softening slightly. Who told you to be so absent-minded when you came out with me? You were perfectly alert and stiff in Zhu Qing's bed, please, when we were lying together, wasn't it the same at this time? You always hold on. Yichu rolled his eyes, lazily leaning against Ning Rongrong, embracing her soft body. HMPH, what nonsense are you talking about? Ning Rongrong snorted, her face radiant. She was now somewhat worried that Yichu had gotten used to the sweet white steamed buns and wasn't very interested in the milk-filled buns anymore. After all, apart from Xiao Wu, Liu Erlong, Zhu Huqing, and Du Yuyan were all far more attractive than her. Ningrongrong felt a surge of shyness and tenderness at the thought of being truly in love with Yichu in a few days. Her pretty face nestled against Yichu's chest, her red lips slightly parted. Her gaze swept over the passers-by at the city gate, her cheeks flushed, and she tiptoed to gently nibble at Yichu's handsome face. Looking at him softly, she said apologetically, "You naughty boy, I'm sorry about just now. I was just a little afraid you'd prefer Zhu Qing and Sister Erlong. It's alright, I'm used to it." Yichu chuckled, his blue eyes opening and closing as his warm hand gently caressed Ningrongrong's waist. However, the shyness and submissiveness on Ningrongrong's face stiffened slightly upon hearing Yichu's words. Yichu leaned his head against Ningrongrong's shoulder, gently pursing his lips at her delicate earlobe, a hint of drool in his eyes, and said tenderly, "You've been with me for so long, how could I neglect you? Ugh, you rascal, so you mean I've always been this unreasonable?" Ningrongrong hugged Yichu tightly. She had clearly been trying to change, but with so many women gathered together, how could she not think about vying for his favor? Yichu had many choices besides her. Of course not. At your age, shouldn't you have this personality? You're a young lady. I've been like that since I met you. Yichu gently shook his head. He could sense that there were people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school secretly protecting Ningrongrong. What's wrong with my age? I'll be your wife soon. I'll change, I promise. I'll be a qualified wife, a qualified sect leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and even a qualified mother. Ningrongrong pouted. She had already said that she would be a qualified young lady, and in the future, she would be a qualified sect leader. Yichu chuckled. Alright, whatever makes you happy. As long as you don't leave me, I'll like it no matter what. Haha, I'll never leave you, not even if I die and you're not allowed to abandon me, or I'll castrate you. Ningrongrong's expression was firm, and she wasn't joking at all. This guy Yichu had already fully explored her, all that was left was to poke a couple of holes in her body. If she didn't really like him, who would debase themselves like that? Usually, when she couldn't eat, she would force herself to swallow, her legs almost cramping from clenching them, but she still couldn't defeat Yichu. Ningrongrong emphasized, "Yichu, I'm not joking with you, I know." Yichu nodded slightly, not bringing up this old cliché. Instead, he asked, "Speaking of which, Rongrong, who exactly did you bring me here to wait for?" HMPH. Of course, it's Xiao Wu and Shui Yuir, those women who are eyeing me covetously. As the main female protagonist of this engagement ceremony, I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine and tell them, they're not allowed to covet my man these next few days. Ningrongrong huffed and puffed. She wasn't some delicate woman, and the nickname Little Witch wasn't for nothing. Xiao Wu and the others, Yichu was taken aback, then remembered that Ningrongrong seemed to have promised to send someone to pick them up. "They're here," Ningrongrong exclaimed sweetly. Several carriages bearing the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda marks slowly approached from outside the city gate. Yichu could faintly hear the sounds of women coming from inside the carriages. "Big sister. We've arrived." Tiandao City, Shui Yuir leaned out of the carriage, looking up at the tall city walls. The last time they met was when they participated in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. Wow! So many carriages. Could they all be here for Yichu's wedding? Gu Qingbo peeked out from another carriage. Chirushu giggled, of course. Yichu is marrying the only 2 princesses from the 2 empires, the eldest daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school of the 3 upper sects, and the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. This grand occasion is truly unique on the continent, and these aren't even all of Yichu's women. Haha. Maybe your 7th sister will become a member of the Yi family too. Yu Herao's teasing voice rang out, causing the other girls to tremble with excitement, and Shui Yuir blushing deeply. You shouldn't talk nonsense," Zhu Wu teased. "Yeah, if you're going to say anything, you have to include Xiao Wu, otherwise she'll be unhappy." "What unhappy? I won't. Yichu will definitely get married again, I still have a chance." Xiao Wu's assertive voice came from inside the carriage, her affection for Yichu undisguised. Wishing everyone a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Fire Dance Sky-Water Girl Group Hulina. Yichu, behind Xiao Wu and the others' carriage, Feng Xiaoshan peeked out. Looking at a blue-haired youth holding the beautiful woman at the city gate, a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. He'd only heard about Yichu's strength from behind: no yellow spirit rings, 5 black spirit rings on his Sharingan, 3 purple and 2 black blue silver emperor spirit rings, and he could even use his martial soul true body. Feng Xiaoshan was incredulous when he heard this, but he knew such things couldn't be baseless, otherwise, there was no way to explain how Yichu had defeated Tang Sen, who possessed a full set of black spirit rings on his clear sky hammer martial soul. Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's voice, Xiao Wu's eloquent speech abruptly stopped. Sitting in the carriage, her face flushed crimson, afraid Yichu would hear what she just said. Haha, Xiao Wu, weren't you just being fierce, saying you'd be Yichu's next bride? Why are you mute now, Shen Liu? Couldn't help but tease. Shut up. This is my own business, Xiao Wu shouted, determined not to give up easily. Damn it. Hua Shuang, don't push me. Feng Xiaoshan, clinging to the window, was nearly flipped off the car by Hua Shuang. Hua Shuang gripped the window frame, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she looked at Yichu. Feng Xiaoshan, do you think this guy is even human? So strong at such a young age. And he has black spirit rings, and can even use a martial spirit true body. He's practically inhuman. He's successful in both the arena and in love. My poor sister can't eat or sleep because of him. Don't be envious. You can't have these things by envying them. Being a genius is just the threshold to meeting Yichu. I've come to deeply understand the value of that statement, Feng Xiaoshan sighed helplessly. After the grueling training he set for himself, he had completely let go of Xiao Wu and, after a month or so of hard work, had reached level 45. Yichu? Shui Yu'er waved boldly and openly in Yichu's direction, without feeling embarrassed at all. Xiao Wu couldn't help but quietly open the window a crack, looking at the young man nestled together with Ning Rongrong. This guy was still so handsome and reserved. Sitting next to Xiao Wu, Shui Binger couldn't help but follow Xiao Wu's gaze. A flicker of light appeared in her icy blue eyes, quickly fading away. The scenery she saw through Yichu's Sharingan was something she could still dream about after returning home, and she even had to change her bed after waking up. Thinking about how she didn't resist Yichu's violence but instead yielded to it, Shui Binger's heart raced. Yichu, someone's calling you. Ning Rongrong looked up at Yichu, a hint of resentment in her eyes. They were about to get engaged, and he still wouldn't settle down. But thinking of those mischievous eyes, Ning Rongrong felt a little helpless. I heard you. Yichu smiled, pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek, and raised his hand to greet Shui Yu'er. The rolling wheels gradually came to a stop. Shui Yu'er and the others filed out, and a moment later surrounded Yichu and Ning Rongrong. Everyone, it's been a long time. Yichu looked at the beautiful women around him, his gaze sweeping over Feng Xiaoshan, Hua Shuang, and the others behind him. Long time no see, Yichu. Xiao Wu, no longer as arrogant as before, calmly extended her hand to Yichu and greeted him softly. Yichu chuckled, gently took Xiao Wu's hand, shook it, and then released it naturally. Throughout the whole process, Ning Rongrong simply held Yichu's arm quietly, watching him interact with other women. Xiao Wu gently clenched her fist, as if trying to retain the warmth of her hand, and smiled at Ning Rongrong. Miss Rongrong, I hope shaking hands with your man won't make you jealous, HMPH. If I were really jealous, I wouldn't have let you guys come to support me, Ning Rongrong pouted. Yichu, who knew her well, knew that she was a little jealous. Even though she said she was fine, she was definitely feeling a little agitated and sour inside. That's good. We also owe a lot to Miss Rongrong for arranging this journey so well, Xiao Wu smiled. They had eaten and drunk well along the way, but hadn't spent a penny. Shui Yu'er rushed forward impatiently. Yichu, what about us? Well, let's do something too. Yichu smiled helplessly. He had a little contact with Shui Yu'er. Compared to Xiao Wu, Shui Yu'er was much more unrestrained and hugged Yichu directly. At the same time, she didn't forget to explain to Ning Rongrong beside her, Miss Ning, I just wanted a hug. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes in annoyance. What? You want to play some more complicated games? Of course not. Shui Yu'er chuckled and released Yichu. Xiao Wu secretly lamented the loss. Shui Binger also stepped forward and extended her soft hand to Yichu, her eyes filled with confusion. She felt as if her movements were out of control. Looking into Yichu's azure eyes, her expression was slightly evasive. She whispered, "Yichu, congratulations, thank you." Yichu smiled, took her small, soft, and delicate hand, and shook it. The girls from the Shianshu girls group, who had been poisoned by Yichu's Sharingan, still looked at him with some evasiveness, none of them daring to look him directly in the eye. "Yichu, congratulations on winning the heart of your beauty." Feng Xiaoshan, very familiar with Yichu, stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder, followed by Hou Wusheng and the rest of the Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy group. Before Yichu could speak, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Hey, why did you guys come along too?" She clearly remembered that she had only promised to send someone to receive Hou Wu and the Shianshu girls group. Feng Xiaoshan laughed loudly, "Haha, Rongrong, if I wanted to come, I could have come with Ardeen, but my brothers wanted to come too. The Soul Master competition is a fierce battle, so let's treat this as our pre-graduation gathering. You really are something, using my engagement ceremony as your gathering place." Ning Rongrong pouted, then added with some pride, "But don't worry, this ceremony, co-organized with the royal family, will definitely make your last gathering before graduation unforgettable, then we'll have to look forward to it." Feng Xiaoshan looked at his teammates, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Undoubtedly, as the son of the dean of Shenfeng Academy, he would follow in his father's footsteps and take over the academy, while his teammates would go their separate ways after graduation. It would probably be difficult to get together again in the future. Dozens of people gathered on the side of the city gate, and so many beautiful young women were sure to attract attention. A carriage adorned with a dragon and snake emblem slowly approached. This was the Meng family of the Dragon Duke Meng Shu. Behind it followed many other carriages, as if they were moving house. Noticing the throng of people, a graceful figure swiftly stepped off the Meng family's carriage. Meng Yiren had short, black hair that reached her ears, and wore a sleek black fitted outfit that tightly hugged her well-developed body. Her two slender, long legs were together, making her appear quite tall. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on Yichu, filled with deep affection, wondering if Yichu had forgotten her. "Yichu?" Meng Yiren's sweet, joyful voice rang out, but as she rushed closer, she couldn't help but restrain herself, as if afraid that what had happened before, Yichu's acceptance of her, was all a lie. "Yiren, I didn't expect you to be back today too. Why didn't you send someone to inform me first?" Yichu clearly hadn't forgotten that he had already taken full advantage of this woman, and stepped forward to stand in front of Meng Yiren. "Yichu, I just wanted to give you a surprise." Meng Yiren excitedly squeezed into Yichu's arms, constantly breathing in his natural fragrance. It was all true, she had successfully won over the man she fell in love with at first sight. Even though it was humble, even though the process didn't involve any life or death situations, Yichu still made her unwilling to let go. A surprise, Yichu was stunned, simply assuming that Meng Yiren wanted to suddenly appear in front of him. However, Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, noticed the convoy belonging to the Meng family. Was it really necessary to bring so many people just to attend an engagement ceremony? Yes, Meng Yiren's smile suddenly became somewhat naive, quite different from her usual mature and sophisticated demeanor. "Yichu, now that everyone's here, shall we just take them to the Soul Hall?" Ning Rongrong stepped forward and hugged Yichu's arm, seemingly unconcerned that Meng Yiren was occupying that warm embrace. "That's right, it's not good for them to keep standing here." Yichu nodded slightly, glanced at the 7 treasure-glazed tile school's carriages, and instructed, "Rongrong, let these carriages go back on their own." "Sure." Ning Rongrong nodded and immediately instructed the coachman, "You can all return to your sects and collect your rewards." "Yes. Thank you, Vice-Sect Master," the coachman responded in unison. Hou Wu, Shui Binger, and the others stared at Ning Rongrong with astonishment. They had certainly noticed the title of Vice-Sect Master. But Ning Rongrong didn't explain anything. They had already learned about these things during the ceremony. "Everyone, move closer together," Yichu chuckled, pulling Meng Yiren into his arms and gently kneading her incredibly soft waist. Upon hearing Yichu's words, those who knew the wonders of his soul skills immediately stood in formation, men in one group and women in another, surrounding Yichu in the middle. Whoosh, a strange, red light flashed. Yichu activated his Sharingan, and the members of the Shianshu girls group couldn't help but close their eyes. They didn't want any more embarrassing stories to happen with Yichu. Only Shui Yuir, Hou Wu, and Ning Rongrong showed no fear. "Don't resist," Hearing Yichu's voice, Feng Zai-Ocean and the others immediately relaxed, feeling their bodies twist and the scenery before them contort. Then, the warmth of the sunlight vanished, and their vision blurred, replaced by an endless world of stone platforms. At the city gate, in a secluded corner, the Spirit Hall's carriage stood somewhat forlornly, carrying the Spirit Hall's golden generation, who had come to represent the Spirit Hall at the banquet. Hulina's orange short hair was somewhat messy, and her figure was near perfect. At first glance, she didn't seem particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could sense a strange charm emanating from her. This Hulina was different from the wolf she used to be. Poised to pounce, she gave off the feeling of a defeated dog. Staring intently at the spot where Yichu had left, a voice inside her urged her to go over, greet him, talk to him, take a walk with him, but these impulses were forcibly suppressed, her thighs turning slightly purple from being pinched. "Sister, are you alright?" Zizu asked with concern. "I'm fine," Hulina calmly shook her head, but Ziyu and Yan's gazes became strange. The way Hulina had looked at Yichu just now was very unusual, filled with a tangled feeling, a mixture of longing and hatred, leaving them completely baffled. But one thing Ziyu was certain of was that his sister's body or mind was definitely in trouble. Since her encounter with Yichu, Hulina had become like a walking corpse, always seeming preoccupied with something. Ziyu guessed that she might have suffered a backlash when using her sixth soul skill. Inside the divine might space, Feng Zai-Ocean, Ho Shuang, and the others stared dumbfounded at the vast world before them, while Shuibinger and the other girls stood rooted to the spot. Where is this? Feng Zai-Ocean was utterly bewildered. What kind of place was this enormous, seemingly endless world? Although Ho Wu had seen this space before, her eyes still held awe. "How, consider it my portable storage space," Yichu chuckled, saying nothing more. Under Shuibinger's questioning gaze, he once again used his divine power. Soon, the group appeared within the Soul Palace's territory. Feng Zai-Ocean and the others felt as if they were dreaming. They finally understood why Yichu could appear out of thin air and why he was so powerful. They hadn't expected that a small world was supporting him. The Soul Palace had undergone a dramatic transformation. Even in broad daylight, it was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, adorned with countless red ribbons. The appearance of Yichu and his group immediately attracted the attention of the Soul Palace's patrol team. Several figures of the Agile clan transformed into swifts in the distance, gliding towards Yichu and his companions. "Your subordinate greets the Lord Hallmaster." The squad leader of the Min clan bowed respectfully to their Hallmaster. They knew that the exceptionally talented young man before them was not only the Hallmaster of the Soul Hall, but also the grandson-in-law of their Min clan chief. They were practically family. No need for formalities, Yichu raised his hand and instructed, "These are all guests. Have someone arrange their accommodations first, and let me know when they arrive." "Yes, sir," the squad leader respectfully replied, turned, and waved, leading the others away. Yichu, what did that person just call you?" Feng Zai-Ocean stared wide-eyed at the magnificent, solid building before him, and the word Soul Hall written on it, his mind reeling. "Haha, you heard right. This Soul Hall was founded by Yichu. It has at least 4 Soul Douluo level experts inside. And its strength is no less than any of the lower 4 sects." Ningrongrong laughed sweetly, a hint of pride in her eyes. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 790. Be your personal bodyguard. Founded by Yichu? With no fewer than 4 Soul Douluo level experts, upon hearing Ningrongrong's words, Feng Zai-Ocean's eyes widened in astonishment. It's important to understand that among the 5 Elements Academy, apart from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan behind Thunder Academy, the other academies only had 1 Soul Douluo each. Even the Heaven Dao Royal Academy only had 3 Soul Douluo instructors, while Yichu's Soul Hall boasted 4. This power was indeed comparable to any of the lower 4 sects. Ho Shuang and Ho Wu, the siblings, also stared at Yichu in disbelief, while Shuibinger and the other girls' eyes shone with wonder. "Yichu, are you really born a commoner?" Zhu Wu couldn't help but ask. "Of course, how could that be fake?" Yichu shrugged and smiled. "No parents, raised by my grandfather, as ordinary as can be." Yichu's words plunged Ho Wu and the others into silence, while Ningrongrong and Meng Yiren hugged each other even tighter. Meng Yiren was even more determined to become one with Yichu, making this Soul Palace her home from now on. "Let's go, I'll show you inside." Yichu smiled, unconcerned about such things, and led the group into the Soul Palace. Xiao Wu stared at Yichu's back, somewhat mesmerized. At this moment, she had completely lost any desire to compare herself to Yichu, only admiration and a touch of worship remained. The Xianshu girls group also greatly admired Yichu. As the only academy among the 5 elemental academies to accept commoner soul masters, Xianshu Academy understood the difficulties commoners faced in rising to prominence. Thanks to the efforts of the Yu clan, the Soul Palace's buildings had been completely repaired, appearing imposing and ancient, with astonishing defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, as arranged by Ningfengzi, the residential areas of the 3 single-attribute clans had been mixed together, with only the blacksmiths on the upper floors residing in a separate area. This was to ensure that those below only knew their clan leader and not the palace master, Yichu. The more they watched, the more shocked Xiao Wu and the others became. The Soul Palace's foundation seemed to far exceed their imagination. Yichu, does your Soul Palace need any more people? What do you think of me? Xiao Wu suddenly stepped forward, pointing at herself with her index finger. Yichu was stunned, looking at Xiao Wu strangely. If I remember correctly, aren't you the daughter of the Dean of Blazing Fire Academy? Shouldn't you be inheriting the family business? Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. Feng Zai Ocean nodded, also puzzled. Shui Binger and the other girls were equally puzzled. After all, they weren't without backgrounds, they would eventually inherit their elders' mantles. Before inheriting the family business, can't I come here to train? I see you have quite a few people here, but there don't seem to be many young talents. Don't you welcome me? Xiao Wu stared at Yichu somewhat nervously. She knew that she had indeed disliked Yichu before, but she had already given him her approval and wouldn't let go so easily. How, if you're willing to come, of course I won't refuse, Yichu chuckled and explained. In a few days, after Rongrong and I get engaged, we'll officially announce that the Soul Hall has stepped onto the stage of the Soul Master world and begin recruiting Soul Masters from all sides. At that time, Xiao Wu, if you're willing, you can participate in the assessment. I believe the Soul Hall's assessment shouldn't be too difficult for you, of course. That's why I've lost again and again. Xiao Wu smiled broadly, waving her fist at Yichu. Looking at the handsome face before her, Xiao Wu felt a pang of unease and wanted to offend him. Just as she took a step forward, Ningrongrong, who was already on guard, blocked Yichu's path. She scolded, "What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless, you shameless woman." "Where am I shameless? I haven't done anything yet," Xiao Wu retorted, her face slightly flushed, her neck stiff, her complexion and fiery red hair complementing each other perfectly. Xiao Wu, nearly 1.8 meters tall, looked down at Ningrongrong with a commanding presence, especially since her breasts were larger than Ningrongrong's, giving her an overwhelming aura. Ningrongrong was naturally not one to be trifled with, but things were different now. Therefore, Ningrongrong turned around and threw herself into Yichu's arms, complaining in a coquettish voice, "Yichu, look at her, coming to our Soul Palace. She actually dared to yell at the palace master's wife. Why don't you give her a hard time later, Ningrongrong?" You, hearing this, Xiao Wu was immediately furious, but seeing Ningrongrong's coquettish appearance, she was helpless against Yichu. Yichu was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. After hesitating for a moment, he hugged the delicate body in his arms tightly, gently patted Ningrongrong's back, and said to Xiao Wu, "Say less." Xiao Wu glared, but the person in front of her was Yichu, and the words she wanted to say just wouldn't come out. She could only grit her teeth and submit, saying, "I understand, Your Excellency, Palace Master, PFFT, haha." As Xiao Wu finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the Xianshu girls group. Ningrongrong also turned back with a smile, her gaze towards Xiao Wu filled with mockery and teasing. HMPH, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, ignoring Ningrongrong's gloating, and stared at Yichu with resentment in her eyes, as if looking at a heartless man. How? Yichu twitched his lips. Being stared at like that, Meng Yiren and Ningrongrong in his arms felt a little hot. PFFT, Yichu, don't let go of me, Meng Yiren sneered, pursing her red lips, tightly hugging Yichu, charmingly coquettish. "I won't," Yichu replied softly. Yichu, can we come to your Soul Palace too?" Shui Yuir suddenly jumped to Xiao Wu's side, giggling, looking at Yichu expectantly. Shui Binger frowned slightly, but didn't intend to stop Shui Yuir. If Xiao Wu could come here to train, why couldn't their Yuir? Meanwhile, within the Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy teams, many were eyeing Yichu. Although with their talent, They were more than capable of joining even a top-tier sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Spirit Hall. How could they not know the potential of a rising power with such a high starting point? Moreover, Yichu's engagement banquet had already shown the world that his Spirit Hall was backed by Douluo, as well as the Heaven Dao Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects. Therefore, what difference was there between joining the Spirit Hall and joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The Hall Master's wife was the future sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Of course. I believe that for geniuses like you, passing the Soul Hall's assessment will be a piece of cake. Yichu certainly wouldn't refuse. These were among the top geniuses on the entire continent. Even if they didn't stay long, they would still be of great benefit to the Soul Hall's development. Moreover, they could be recruited and allowed to settle down in the Soul Hall. That's great. Shui Yuir was overjoyed, blushing as she said directly, Yichu, you can just arrange for me to be your personal bodyguard. I will definitely protect you well. What? Yichu looked at the serious Shui Yuir, somewhat bewildered. Xiao Wu also looked at Shui Yuir in shock. How could she not have thought of that? Booking the job as a personal bodyguard with Yichu in advance, maybe Yichu would get drunk and carry her around and cause a collision? Even without such an accident, she could still be closer to Yichu. Haha. 7th girl, your plan is too ambitious, isn't it? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Gu Qingbo quickly recovered and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, 7th sister, you're too hasty. The Empress is still here. How could Yichu dare to arrange a woman as his personal guard? Churuishu couldn't help but chuckle. HMPH, hearing Churuishu's words, Ningrongrong, who was about to scold her, immediately curled her lips smugly. The words Empress pleased her greatly. Shui Binger shook her head helplessly. Yichu did the same. This Shui Yuir was still the same as before, completely unaware of what concealment was, always being direct. Helplessly, he said, let's leave these matters for now. After I get engaged to Rongrong, I will go to a secret place to cultivate. Even if I arrange this position for you, you won't see me for at least a year. You're going to cultivate? Xiao Wu was stunned, staring at Yichu, and couldn't help but be curious about what kind of place it was that would make Ningrongrong look so worried. Yichu smiled and nodded. Yes, Rongrong and the others will also be away from the public eye for arduous training, ascetic training. Shui Yuir looked slightly puzzled. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. In short, the Soul Palace welcomes everyone to join us. Yichu smiled and moved on from the matter. Whoosh! A golden figure descended from the horizon. It was a slender, golden swift, swooping down towards Yichu. Yichu, the accommodations have been arranged. Bai Chengxiang landed beside Yichu, smiling broadly, not surprised at all as she looked at Xiao Wu and the others. Yichu nodded slightly and asked, Xiangxiang, have Erlong and the others arrived yet? Sister Erlong and the others have already arrived. They asked me to tell you to take Sister Rongrong there as soon as possible. They're still rehearsing for the grand ceremony the day after tomorrow. Bai Chengxiang chuckled. Although she wasn't one of the leading ladies this time, it didn't stop her from congratulating the other sisters. Yichu nodded and said, okay, then I'll take Rongrong and Yiren over there. Xiangxiang, you take Huao and the others to their lodgings for me. No way. I want to go with you. I don't want to miss something like this. Bai Chengxiang's face showed her reluctance. She didn't even want to miss the rehearsal. After all, she would become the female lead in the future, so this was good experience. Besides, it would definitely be fun to be with her sisters and Yichu. Alright then, Yichu chuckled and nodded. Bai Chengxiang quickly turned and flew away. Yichu, wait for me here. I'll call someone right away. Huao and Shui Yuir looked at each other, both seeing the longing in each other's eyes. They also wanted to see how Yichu and the girls rehearsed, but they didn't have a good excuse. Not long after, Bai Chengxiang brought her cousin from the Min clan and asked him to lead Huao and the others to their lodgings. When Yichu and the 3 girls, Ningrongrong and the others, disappeared from the spot, outside the Soul Palace, Zhu King, Zhu Beng, and Hun Dian arrived together. Brother Crown Prince, I've heard that the Soul Palace was formed by the 3 single attribute clans from the former Haitian sect, excluding the Power clan. What do you think of this Soul Palace? Zhu Beng's face was arrogant. With his powerful cultivation, he no longer had the unsteady gait of his former self, though his face was sickly pale, and his pupils held a deep crimson hue. What can I think? The palace master is the chosen one of heaven, favored by Father. Of course, I must win him over. Once I ascend the throne, with my good brother, the Soul Palace, and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school assisting me, what will the spirit hall be? Zhu King smiled, but inwardly felt nauseous at the evil aura emanating from Zhu Bang. Haha, brother, I think the same way. Such a young genius must be won over. I wonder if brother has any information about what this Yichu likes? So I can prescribe the right medicine, or perhaps he has any enemies that I can send someone to help him eliminate, lest he die young? Zhu Bang said sinisterly. Insolence. How dare you utter such foolish words at a time like this? Jin Ringsu's face was grim. Zhu Bang was cursing her man, how could she not be furious? Haha. Big brother, look at my mouth. I used to be a spoiled brat, and I can't change it overnight, Zhu Bang replied nonchalantly, but the gloom in his eyes wouldn't dissipate. The more power Zhu King held, the more uneasy he became. Even though he had already poisoned Zhu Yi with a blood zombie powder, allowing him to turn him into a puppet and manipulate him at will, this was only because he had the moral high ground. If Zhu King insisted on vying for the throne, it would still be very difficult to deal with. As for Yichu's control of the Soul Palace, Zhu Bang hadn't noticed it before, but now that he had, it was making him very irritable. No wonder his attempts to win over poisoned Douluo and the Yi family of 9-Heart Begonia had all failed. It was all because of that guy Yichu. The relationship between Zhu King and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school sect leader was clear to everyone in the Soul Master world. Yichu had married Ningfeng Zi's daughter and had even clashed with him. It was obvious whose side he would take. Since they couldn't win him over, the only option was to send Yichu to his death. The patriarch of the Power Clan had been waiting for over a month. Zhu Bang, you'd better recognize your place and not do anything that will backfire. Otherwise, Father and I won't let you run wild. Yichu is our brother-in-law. Regardless of any past conflicts, that's not a reason for you to target him, Zhu King warned coldly. Zhu Bang laughed, haha, big brother, don't worry. I don't want to die like my second and third brothers, dying inexplicably. Chapter 791 The Common Demand of the 6 Women. Hearing Zhu Bang's sarcastic words, Zhu King frowned but didn't say anything. Anyway, Zhu Bang had already been labeled a traitor by Zhu Yi, so the advantage was in his hands. He was the one who would inherit the throne. In the Soul Palace, in the council hall, a group of beautiful women surrounded Yichu, who had just appeared. Tang Yuhua, unusually, also waited with the other women, standing beside them with Liu Erlong and Jiang Zhu. Looking at the women surrounding Yichu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Ke, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, Xiao Lan, and Du Yan, 6 women in total. Zhu Zhuking didn't step forward, even after being treated by Xiao Lan and Yi Lingling, experiencing 7 times the pleasure. Her body was still a little weak. Xiao Chu, we've been waiting for you for so long. I want you to help me put on my wedding dress the day after tomorrow. Xiao Wu giggled, her face flushed, tightly hugging Yichu's arm. Xiao Lan wants some too. Xiao Lan raised her hand amidst the chaos, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Husband, of course I want Yan Yan. Before you get dressed, Yan Yan can even reward you. Du Yan had the same desire, her slender snake tail tip weaving through the women's encirclement, slowly scratching at Yichu's waist and abdomen. Yichu swallowed hard upon hearing Du Yan's temptation. The spiraling, hollow attack formed by Du Yan's snake tail was simply too alluring. Before Yichu could respond, Ning Rongrong couldn't resist any longer. You shameless woman, what are you saying? Shameless, Ning Rongrong blushed. She was going to devour Yichu that night. How could she let Yichu's energy be depleted beforehand? She wanted to test Yichu at his peak, even if it meant being blinded like Liu Erlong and Zhu Zhuking. She didn't care. Even if it was a triple blessing, so what? If she couldn't resist, she'd just end up as a self-made cream puff. Miss Rongrong, what have I done to you? Can I even ask my husband to help me get dressed? My husband wants me, am I supposed to refuse? Humph, Du Yan was completely unafraid. She simply wanted to use her snake tail to coil around Yichu and then use some tricks on him. You're blatantly seducing him, Ning Rongrong was furious. She remembered that Du Yan and Yichu had already been married. This stinky woman, so annoying. A wife serving and satisfying her husband, how is that seduction? Only women without charm resort to such indecent techniques. What's the use of good techniques if you don't have them? Du Yan's words, though not particularly harsh, were full of aggression. Xiao Wu and the other girls quieted down, covering their red lips, unable to suppress their laughter. "Ah! You stinky woman! I'm not done with you. You're still trying to annoy me at a time like this." Ningrongrong's face was ashamed. She immediately grabbed Douguyan's snake tail, intending to bite it. "Ouch!" Douguyan groaned, her snake tail held by Ningrongrong. The heat from Ningrongrong's hand spread along the cool, slippery scales to her waist and abdomen. A slight dampness seemed to emanate from beneath Douguyan's green scales, making them even smoother. Unable to stand using her tail for support, she quickly grabbed Meng Yiren beside her. Meng Yiren immediately reached out and hugged the soft, slightly warm body, her eyes filled with surprise. The body's flexibility far surpassed her own, but remembering her snake body soul skill, Meng Yiren calmed down. She could bend backward 180 degrees along her waist. It was no exaggeration to say she could even watch Yichu leave safely, or, if Yichu was safe, she could even hesitantly offer her verbal blessings. Wrong, calm down. Yichu quickly stopped Ningrongrong. Calm down what? If I don't show my strength, this stinky woman always thinks I'm easy to bully. You never help me, Ningrongrong retorted, her voice tinged with grievance. I'm not saying I won't help you, but this is a foot. What if it suddenly turns into a jade foot when you bite it? Yichu was at his wit's end and quickly stopped Ningrongrong to explain. Ningrongrong was stunned for a moment, looked at the snake tail in her hand, and Douguyan's increasingly flushed face. She pouted, threw the snake tail aside, and complained, "Then what am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to let her humiliate me for nothing?" "Of course not." Yichu shook his head and said with a smile, "I'll help you punish Yan Yan, punish her severely, make her scream in agony and unable to get out of bed." You're punishing her or rewarding her? You rascal!" Ningrongrong's face turned red, and she couldn't help but lightly punch Yichu twice, her face full of resentment. Yichu was talking nonsense with a straight face. "Of course it's punishment. She can't even get out of bed. I can't imagine how I'll punish Yan Yan, tch. She's been tortured by you before, like a dehydrated snake, all wilted and listless." Ningrongrong rolled her eyes at Yichu, not dwelling on the matter. If Douguyan really had a problem with her, she wouldn't have been caught so easily. "Husband, Yan Yan is willing to accept the punishment." Douguyan leaned against Meng Yiren, her expression shy. "Xiaolan is willing too." Woof. Xiaolan had just poked her head out when Yichu slapped her back down. Although she had already endured the trials of ice and fire many times, now was not the time. She needed to have a real, living body first. Xiaolan covered her head, looking aggrieved. "Sisters, brother is bullying Xiaolan again, PFFT, ha ha ha." Xiao Wu, Bai Chengxiang, and the other girls burst into laughter. "Yichu, I want one too." Zuke blushed crimson, ignoring Ningrongrong and Douguyan's argument. She wanted what Xiao Wu and the others had. She and Yichu hadn't had any real relationship. She was at most a little capable and a bit talkative, not even as good as Ningrongrong. To have Yichu dress her, she'd naturally have to completely expose herself to him. Just thinking about it made her incredibly embarrassed. Well, I don't need to do this, right? Why don't you let her along and you do it?" Yichu shook his head. It was best not to act rashly at this time, otherwise, if they seduced him, he might accidentally tear or soil the clothes the girls had chosen. "Husband, you should do this yourself. I'm afraid I might get carried away and start touching them," Liu Erlong teased with a charming laugh. Tang Yuhu couldn't help but roll her eyes at her best friend beside her. When did she become so shameless? Yichu also glared at Liu Erlong with annoyance. Seeing the giggling Xiao Wu and the other girls, and meeting their expectant eyes, he coughed and said, "Ahem. Since that's the case, I'll do it. But let's make it clear first, you all have to behave yourselves and not move around." Hearing Yichu's shameless words, Zhu Zhuking, the victim from last night, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Husband, are you playing the victim?" Zhu Zhuking wasn't sure about the others, but she knew herself. She was certain she wouldn't move unless Yichu demanded it, in which case she might reluctantly squat down and show obedience. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she had subdued Yichu. Therefore, Yichu was clearly playing the victim, crying "Stop thief," and Zhu Zhuking was certain Yichu wouldn't let her off the hook. Hey, Zhuking's right, it must have been this bad guy who couldn't resist first. Ningrongrong and the other women couldn't help but sneer. Yichu rubbed his nose. He wasn't joking. Some of these girls might be honest, but quite a few were quite adept at having fun, like Douluo Yan, Ningrongrong, and even Xiao Lan. If he didn't leave something behind, he might not be able to get out. Alright, what about your clothes? They should all be ready, right? Yichu didn't dwell on it and asked. They're all ready. Unlike you, we're never home and don't care. We started choosing as soon as the date was set, Ningrongrong said first, then waved her hand. A pure white wedding dress with a 9-colored headscarf appeared on a mannequin in the hall. The dress seemed to be divided into 9 layers of pleats, like a 9-story white pagoda. Xiao Wu and the other girls followed suit, taking out their clothes from their soul tools. Douluo Yan's clothes were also unique, with shimmering gemstones below the waist, resembling snake scales, and a thin, emerald green snake scale-shaped ornament on her forehead. Xiao Wu's dress was mainly white and pink, adorned with numerous fluffy pom-poms and fuzz. Xiao Lan's was the only color different, a sky blue with many ribbons resembling silver grass. It would look quite nice if the wind blew. Zukei's dress was the most traditional, perhaps made to royal standards, pure white as snow and light as a feather. Though the color was simple, it had a dreamlike quality. As for Zhu Zhuking's dress, it looked the most fitted and appropriate, without any bulkiness, a simple long dress, without many frills, reflecting her usual style, conservative and modest, yet not hindering her movements. It was the most plain, but among the women, it was the most eye-catching. However, Yichu believed that even if the clothes weren't great, no one would dare underestimate Zhu Zhuking. Her substantial assets were undeniable. Alright, now that everything is ready, who'll come with me to the room first? Yichu glanced around, seeing all the women around him who belonged to him, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He felt he had no regrets in this life. Let Miss Rongrong go first, Douluo Yan smiled, her words surprising Ningrongrong. Yes, let Rongrong go first, Xiao Wu nodded. She knew that the main focus of the day after tomorrow would be Ningrongrong and Zukei. She and Yichu were already very familiar with each other, and it was time for Ningrongrong to paint the red plum blossoms. Then Rongrong it is, Yichu smiled, gently putting his arm around Ningrongrong's waist and carrying her into the room. Ningrongrong, clutching her clothes, glanced back at Douluo Yan, gave a soft hum, and then happily and shyly followed Yichu into the room. Faced with the friendly behavior of Douluo Yan and the others, Ningrongrong naturally wouldn't keep them waiting long. Besides, she wanted to leave Yichu with enough desire now. Only in this way could she feel Yichu's overwhelming love on that day. Ningrongrong stepped into the room, shyly undressing herself and opening her arms, letting Yichu do as he pleased. His hands, as soft as her own, brushed against her skin, leaving her with delicate, peach blossom-like hands. Yichu, a massage expert for many years, naturally knew everything, but faced with this pleasingly beautiful woman, he couldn't help but want to play with her more, though he didn't go too far. He knew the other women were still waiting for him to leave. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yichu led Ningrongrong out of the room. She was wearing a pure white wedding dress, her face flushed, her eyes brimming with tears. It was obvious that something sensual had happened inside. Wow! Sister Rongrong, you're so beautiful, and your face is so red. Xiao Lan couldn't help but giggle, but the amazement in her deep blue eyes was genuine. Husband, after all that time, I thought you couldn't wait and were about to devour Miss Rongrong completely, Douluo Yan said with a smile, her face full of teasing. Yichu rolled his eyes. If I wanted to, I would have done it already, HMPH. I'm not that thirsty, Ningrongrong pouted guiltily, rubbing her chest. Thinking of Yichu's earlier fondling and kneading, a burning sensation rose in her face and heart. She didn't say much to the other girls. They seemed to have planned it beforehand. Zukei consciously took her clothes and came to Yichu's side. Although she and Yichu often went to Baiao village for some alone time and lay together, kissing and touching were inevitable. She had even wiped Yichu's body before, but this was the first time she had disrobed herself like this. Yichu didn't make things difficult for Zukei, afraid that she might suddenly have a brain fart and faint. When they came out, even though Yichu hadn't touched Zukei's soft flesh, her face was even redder than Ningrongrong's. Her face and ears were flushed. The other girls could understand this. After all, Zukei was still a princess of the royal family. Although she had already had her share of pleasures before, things were different today. Soon, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan were led into the room by Yichu in turn. Yichu was also annoyed by the two unruly girls. He almost grabbed Xiao Wu's braid and started pulling it, and pressed down on Xiao Lan's pretty face to start a beating. It took Yichu almost half an hour to help the two girls change. Zhu's Huking and Zuke took about the same amount of time. Although Yichu did grab them randomly, he wasn't too impulsive. Instead, he treated Zhu's Huking, but Zhu's Huking seemed to be stuck in the previous night's heat, and her sensitive skin couldn't be touched. Yichu spent some time cleaning her up. Everything was fine until it was Du Guyan's turn to volunteer to line up last. The girls had been standing around the door for half an hour. They could hear Bilin Shi's suppressed voice from inside. The girls looked at each other, their expressions becoming quite interesting. Ningrongrong huffed. HMPH. No wonder that stinky woman was suddenly so humble. So that's what she was up to. Xiao Lan suddenly knocked on the door. Sister Yan Yan, we're going in, don't come in. Ah, Du Guyan's excited voice came from inside, almost losing its voice. Chapter 792 First Encounter with a Jade Crown. The sun rose in the east. In Biao's village, tables and chairs had been set up early in the open space. Xiao Chu, everything's arranged here. We're just waiting for you to bring the food and the girls over. Old Zhang, leaning on his cane, was beaming with pride, wearing new clothes. Grandpa Zhang, the banquet here can start a little later. I plan to take you and Aunt Zhang as representatives of Biao village to Xiandao City. Yichu smiled broadly. Biao village had never been so lively. Are you trying to break my old bones apart? It's so far. Old Zhang shook his head repeatedly. Although he really wanted to go to Xiandao City, his age wouldn't allow it. Dad, I think you're getting senile. Didn't Xiao Chu just say he has some kind of soul skill that can send us directly to Xiandao City? Aunt Zhang shouted from the side, making old Zhang's ears ring. Haha. Aunt Zhang is right. Grandpa Zhang, let's go inside. I'll take you to my soul palace. Yichu chuckled, gesturing for old man Zhang and the others to enter first. Okay, as long as it doesn't break my old bones. Old man Zhang laughed, heading towards the room. Dad, Xiao Chu treats you every time she comes back. You're not in that condition. Aunt Zhang said this, but still carefully helped old man Zhang. The room became quiet. Soul Palace. The entire Soul Palace was like a pot of boiling porridge, bustling with noise. People from all the major forces had gathered together. Yichu didn't take old man Zhang and the others directly outside, but instead went to the pavilion that had been prepared beforehand. Yichu, husband. As soon as Yichu appeared, Ningrongrong and the other women, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed over. At the same time, she greeted Grandpa Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Hello, Grandpa Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Oh. Good, you girls have become even more beautiful. Grandpa Zhang beamed. He had met most of Yichu's women before. Yichu had brought them home one by one to meet him during that time. It's just that you all married Xiao Chu at the same time, which is really a bit unfair to you, Grandpa Zhang. We have nothing to be wronged about. Yichu is very good to us. Ningrongrong, unlike her usual self, became polite and well-mannered. Haha, good child. Yichu smiled and helped Grandpa Zhang walk towards the banquet that had been prepared. Grandpa Zhang, please sit down first. This is an attic. You can see the platform we set up below by drawing back the curtains. Grandpa Zhang, please sit here. Xiao Wu smiled happily. She was really grateful to this old man for bringing her home and letting Yichu take care of her. At the table, Tom and Jerry were already seated, waiting for the meal to begin. Their large dog, Spike, was obediently lying under the table, being served by Hente. Yichu could only invite a very few people, almost exclusively villagers from Biao village and a few acquaintances and benefactors from Notting City. Xiao Wu, pull back the curtains around here. Okay, Xiao Chu. Xiao Wu skipped and hopped, not at all like someone about to get married. With a whoosh, the curtains were drawn, revealing a bustling scene not far away. This was specially made by members of the Yu clan at Yichu's request. The glass was one way, preventing anyone from seeing in from the outside. Yichu knew he would offend many people, or rather, he had already offended many. He couldn't allow these commoners to be exposed to the Soul Master's view, otherwise, it would be devastating for them. He hadn't forgotten that during the Soul Master competition finals in Wuhan City, he had already revealed himself as the culprit who murdered the young patriarch of the Power Clan. Xiao Chu, this is your house. Old Zhang stood up, staring at the buildings below and the various figures, speechless with shock. Aunt Zhang was also dumbfounded. Xiao Chu, you've really made something of yourself. Tom and Jerry, the elderly couple, also stood up curiously and walked towards the French windows, only to be stunned. Grandma Tom looked at Yichu in surprise. Good lad. Before, Xiao Tian told me you were the #1 genius on this continent, and I didn't believe it. Now it seems, it couldn't be more true. Grandma, how could I lie to you? Henchu rolled his eyes filled with undisguised admiration as he looked at Yichu. Haha, Xiao Tian, don't you know your grandma's like this? She doesn't care much about anything. I just wanted to open it up to take a look, but she said it wasn't interesting. Grandpa Jerry couldn't help but laugh, then felt a sharp pain in his waist and gasped. Hiss. Old woman, I was wrong. HMPH, Grandma Tom snorted, releasing Grandpa Jerry's soft waist and kindly rubbing it for him. #1 on the continent, Old Zhang's eyes widened, staring at Yichu with astonishment. What #1 on the continent, Grandpa Zhang? In the recent competition for the youngest soul masters across the continent, we and Yichu won first place together. Yichu is the strongest under 25 on the entire continent, Ning Rongrong explained happily. Hiss, Old Zhang staggered a few steps, almost losing his balance, his face flushed. Grandpa Zhang, don't get too excited, Zhu Huqing chuckled beside him, giving Ning Rongrong a sidelong glance. Zhu Ke and the other girls were also there. How can I not be excited? My Big Ao village is about to produce a dragon. Haha. Little Chu, if your grandfather knew in the afterlife, he would be happy for you. Old Zhang trembled, Yichu's excellence exceeding his expectations. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang, I understand. Yichu smiled gently. Hey. Xiao Chu, introduce these people to your auntie. Who are they? Some are so strong, some are so thin, and there are those people over there. Aunt Zhang leaned against the window, curious about those whose bodies had developed abnormally due to their martial souls. Auntie, that's my father. Zhu Ke stepped forward, looking in the direction Aunt Zhang was pointing, and began to introduce them. Huh? Why does Xiao Ke use such a strange term for her father? Aunt Zhang raised her eyebrows in confusion. Henki Ushin explained with a smile, because Sister Zhu Ke is an imperial princess, and one of the leading ladies this time. Oh my god, Dad, Aunt Zhang exclaimed in shock. Old man Zhang was also dizzy and didn't even have time to pay attention to Aunt Zhang's ominous words. After settling the elders in, leaving Henki Ushin and Jiangzu to take care of them, Yichu, along with Liu Erlong and Yi Lingling, appeared before the various forces. Lord Hall Master, how are you? Are you nervous today? Haha, Yang Wudi looked at Yichu and immediately went to greet him. From now on, the name of their soul hall would resound throughout the entire continent. Niagao was also full of excitement. They didn't know if this change was a good thing or a bad thing, but they had been cowards for too long. Being able to be known by the whole world again was undoubtedly an extremely exciting thing for them. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a formality. It's best if nothing goes wrong. Yichu shook his head. To him, this so-called engagement ceremony was just symbolic. His relationship with the women wouldn't cease to exist just because of the absence of these things. On your side, have you found anyone deliberately causing trouble? Yichu looked at Old White Crane and the others. Don't worry, Palace Master, Protector Douluo has been here these past few days. Furthermore, there are personnel from the royal family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school outside the Soul Palace. Anyone wanting to enter must undergo 3 layers of checks. Bai smiled and continued, and my Min Hall people have been patrolling the skies continuously. As long as there are no security issues, otherwise with so many forces, it's inevitable we'll offend someone. Yichu nodded slightly. Yichu told Liu Erlong and the others to accompany Ning Rongrong, while he himself entered the area where Emperor Zhu Yi and Ning Fengzi were seated. Here were representatives from the upper 3 sects, the lower 4 sects, and the 2 great empires. Emperor Zhu Yi, naturally, was present for his daughter's wedding. Wearing a golden red robe and a golden diamond crown, his face was like the ancient moon. Although he appeared somewhat aged and sickly, sitting there, he gave off a sense of origin, as if he were the center of the world. His cloudy eyes, opening and closing, seemed to see through people's hearts, yet a numbness occasionally flashed across them. Ning Fengzi and the 2 Douluo, Sword and Bone, were also present in person. They didn't leave anyone behind to oversee the 7 treasure glazed tile school this time, since the Soul Hall wasn't far from the sect, and besides, Yichu was there to teleport there at any time. A meal wouldn't be a problem. Besides Ning Fengzi, Zhu Yi, Douluo, and other family members, Yichu also saw Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Martial Soul Temple in Heaven Dao City. He was wearing a red robe and a five-pointed platinum crown, looking at the delicacies on the table with his eyes slightly closed, as if asleep. Beside him were his former rivals, the Golden Generation, Hulina, Ziyu, and Yan. In addition to him, Yichu also saw another familiar face. The first prince of the Douluo Empire. No, it should be called the Crown Prince. After Davis brought Daimyo Bei back, he had already been made Crown Prince, the first in line to inherit the Douluo Empire. Beside him sat Zhu Huayan, still possessing that same fiery physique, drawing attention, her eyes darting around as if searching for something. Also present were Hu Yanli and representatives from the other three lower four sects. There was also a middle-aged man, tall and robust, with long, dark blue hair flowing over his shoulders, a resolute face, a high nose, and sharp, eagle-like eyes, exuding an aura of majesty and inviolability. He wore a magnificent blue-gold suit, adorned with numerous jewels that shone brilliantly, radiating a powerful aura. Yichu's gaze narrowed slightly. He could sense that the man's soul power was extremely violent, even causing his right-hand Thunder Beast soul bone to react. Such a powerful figure. Yichu could already somewhat guess that this person was Liu Erlong's biological father, the second master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Luomian. As Yichu approached, he noticed several unusual gazes. Zhu King, dressed in formal attire, stared at him with jealousy in her eyes, and Zhu Zuoyan was similarly glaring, only with a hint of resentment. As for what puzzled Yichu the most, it was Hulina. Why did she look at him like he was a heartless man? Yichu couldn't help but think of one of the three things Ling Yuan Douluo had told him: don't let Hulina down. Thinking of Ling Yuan, Yichu's face darkened. He couldn't help but think of the night she forcibly took him from him, and what Bibi Dong had done to him. Palace Master Yi, meeting you today, you truly are a young talent, Yu Luomian suddenly spoke, his voice full of vigor. Even though he was a soul Douluo, his eyes were still unyielding in the presence of a title Douluo, and he looked at Yichu with admiration. Senior is too kind. If there is an opportunity, I will personally bring Erlong to pay you a visit. Since the other party was Liu Erlong's biological father, Yichu wouldn't embarrass him, especially since the other party wasn't there to cause trouble. Even though his attitude was related to his current achievements, no matter what, he was still Erlong's biological father, and they couldn't just cut ties forever. Haha, good. No wonder Sect Master Ning and His Majesty betrothed their daughters to you. Even the eccentric Poison Douluo speaks highly of you. Yu Luomian was very satisfied with Yichu's attitude. Obviously, they had already discussed Yichu before he arrived. Just lucky, Yichu smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he became acquainted with the people from the major forces. Zhu Huayan and Zhu King had special identities, so Yichu didn't dare to approach them for a romantic encounter at this time. It was almost time, and Ning Fengzi stood up. Alright, Yichu, it's about time to begin. I will personally preside over the ceremony. His Majesty, Poison Douluo, Uncle Jian, you should also take your seats. Uncle Ning can arrange it. Yichu nodded and got up to walk towards the high platform that had already been set up. The engagement process was relatively simple. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Ziuqing walked towards Yichu from the right, wearing the clothes that Yichu had personally dressed them for that morning. Du Yan, Zhu Ke, and the spectator Xiao Lan walked towards Yichu from the left. As designed, each of them held a portion of a ring personally crafted by Lu Gao. Yichu exchanged rings with them in the order of Zhu Ke and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong understood, the royal family indeed had privileges, and she, Ning Rongrong, was doing well. Finally, she could be a juicer that night. Below the stage, Zhu Huayan's eyes were filled with unconcealed resentment. When would she have such a day? Ho Wu, Shui Yuir, and the other girls also stared blankly at the stage. After briefly dealing with the guests in the Soul Palace, Yichu, along with the 6 girls and old man Zhang, went to Baiao village for a banquet to meet the villagers before returning. To Yichu's surprise, the surprise Meng Yiren mentioned was actually a congratulatory gift from Meng Shu, his entire family. Meng Shu was going to merge his family into the Soul Palace. Chapter 793 The Night with Ning Rongrong. The guests hadn't yet dispersed. Yichu had just returned from Baiao village with Ning Rongrong and the other 6 women when the Geishi dragon and snake couple stood up and announced loudly that they wanted to join the Soul Palace, founded by Yichu. Palace Master Yi, what do you think? Do you think our meager strength is worthy of your attention? Meng Shu cupped his hands and quietly looked at Yichu. Zhao Xiangxiang and Meng Yiren, grandmother and granddaughter, stood behind him. Meng Yiren smiled and stared at Yichu. She believed Yichu wouldn't refuse. This was her dowry. Senior Meng, you flatter me. Who in the entire Soul Master world doesn't know about the Geishi Dragon and Snake's martial soul fusion technique? Senior Meng's willingness to join my Soul Palace is something my Soul Palace would be more than happy to accept. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yichu immediately agreed. Faced with the addition of the Geishi Dragon and Snake, not to mention that Meng Yiren was already one of their own, even if the Geishi Dragon and Snake weren't a Soul Douluo and a Soul Saint, their combined attack would be enough to withstand an ordinary title Douluo. They couldn't let such a person go. Moreover, with the Peerless Dragon and Snake taking the lead, other forces might also consider joining their Soul Palace. This would be entirely beneficial to the Soul Palace. In that case, we don't need to rush to leave. Haha, I greet the Palace Master and all the Hall Masters. Please take care of me in the future. Meng Shu smiled sincerely, looked at Yichu, glanced at Bai He and the others, and cupped his hands in greeting. Haha, we are naturally happy to welcome the Peerless Dragon and Snake to join us. Niu Gao laughed heartily. They were happy for the Soul Palace to grow stronger. If it could grow to the point of threatening the Clear Sky sect, they would be even happier. Bai He and Yang Wudi were equally welcoming. As for Li Gao, after finishing his meal, he dragged his round body back to continue studying hidden weapons. Senior Meng, you can rest assured and stay here. I will arrange your specific duties tomorrow. Yichu looked at Bai He. Bai He nodded, understanding that Yichu had entrusted him with handling the issue of the Meng Shu family's overnight stay. Congratulations, Palace Master Yi, on acquiring such a talented individual. Ning Fengzi raised his glass in congratulations. Back in Wuhan City, he had deliberately exposed the Soul Palace's strength, subtly enticing Meng Shu to join either the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Soul Palace. He had anticipated Meng Shu's choice of the Soul Palace. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was at its peak, and Meng Shu's arrival was icing on the cake. The emerging force, the Soul Palace, was different. Apart from Protector Douluo, the rest were merely Soul Douluos. Meng Shu, with his Dragon Snake combination attack, would undoubtedly have a high status. More importantly, there was Yichu's potential and the Soul Palace's potential. Both were still in their early stages, not yet at their peak. Meng Shu's move was essentially an investment in early-stage assets. However, Ning Fengzi didn't care. As long as there was no difference between the Soul Palace and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, their alliance would be even stronger once Yichu and Ning Rongrong had children. Uncle Ning, this matter is also thanks to you. Yichu wasn't stupid. He had heard everything Ning Fengzi said in Wuhan City. Haha. King Zhuai is far too modest. Even with Sect Master Ning's recommendation, your personal talent deserves the most credit. Emperor Zhuai gave a clear smile, pleased with the strength of the Soul Hall. Zhuai's words clearly conveyed to everyone present that the relationship between Yichu and their Heaven Dao royal family was more than just a simple marriage alliance. Your Majesty flatters me. Yichu bowed slightly, showing respect to the aging emperor. Zhu Bang's face was grim. He hadn't expected that Yichu, whom he had cursed just yesterday, would be promoted to a high-ranking general today. Such a relationship. Yichu's Soul Hall might become an obstacle to his ascension to the throne. Yichu, we should be going now. As I said before, I hope you can find some time to visit the Star Luo Empire. The Crown Prince, will treat you well. Davis suddenly stood up and raised his cup to Yichu. Your Highness, Crown Prince of Xingluo, it may be difficult for me to undergo the next 2 years. I need to engage in secret, arduous training, Yichu said, raising his wine cup as he glanced at the fiery figure behind Davis. Ascetic training. Davis raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes, followed by a surge of fighting spirit. In that case, wait until you finish your arduous training. I also want to see how much difference there is between us then. Alright, I'll let you see it when the opportunity arises. Yichu smiled. From any perspective, a battle between him and Davis was inevitable, perhaps even a life or death struggle crack. As Yichu finished speaking, Davis pushed out his wine cup, merely touching it lightly in the air before it seemed to transcend space, striking Yichu's cup directly with a crisp sound. Spatial power, the Bone Douluo beside Ning Fengzi murmured, his eyes filled with seriousness. Hearing Bone Daoluo's words, Everyone looked at Davis with surprise. The Douluo royal family, the Dai family, had never produced a soul skill possessing special abilities. Unexpectedly, this exceptionally talented eldest prince, already a soul emperor, possessed such a bizarre soul skill. It was truly unexpected. Cheers, Davis smiled smugly, raising his cup and drinking it all in one gulp. Cheers, Yichu's azure eyes narrowed slightly, his fear of Davis's methods growing. Davis's special abilities were definitely no weaker than his own. Yichu was merely relying on the wonders of divine might, far from Davis's effortless mastery. Even Douluo, standing beside Ning Fengzi, frowned, lowering his head slightly and whispering, "Fengzi, sword master, that guy's special abilities are extraordinary. Even I couldn't do it so stealthily." It seems Yichu was right, he must have received the inheritance of a god. Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Zhu King, Zhu Yi, and the others also narrowed their eyes, seemingly reassessing the future of the Douluo Empire. "Sister, if you have the chance, come visit often. The past can be put behind us now." Zhu King suddenly looked at Zhu Huaiyan. She was now engaged to Yichu and had no further connection with the Douluo royal family. She shouldn't harbor any resentment. "How, Zhu King, good luck. Even if it's just for me, maybe I'll have to rely on you for a living in the future." Zhu Huaiyan already knew that her sisters were about to go to Seagoat Island for an unknown period of arduous training, and Yichu was going to the Killing City. Only she hadn't found her organization yet. Her sisters, including Ning Rongrong, didn't even know that she, Zhu Huaiyan, was also Yichu's woman. "Yes, I will try my best, but for you, sister, you should work hard yourself. From now on, I'm a member of the Yi family." Zhu King gave Zhu Huaiyan a deep look. She had already discussed it with Yichu. If Zhu Huaiyan left a letter and disappeared for a while, that would be acceptable, right? They were afraid that someone with ulterior motives would suspect that Zhu Huaiyan was involved with him. However, Yichu said that the 7 treasure glazed tile school could help, saying that they were under the protection of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and would be kept under wraps for a while. Zhu Huaiyan's expression showed a hint of helplessness, not understanding Zhu King's implied meaning. "How, Zhu King, you really are heartless. Sister, have a safe journey." Zhu King didn't say much. Yichu had arranged for Zhu Huaiyan to be taken to Seagoat Island. "I wish you happiness." Zhu Huaiyan smiled, and the two women drank their wine in one gulp, without any more awkwardness in their hearts. "Goodbye, Yichu," Davis smiled, not delving into anything. It was just Zhu King, and even if it was Zhu Huaiyan, so what? If Yichu is willing to submit, what was wrong with giving her to him to play with? Davis left, taking Zhu Huaiyan and the Douluo delegation with him. Luomian also got up, intending to return home. Looking at Yichu, then at Liu Erlong standing at the back of the group of women, he gently shook his head. "Palace Master Yi, I hope to see you visit." "Don't worry, Senior, I will come," Yichu replied with a smile. Liu Erlong watched Luomian's departing figure, pursing her lips. Some knots in the heart cannot be untied unless the dead can be brought back to life. Next, Yichu saw off those forces that were still somewhat respectable, such as the 4 lower sects. As for Hulina and the others, they didn't say much to Yichu and left the banquet directly. "Yichu, don't forget my good older brother," Zhu King said, raising his wine cup, his words carrying a hidden meaning. "I wouldn't dare. I remember Brother Zhu's help. I wholeheartedly support Brother Zhu." Yichu smiled, earning a subtle eye roll from Jinring Su. Night fell. Although the guests had all departed, the entire Soul Palace was still brightly lit. The main hall of the Soul Palace, where the Palace Master resided, was very brightly lit. The exotic flowers and plants on the windowsills and in the corridor emitted a faint, twinkling light. In a row of rooms, 6 women lived. Zhu King and the others were already in bed, knowing that tonight wouldn't be peaceful. If they stayed up late, Ning Rongrong might keep them awake. In the room where Ning Rongrong and Yichu were, Yichu had emerged from the bathroom and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting on the bed, dressed in very thin clothes after he had removed her wedding attire. "Rongrong, I'm ready. Come on, let's wash up first." Ning Rongrong stood up, her heart pounding, as if she were going to her execution, and slowly walked towards Yichu. Inside the room, a pair of bright red dragon and phoenix candles burned continuously, making the room warm and festive. Yichu put his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist and couldn't help but laugh. "Rongrong, are you suddenly getting stage fright?" You little devil. Ning Rongrong was startled, her face flushing red. Who said I was stage frightened? I was just afraid my husband was too tired today and I'd wear him out, haha. Don't worry, I haven't done any heavy work these past few days, how could I be tired? Yichu gently nuzzled Ning Rongrong's cheek and breathed into her ear. Don't forget, you still have to deal with the Meng family's affairs tomorrow afternoon. Who only gets up in the afternoon? Do you think I'm a pig? Ning Rongrong's blue eyes flashed with anger. She turned around, wrapped her arms around Yichu's neck, and gave him a heavy kiss. This afternoon, she had already taken on the Meng family's affairs, which could be considered her formal debut as the wife of the Soul Palace Master. Ning Rongrong's petite body was lifted into the air. Yichu led her to the bathroom, where a pool of hot water had been prepared, filled with Ning Rongrong's favorite flower petals. Swish! As her clothes were undone and she was immersed in the water, Ning Rongrong came to her senses. Her face flushed crimson, her fists clenched, and her heart raced. She didn't know how Yichu would help her wash up. She watched helplessly as Yichu also entered the pool, the water steaming. The two figures dried each other's bodies. When they emerged, Ning Rongrong was lying in Yichu's arms. Her head was lowered, her fingers nervously clenching, her long brown hair cascading down her back. Having just finished a hot bath, Ning Rongrong's body was still slightly flushed, her face rosy, her cherry lips swollen, and her blue eyes shimmering. Facing Yichu's gaze, she was shy and timid. By candlelight, Yichu gently placed her on the straw mat that Ning Rongrong had already laid out with white cloth. Ning Rongrong's rather voluptuous figure was fully displayed before Yichu, glowing with a rosy hue under the candlelight, like a work of art. Husband, don't look around. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Ning Rongrong murmured, her eyes shy and timid, misty with tears. Two slender, white arms concealed the usually arrogant and domineering little devil, now appearing soft and delicate. Yichu gently sighed, grasped her soft hand, and intertwined their fingers. He leaned down, pressing his forehead against Ning Rongrong's brow, their breaths mingling. Looking at the shimmering tears in her eyes, he whispered, their lips meeting. Rongrong, are you satisfied today? Ning Rongrong's cherry lips moved slightly in response to Yichu, feeling a slight difficulty breathing, her voice almost trembling with tears. Her body felt strangely different than when she usually played with Yichu. Normally, although she had been close to Yichu for a long time, today was exceptionally different. Ning Rongrong even felt that her body seemed to have become tighter. This close contact with Yichu, being wantonly played with and nibbled at, was a feeling she had never experienced before. She could clearly feel the uneven curves of Yichu's body. Their heat mingled, their heartbeats nearly synchronized. Yichu gently kissed Ning Rongrong's cheeks and red lips, leaving his red mark on her neck. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, blushing shyly. Gradually, she relaxed her guard, though her long eyelashes still trembled, as if too shy to be seen. She forced her eyes open, her red lips slightly parted, and Yichu's face rapidly magnified in her blue eyes, slowly capturing her slightly parted lips. A surge of heat coursed through her heart, and Ning Rongrong turned her head away, feeling the heat, her eyes filled with panic. Yichu, will it hurt? Yichu looked up, gently stroking her pretty face. No, I'll be careful. As his words fell, Yichu reached out and covered her eyes, feeling the tingling sensation of her long eyelashes trembling in his palm, savoring the taste of Ning Rongrong's lips. He gently shook his head, lightly biting her smooth chin, her snow-white neck, her delicate collarbone. The candlelight flickered in the room. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong screamed. Ah, Yichu husband, ouch husband, it hurts, I'll bite you to death. Ah. Chapter 794 On the way to find the great Sumeru hammer. In the other rooms, listening to Ning Rongrong's cries, rising and falling, from her initial powerful and arrogant tone to her later sobbing and pleading, Zuke, who had been drowsy, lay on the bed, her face flushed red. She couldn't imagine how Ning Rongrong dared to provoke Yichu. Zu's Huking wanted to calm down and sleep, but the poignant melody kept echoing in her ears. Her beautiful face flushed, and she couldn't help but imagine the beautiful scenes she had seen in Yichu's mind. She let out a long sigh. Zu's Huking immediately got up, sat cross-legged, and began to enter a deep meditation. Du Guyan and Xiao Wu were not much better off. Having experienced it, they naturally understood the bitter sweetness. Xiao Lan, however, was still dazed, not even recovered from being kissed twice by Yichu in front of everyone during the day. She lay on the bed, tilting her head, her face full of curiosity. What's wrong with Sister Wrong? She used to teach Xiaolin so comfortably. In the dimly lit room, the flames of the fiery red dragon and phoenix candles flickered, melting wax dripping down like tears. Yichu had only been in Ningrongrong's small room for a day, and she had already lost 3 things. Even though she was a wealthy young woman, she couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes and a pang of heartache. After the second day, Ningrongrong couldn't hold on any longer, a far cry from her earlier vow to satisfy Yichu. However, Yichu understood that the road ahead was long and arduous, and everything was difficult at the beginning. There was no need to rush things. Ningrongrong was still young, and there was plenty of time. Yichu was the lord of the Soul Palace, and Ningrongrong was the lord's wife. One day, Yichu would lead Ningrongrong back down that path. This was Yichu's iron will, unwavering and indomitable. It made Ningrongrong tremble, fear, and shed tears, while Yichu was tending to the half-conscious, trembling, and eye-rolling little devil, who was practically out of her mind. Inside the Haoshan sect, Tang San was already planning to leave. "Uncle, I wonder what brings you here in the middle of the night." Tang San looked at Tang Xiao, who had suddenly called him out of his room. He didn't have much affection for the Haoshan sect. He calmly replied, "If you're trying to persuade me to stay in the sect, forget it. I have better opportunities outside. When I return next time, I will fulfill the requests made by the second elder and the others. Haha, I won't keep you in the sect. I came to tell you something." Tang Xiao smiled casually. He hadn't expected Tang San to take him so seriously. He was just a tool for those old guys to revive the Haoshan sect. If he had no son in his old age, the Haoshan sect would still belong to his lineage. "Something to tell me?" Tang San was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" Tang Xiao put his hands behind his back, gazing at the moon. "I don't know if you've heard of it, but the Spirit Hall has a Grand Elder who has reached level 99. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang San nodded. "Of course I know. My godfather once told me about that person, but he's nothing to fear." Tang Xiao's body trembled, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he looked at Tang San in astonishment. He didn't understand how Tang San could say such a thing. Even if the evil blood Douluo was level 98, after level 95, each level was a new level. And the gap widened with each level. A level 98 person was absolutely powerless against a level 99. Tang Xiao's fists clenched unconsciously. "It's good that you know these things. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I still have to tell you that our Clear Sky sect once had a powerhouse of that level, against the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. They were once known as the 2 mountains of the Soul Master world, signifying insurmountable peaks. That Grand Elder of our Clear Sky sect was my grandfather, your great-grandfather Tang Chen. Back then, he used the title Clear Sky Douluo. That's when our Clear Sky sect established its reputation as the #1 sect in the world. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall was the Arbitration Elder of the Spirit Hall, also known as the Spirit Hall's first executioner, named Douluo. They sparred many times, their strength being roughly equal. Douluo possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, a type of innate full soul power with a maximum level of 20, 6-winged angel. Innate full soul power level 20, Tang San's eyes widened. He had never heard of such a martial soul before. He quickly suppressed his surprise. Although innate full soul power level 20 was impressive, it was still somewhat lacking compared to his twin martial souls. At this moment, Tang San understood that what Tang Xiao wanted to tell him was probably related to the peerless Douluo of the Clear Sky sect. "What about my great-grandfather?" Tang Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Tang San was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Tang Xiao also looked helpless. He continued, "Your great-grandfather's strength was slightly superior to Douluo's, but the difference was small. In terms of spirit quality, the 6-winged angel was stronger than our Clear Sky hammer, which is why Douluo could barely contend with your great-grandfather. But in terms of cultivation level, your great-grandfather was always ahead. About 45 years ago, both your great-grandfather and Douluo had already retired. As the older generation of spirit masters gradually died out, fewer and fewer people knew their names. 15 years ago, the reason your grandfather decided to close the mountain gate was not because the Clear Sky sect was afraid of the Spirit Hall, but because your great-grandfather was not in charge of the sect. Otherwise, no matter how many powerful figures the Spirit Hall had, at their level, they would have been able to turn the tide. Even Jin Daoli would never have wanted the spirit hall to easily start a war with our Clear Sky sect. Great-grandfather has gone far away? Where did he go? Tang San couldn't suppress his curiosity. Tang Xiao shook his head. I don't know, and nobody knows. Otherwise, why would I be telling you all this? The only thing we know is that before your great-grandfather passed away, he talked with your grandfather for an hour. After that, he drifted away. When your grandfather was dying, he told me that your great-grandfather had gone to pursue an even higher peak. From this perspective, he clearly went further than Jin Daoliu. Tang San's heart trembled. Could it be reaching level 100 and becoming a god? Oh? You actually know about that realm? Tang Xiao looked at Tang San in surprise. Then, thinking of the evil blood Douluo, he understood and nodded. No one knows what realm lies beyond level 100. The reason the spirit hall didn't attack back then was probably because they weren't sure if your great-grandfather was still at the Clear Sky sect. When we closed our sect, weren't we also waiting for his return? 30 years have passed. Your great-grandfather still hasn't returned. There are only two possibilities. 1. He successfully broke through to level 100 and reached another level. 2. He failed to break through to level 100. Although Tang Xiao didn't say it aloud, Tang San understood what failing meant. Then what does Uncle want me to do? Tang San didn't want to guess anymore. Hell, I know the evil blood Douluo and his group are very mysterious, and the power is probably very strong, so I want you to help find your great-grandfather. If he really failed to break through to level 100, then I believe he would have left something behind, such as the Great Sumeru Hammer, a secret technique of our Clear Sky sect, which only past sect leaders were qualified to cultivate, and which was lost in Tang Hao's hands. Speaking of the Great Sumeru Hammer, Tang Xiao's gaze towards Tang San turned cold. Past sect leaders, only he didn't know it. If he had mastered the Great Sumeru Hammer, why would he be hindered by those elders? The Great Sumeru Hammer, Tang San was somewhat bewildered. He had heard of this on the day he returned to his ancestral clan, but no one had ever explained it to him. Tang Xiao said in a deep voice, the Great Sumeru Hammer is a divine skill created by your great-grandfather. Its ability to suppress a six-winged angel is closely related to this divine skill. It can cause spirit rings to explode, unleashing unprecedented power. Explode spirit rings. Tang San's eyes widened. From this alone, he could understand just how powerful this self-created spirit skill was. So, Uncle means you want me to find this divine skill. That's right. If you can find this divine skill, it will be more important to the Clear Sky sect than your personal strength. It will be a monumental achievement. Even if you don't complete those 3 missions perfectly, I will still go against the majority opinion and place you in the position of sect leader successor. The long night passed, and the sun rose in the east. Despite feeling somewhat tired, Zhu's Huking habitually climbed onto the roof to begin cultivating her purple demon eye. Xiaolan, still radiant despite not having slept all night, sat on the eaves, her chin resting on her hand, quietly watching Ning Rongrong's room. As for the other girls, they had calmed down and fallen asleep after Yichu and the others quieted down in the latter half of the night, and were now fast asleep. Inside the room, Ning Rongrong was tightly embracing Yichu, like an octopus, nestled against his chest. Tears clung to her eyes and eyelashes, her brows subtly revealing a tenderness. Her beautiful face was flushed, her willow brows slightly furrowed. She wore an alluring expression that was difficult to decipher, whether it was pain or pleasure. Yichu's eyes opened and closed. Light swept in, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly. He wanted to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the light, but instead touched something silky smooth. His eyes lowered, looking at the delicate and lovable little devil in his arms, his handsome face smiling, unable to recover for a long time. Yichu reached out his hand. He gently tidied Ning Rongrong's messy hair, feeling her porcelain-like skin, and couldn't help but poke her tender cheek. This little devil looked even more beautiful in this state. Ning Rongrong seemed to sense something. Her eyelashes trembled, her blue eyes filled with tears and spring-like desire as she looked at Yichu, feeling his warmth. Her face flushed, and her eyes held a hint of fear and grievance. Yichu, you stinky husband, I really need to lie down until the afternoon now, Yichu teased, laughing as he retorted, what's wrong with me? I was originally going to make you keep your promise, you still dare to say that? Are you trying to kill your wife? I regret it. You only kissed my cherry lips before, and I've bitten you so many times, we're even already. Ning Rongrong's voice was soft and weak. She gritted her teeth, enduring the aches and pains throughout her body, and raised her fist to punch Yichu's face. Yichu smiled, neither dodging nor flinching. The small fist, lacking any real strength, was nothing compared to the scabs on his shoulder resembling teeth marks and the claw marks on his arms. "Husband, why didn't you dodge?" Ningrongrong said softly, rolling her eyes at Yichu, pulling the blanket up to cover her delicate, blushing body. "I'll let you off the hook today. We won't talk about it now, we'll talk about it later when you're more grown up," Yichu said, pinching Ningrongrong's chin to make her look at him, smiling. "After all, from now on, I'm going to bully you for the rest of my life." Towards, Ningrongrong bit her red lips, glaring resentfully at Yichu. Did he want her dead? Alright, don't think about that anymore. We'll talk about it later, there's plenty of time later. Looking at Ningrongrong's still slightly swollen lips, Yichu's heart fluttered. He pinched her chin, gently lowered his head, and took her cherry lips into his mouth. Ningrongrong's delicate body trembled, her pretty face blooming like a peach blossom, her ear tips delicate and alluring. At the same time, Yichu pulled her into his arms, his hands glowing with a faint green light. He used the life-giving and blue-silver fragrance techniques to relieve her muscle soreness. Ningrongrong's expression relaxed, somewhat aroused. But when she saw Yichu's aggressive gaze, she panicked, raising her hands and twisting her body to push him away. HMPH, Ningrongrong groaned, the excessive movement causing her some pain. "How about I heal you?" Yichu said softly, his hands glowing with a faint green light. "What? Husband? Wait a minute." Hearing Yichu's voice, Ningrongrong hadn't reacted yet, just about to speak, when she sensed something, like a cool breeze, and trembled all over. Her cherry lips parted, and she breathed softly. Then, clenching her teeth tightly, she closed her eyes again, her neck flush pink. Yichu was stunned, his face showing surprise. The long shiver passed, but Ningrongrong was still too ashamed to see anyone and dared not open her eyes. Yichu waited for Ningrongrong for a while. Ningrongrong remained nestled in Yichu's arms, unable to contain her shyness. She never imagined that Yichu was merely treating her wounds. Chapter 795 brings Huayan along too. Ningrongrong couldn't resist the unbearable itch as Yichu treated her bleeding wounds. Her pink lips parted slightly, releasing a trickle of warm fluid. Yichu, seeing Ningrongrong pretending to be an ostrich for so long, couldn't help but remind her, "Shouldn't you get up? You first, I want to rest a little longer," Ningrongrong said coquettishly, pushing Yichu away twice. She was too embarrassed to be left in Yichu's hands like this. Then, she pulled Yichu's blanket over him, frowning as she pushed him out of bed. "Husband, hurry up, get dressed. Get out of here." Ningrongrong buried half her head in the blankets, yet still peeked at Yichu, her face flushed a deep crimson, as alluring as a ripe apple. Yichu had originally intended to help her get dressed. Ningrongrong was unwilling, but Yichu didn't force her. After all, in his heart, a cooked duck wouldn't fly away, would it? They had already confirmed their relationship in front of everyone. After tidying himself up, Yichu left some warm water and carefully reminded Ningrongrong to wipe herself before dressing, then slowly walked out of the wooden house. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Zhuking and Xiao Lan's eyes instantly locked. "Good morning, Xiao Lan." "Zhuking, good morning." Zhu Zhuking nodded gently, a blush on her face, and lightly leaped off the roof. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her back, swaying gently with her movements, as smooth as black silk. Her fair skin seemed to radiate a captivating glow in the sunlight, as warm and delicate as mutton-fat jade. She gently hugged Yichu's arm. At this moment, Yichu was still safe and wouldn't easily try anything. Yichu affectionately ruffled Zhu Zhuking's hair. Zhu Zhuking tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of tenderness. "Brother, it's getting late, the sun is so high." Xiao Lan pouted, swinging gracefully over to Yichu like a pendulum on a vine, and asked curiously, "Brother, is Sister Rongrong alright? With your soul skill, what could possibly happen?" "Don't worry about her, little girl," Yichu stretched, feeling refreshed. "Sure enough, no matter how eloquent one is, it's all just formality, nothing beats re-election. Ningrongrong is just a talker." "Brother, I'm not a little girl," Xiao Lan pouted, shaking Yichu's arm in protest. Alright, not a little girl, but a young lady now," Yichu coaxed with a smile, reaching out to flick Xiao Lan's nose. Indeed, she hadn't attended yesterday as his fiancée. "It's good that she's alright," Zhu Zhuking nodded slightly, her cries yesterday had been echoing for quite a while. "By the way, Zhuking, Where are Xiao Wu and the others? Yichu raised an eyebrow, looking around but not seeing Xiao Wu or the others. Don't you know what's going on? Zhu Huking gave Yichu a reproachful look. They're all catching up on sleep. Is that so? Yichu is taken aback, a little embarrassed. Then let's go get some breakfast. Okay, let's go get breakfast, brother. Let's go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The food there is delicious. Xiaolan clapped her hands happily, earning a glare from Yichu. All you ever think about is food. Erlong and the others are still waiting for us. Fine, Xiaolan sighed, grabbing Yichu's arm and snuggling closer to herself. Zhu Huking pursed her red lips, looking at Xiaolan's still greedy appearance, and shook her head helplessly. Yichu gently tapped Zhu Huking's forehead and said, Zhuking, don't just laugh at Xiaolan. Let's go to Erlong's courtyard. Yichu smiled and led the 2 women towards the residence of Liu Erlong and the other women. Along the way, Xiaolan skipped ahead, occasionally turning back to make a face at Yichu and Zhu Huking. Yichu and Zhu Huking smiled at each other, a warm feeling flowing in their eyes. Looking at Zhu Huking sideways, Yichu asked, Zhuking, is there something you want to tell me? Is it still about your sister? Yes, I'm a little worried that it might bring trouble to the Zhu family. Zhu Huking's eyes were filled with deep guilt. Yesterday, she had confidently declared that she was a woman of the Yi family, but she was still a daughter. She could disregard the Zhu family's indifference towards her, but she couldn't disregard her own parents. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll leave a letter for sisters Huayan. I was just provoked by you and wanted to go out for training. The opportunities on Seagoat Island are great, it would be such a pity to miss them. Yichu put his arm around Zhu Huking's waist. He had already planned to use his divine power to bring Zhu Huayan along to Seagoat Island for training. It's good that you've considered it. Thank you, my husband. Zhu Huking shyly tiptoed, her watery eyes filled with tenderness. She gently kissed Yichu's handsome face, the soft movement like a breeze rippling across a lake. Haha, we're all family, so it's natural for me to consider these things. Yichu laughed heartily, his laughter full of confidence, as if promising Zhu Huking a future together. From now on, just say it directly. Why act all apologetic? Do I look like someone who doesn't understand human relationships? Zhu Huking gently shook her head, her silky hair swaying softly as she said coquettishly, Husband, I just don't want to cause you trouble, if you still consider me your husband. Yichu rolled his eyes at Zhu Huking. He understood her strong will, but being strong didn't mean keeping everything bottled up inside. Before Zhu Huking could answer, Yichu and the others had already arrived at Liu Erlong and the others' residence in the Soul Palace. As soon as they approached, Xiaolan's surprised voice rang out. Hey, brother, there are other sisters in the courtyard. Xiaolan's clear and melodious voice made Yichu quicken his pace and look into the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with colorful flowers, vying for attention and exuding fragrance. In the center was a stone table, surrounded by several stone benches. A large group of women were already seated there. Liu Erlong leaned lazily against a recliner, one hand casually resting on the armrest, the other gently playing with her hair, her eyes revealing a hint of nonchalance. Bai Chengxiang held an exquisite fan, gently fanning herself, a faint smile on her face, sitting with Jiangzhu, her gaze occasionally glancing towards the courtyard gate, as if anticipating something. Yi Lingling and Tang Yuho elegantly arranged the tea set on the table. Tang Yuho's movements were gentle and meticulous, her expression focused, as if performing a sacred ritual, while Yi Lingling listened attentively. Ho Wu crossed her arms, chin slightly raised, her eyes radiating confidence, but her face was flushed, seemingly arguing with the other girls. Meng Yiren sat sideways on the edge of a stone bench, one hand supporting her chin, her eyes filled with curiosity. Upon seeing Yichu, a look of surprise instantly appeared on her face. Among them were the Xianshu girls group led by Schwabinger. Some whispered amongst themselves, giggling softly while their eyes occasionally glanced at Ho Wu, observing Yichu's female companions. Others sat quietly with smiles on their faces, like blooming water lilies. As Yichu saw Ho Wu and Meng Yiren, they naturally saw him too. Husband, you've finally arrived. I thought you were going to be bothered by that little devil. Liu Erlong quickly stood up, swaying her hips as she approached Yichu. She wore a festive, vibrant fiery red dress, the hem swaying gracefully like a burning flame. Her slender figure was accentuated by the dress, her waist so delicate it seemed one could encircle it, yet brimming with strength. Her face was incomparably beautiful, her eyebrows like dark willow leaves, her phoenix eyes slightly upturned, carrying a touch of alluring charm. Yichu, leading Zhu Zhuking forward, was immediately overwhelmed by the voluptuous figures of Liu Erlong and Zhu Zhuking. Even Yichu, who had just finished talking with Ning Rongrong, was momentarily captivated. Erlong, how did Rongrong manage to get me all entangled? Yichu rolled his eyes. Others might not know, but Liu Erlong certainly knew her own prowess. Husband, Liu Erlong spat inwardly, unable to bear Yichu's defiance, and quickly stepped aside, no longer blocking his path. Yichu Mengyiren rose gently, taking a light step forward. Her bright-colored silk dress fluttered, perfectly accentuating her shapely figure. Her oval face was fair and delicate, her large, watery eyes bright and captivating, seemingly holding 1,000 emotions within them. Her eyes shone with joy, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her dress as she gazed at Yichu. Good morning, Yiren, and also Lingling, Xiangxiang, and Huawu. Yichu smiled and greeted them one by one, once again experiencing the troubles of having many women. Meng Yiren nodded slightly with satisfaction and a smile. HMPH good morning. Huawu raised an eyebrow slightly, the slight jealousy in her eyes from Yichu's unjustified encounter with Ning Rongrong last night had vanished. After all, Yichu had called her name, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Her fiery red hair, like a blazing flame, was blown by the breeze, looking like a cluster of burning flames. Shui Binger smiled slightly at Yichu and nodded, her face showing a little apology. After all, they had come uninvited, and last night they had almost been dragged by Shui Yuer to eavesdrop on Ning Rongrong's mating song. Thinking of this, Shui Binger couldn't help but look up at Shui Yuer, only to see that she had her head down, and when she occasionally looked up, her eyes held a hint of love and fear, and her face was flushed. Shui Binger was rather curious. What exactly had she heard? Why did she have dark circles under her eyes this morning, and why was she both loving and afraid of Yichu now? Yichu, we were just about to have breakfast, come on over. Bai Chengxiang got up and opened the food cart next to her. Yi Lingling, Jiang Zhu, and the other girls got up and took out the food. Yichu nodded slightly and sat down with Zhu Zhuking and Xiao Lan, looking curiously at Xiao Wu and Shui Binger. You didn't leave yesterday. Of course not. Miss Ning arranged for us to come, and we didn't plan to go back on our own. She promised to pick us up and drop us off, Ho Wu said matter-of-factly. They really wanted to stay here a little longer. After all, during the Soul Master competition, they didn't have much time to wander around Yongdao City, but now it was different. The Soul Master competition was over, and they could give themselves a few days off. Is that so? Have you eaten yet? Let's eat together. Yichu took the table where that Tang Yuhua handed him. Ho Wu, Qiu Ruishu, and the other girls glanced at Tang Yuhua, seemingly casually. They had thought Liu Erlong was the only standout, but they hadn't expected Yichu to be so resourceful, having Tang Yuhua waiting for them. Great, great. We hadn't even had breakfast yet, and Ho Wu dragged us here to support her, Shen Liuiyu blurted out, directly betraying Ho Wu. Oh I see. Bai Chengxiang looked at Ho Wu teasingly, seeing her bring a group of girls to bolster her image. I was just too embarrassed to come alone. Ho Wu glared fiercely at Shen Liuiyu, offering a weak explanation. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong and Du Yan, the most troublesome ones, weren't there, otherwise Ho Wu might have been embarrassed. Is that so? Yichu's expression was strange, but he didn't pursue the matter further. He then looked at Shui Yuer and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Miss Yuer? Yichu, I'm fine. I just said I wasn't fully awake, Shui Yuer hurriedly explained, her face flushed, not daring to look at Yichu, but her mind was filled with the image of Yichu forcefully digging a well. Haha. Yichu, our seventh girl almost didn't come home last night. I wonder where she went. Oh Wu, Gu Qingbo was about to expose Shui Yuer when Shui Yuer suddenly mustered her strength and screamed. Qingbo, don't talk nonsense, or I won't let you off, haha. Yichu, our seventh girl almost didn't come home last night. I wonder where she went. Oh Wu, Gu Qingbo had just finished speaking when a sly smile appeared on his face, and he was about to continue. Shui Yuer suddenly mustered her strength and screamed. Qingbo, don't talk nonsense, or I won't let you off. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she covered Gu Qingbo's mouth tightly with both hands. Haha. Qiu Ruishu burst into laughter, and the girls next to her also laughed heartily, some even laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Yi Chu frowned as he looked at Shui Yuer's appearance, exchanging glances with Zhu Huking and the other girls. Their eyes were filled with doubt and curiosity. He seemed to have seen this expression before. It looked so much like the look of someone who had been eavesdropping. Ho Wu was also staring at Shui Yuer with curiosity. Could it be that her ally had done something behind her back? Ho Wu's beautiful face was full of inquiry, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shui Yuer without blinking. Alright, stop fooling around. As the leader of the Xianshu girls group, Shui Binger didn't want to embarrass Xianshu Academy, so she immediately stopped the other girls' laughter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796, Treating Seagoat Island as Private Property. The women quieted down. Shui Binger looked apologetic. Yi Chu, don't listen to their nonsense. I didn't stay out all night. Shui Yuer's expression was strained. Yi Chu didn't pursue the matter further, knowing the truth might only embarrass him. It's alright, let's have breakfast first, okay? The Xianshu girl group was well trained, and soon everyone had food in their hands and started eating. Ho Wu, on the other hand, ate slowly and deliberately, glancing at the Xianshu team members wolfing down their food with a hint of disdain. She looked up at Yi Chu, her face serious. Yi Chu, actually, I have something to discuss with you. I want to go on a training trip with you. With me. Yi Chu was taken aback. He looked up at Liu Erlong and the others, who were also confused. That's right. You're so strong, your training must be extraordinary. I can join the Soul Hall right now and serve you for 10 years. I just ask that you take me with you on your training, Ho Wu declared confidently. Shui Binger stared at Ho Wu in shock. 10 years. It sounds easy, but this is Ho Wu's most precious youth. She's only around 20 years old now. 10 years later, she'll be over 30, and by then, she won't have many years left of her peak condition. Ho Wu, are you serious? Of course, Ho Wu replied decisively, but she had her own plans. Going with Yi Chu, as long as they sparked a connection, what do 10 years or 100 years matter? Anyway, she was the wife of the Soul Hall. For the sake of the Soul Hall, she would do her utmost. As for the Blazing Fire Academy, her brother Ho Wusheng was enough. She could stay in the Soul Hall, serving Yi Chu. Being a good wife and mother wasn't out of the question. If we have children in the future, I won't fight for the position of Palace Master. I'll just send the children back to Blazing Fire Academy and live out the rest of my life happily with Yi Chu. Just as Ho Wu was lost in thought, her face flushed. Shui Binger seemed to realize something and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What kind of magic did Yi Chu possess? She looked up at Yi Chu, her face slightly flushed, her eyes darting around. With her eyes lowered, it seemed Yi Chu was indeed very charming. Yi Chu met the somewhat resentful gazes of the woman and shook his head helplessly. But Ho Wu, the place I'm going to is even more difficult than 9 deaths in 1 life, the Slaughter City. Have you heard of it? It's a paradise for the fallen. If they can go there, I can go there too. My strength shouldn't be at the bottom, right? Ho Wu was still unwilling to give up, and even more competitive. She wouldn't easily admit defeat. Even though Yi Chu had already won her over, it didn't mean she had submitted to the other women. Fire dance, the place they're going to is different from where I'm going. It's relatively safer, and the rewards will be higher for them, Yi Chu advised kindly. Looking at Shui Yuer, who seemed somewhat eager, he narrowed his eyes, indicating that taking them along wasn't out of the question. Both the Soul Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were desperately lacking in fresh blood. Even though the Soul Hall was currently controlled by several major families, those families couldn't guarantee that every generation would have a Soul Douluo level expert. Currently, in some gaps in the Soul Hall's power, there were more Soul Douluos than Soul Saints. For every force, the replenishment of fresh blood and manpower was crucial. No one would complain about having too much. Although they had graduates from Blue Tyrant Academy as reserves, the quality of Blue Tyrant Academy's students was still far inferior to that of the 5 Elements Academy. If he could take this opportunity to cultivate relationships with Blazing Fire and Heavenly Water Academy and gain the right to recruit from them, it would be of great significance to the development of both the Soul Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Then I'll go with them on their training. The conditions remain the same. I'll serve your Soul Hall for 10 years, Ho Wu gritted her teeth, still insisting. No matter what, 10 years of service in the Soul Hall would give her enough time to show Yichu her goodness and her sincerity. How? Yichu smiled slightly. He explained, actually, you don't need to do this. Let's take back this condition. Why? Do you look down on me that much? Am I that bad? Ho Wu couldn't understand. She had already lowered herself enough. If someone had told her before that she would speak to a young man like this, she would never have believed it, but the truth was right in front of her. She was hopeless. Giving up her privileged life as a young lady, she insisted on following and pursuing the married Yichu. That's not what I meant. Yichu shook his head, his gaze softening as he looked at Ho Wu. He explained, what I mean is, I can let you join the training, but the condition has to be changed. The condition has to be changed. Under Yichu's gaze, Ho Wu's fiery temper, which was about to erupt, immediately subsided. Yichu nodded slightly. Yes, I hope to get the right to recruit students from your academy every year during graduation season. How can that be? Those students have their own freedom. Ho Wu, don't be impatient. Yichu smiled helplessly, gently raising his hand to calm Ho Wu down. What I mean is, just open a door for my Soul Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. We will go in to promote and recruit your graduates, adhering to the principle of voluntariness. We will only promote, they can come if they want, and they can find other opportunities if they don't. Is that so? Ho Wu wasn't stupid. Shuibinger wasn't stupid either. They quickly understood the purpose of Yichu's condition. To allow young Soul Masters about to enter the Soul Master world to undergo screening by the Soul Hall first would undoubtedly keep most of the geniuses within the Soul Hall. After all, Yichu only said he wouldn't force anyone, but what about the enticement? Students who had just graduated from the Advanced Soul Master Academy would probably be easily swayed, right? How about it? Ho Wu, why don't you go home and ask first? Yichu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course. I won't go in for nothing. If your academy faces any disaster in the future, as a reserve force, my Soul Hall will certainly lend a helping hand. Also, I can tell you that Rongrong and the others are going to a place called Seagood Island. If they succeed in the Seagood's test, they will receive a reward of increased soul power and an increase in the age of their soul rings. The Seagood's test, Ho Wu's eyes widened. It was especially because of the rewards Yichu mentioned, increased soul power and an increase in the age of their soul rings, something every soul master dreams of. Shuibinger and Shui Yuir, along with the other girls, couldn't help but feel a little excited. They didn't necessarily have to stay at Shinshu Academy, and they were all nearing graduation. Maybe they could go to that Seagood Island with Ning Rongrong, to see the outside world and experience its exotic customs. Yichu nodded. That's right, we'll be setting sail in a few days, so Ho Wu, you still have time to consider. I can implant a soul skill in you. As long as you decide within this time, I can use my special soul skill to take you directly to Seagood Island. I need to calm down. Ho Wu, who had been clamoring to go with him, suddenly found herself hesitant. If anyone else had mentioned Seagood Island to her, she would have scoffed, but the person speaking to her was Yichu. Yichu, the most powerful young genius on the continent, the founder of the emerging force, the Behemoth Soul Palace. Ho Wu firmly believed that Yichu wouldn't lie to her. No problem. Is that soul skill okay? It'll also make it easier for us to communicate. If you don't want to, then there's no need to trigger the soul skill. Or, I can still take you, but you'll have to serve my soul palace for 10 years. Yichu wasn't in a hurry. After all, Ho Wu wasn't yet a leader of Blazing Fire Academy, and Seagood Island was far away. She should explain things clearly to her family to avoid any misunderstandings or confusion later on. Ho Wu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright. Then plant a soul skill on me first. I'll discuss it with my family when I get home. By the way, Seagood Island is quite far from here. Remember to explain it clearly to your family. I'll personally take you back later. It won't take more than a few breaths. Yichu agreed, reminding Ho Wu to be clear, and then his eyes lit up with a red light. Alright, look into my eyes. Ho Wu nodded slightly, blushing as she looked at Yichu's strange, unconventional Sharingan. Aim no high. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan swirled in Yichu's eyes, channeling his divine power into Ho Wu's almond-shaped eyes. Feeling a surge of soul power flowing into her eyes, Ho Wu felt a slight pain. The shape of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan flashed briefly in her flame-colored eyes before disappearing into the depths of her gaze. When Yichu's Sharingan closed, Ho Wu's face was flushed, and she stared at him coquettishly, clearly having been affected. Even though Shui Binger and the other girls were prepared, some of them still fell victim to Yichu's Sharingan. Chirushu, who hadn't been harmed by Yichu's Sharingan before, now gritted her teeth, staring at Yichu with teary eyes, feeling both ashamed and indignant. At this moment, she finally understood why her sisters had shown such shy expressions towards Yichu during the Soul Master competition. It turned out this bastard's eyes were faulty. Just now, she had actually thought of crawling under the table to lick Yichu's. It was simply perverted. How could she have such a thought? Chirushu's small hands, gripping the table tightly, were pale from the force. Gu Kengbo, Shen Liu, and Shui Yuir, who deliberately didn't avoid eye contact, all had flushed faces, almost imagining their wedding night with Yichu again in their minds. Strangely, however, their resistance and the time they spent in the role-playing were greatly reduced. Shui Binger, with her head bowed, made it impossible to see her face, but a faint, bright glow could be seen on her earlobes. Sitting directly opposite her, Zhu Huqing smiled. She had clearly seen that even though Shui Binger quickly looked away, she couldn't help but glance at her. That one glance completely ruined things. Zhu Huqing even suspected that Shui Binger was still keeping her legs together. Ho Wu, I've already implanted your soul skill. You just need to inject a little soul power into your eyes to use it. You can also use it to save your life. Yichu finished speaking. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have unknowingly charmed quite a few girls again. Liu Erlong, Bai Chengxiang, and the other girls couldn't help but look resentful. Yichu, I also want to go to Seagoat Island. I'll just choose to sell myself for 10 years. You can use me however you want then. Shui Yuir suddenly raised her head shyly, her face red with difficulty. Although what she said was a bit shameless, she still said it. How could she have any shame when pursuing a man? Besides, she had already lost all face on the Soul Master competition stage. Since Seventh Sister is going, then I'll go too. I'll sell myself to you for 10 years. Shen Liu suddenly raised her hand as well. Actually I was planning to tell you all that, with the same conditions as Blazing Fire Academy, I can take you there. Binger, why don't you try planting a soul skill? At this moment, Yichu treated Seagoat Island as if it were his private property, bringing all sorts of people there, completely forgetting what would happen if they failed the Seagoat 7 Sacred Pillars test. Shui Binger was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay, then plant one of your soul skills in me too. She knew that this wouldn't actually be a loss for her Xianshu Academy. They could invite the students in the academy before the Soul Hall arrived, and those who wanted to leave would leave anyway. Why not let Yichu come in first to recruit people? Okay, Yichu smiled. He didn't mind bringing more people. After all, with his divine power, it was very convenient for him to quickly transport as many people as he wanted. He finalized the matter of Ho Wu and the other girls. After they finished breakfast, Yichu immediately escorted them back to their respective academies. At noon, Yichu, carrying a lunchbox, arrived at Ningrongrong's room. Ningrongrong showed no signs of getting up, curled up in bed, covered by a blanket, her shoulders exposed to the air, her flushed face still stained with tear tracks. Her eyes shone with a soft, alluring light, her face radiating a happy, joyful smile. Her delicate collarbones, rounded shoulders, and porcelain-like skin were subtly tinged with a rosy blush. Looking at the charming, serene little devil, Yichu couldn't help but gasp. The little devil was indeed a rare delicacy, with a tender, smooth, and moist texture. Yichu reached out and flicked Ningrongrong's forehead. Ningrongrong winced in pain, her long eyelashes fluttering as she covered her eyes, revealing her bright blue eyes. Seeing Yichu, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she immediately thought of her current predicament. Husband, what else do you want to do? Yichu shrugged. I'm done. I just came to feed you something. Ningrongrong bit her red lips and glared at the flirtatious Yichu. Her pretty face flushed red, and she wrapped herself tightly in the cream-stained blanket. I don't want any more. I'm full. She was truly full. If Yichu fed her any more, her small frame would surely be overfed. Yichu rolled his eyes, reached out and stroked Ningrongrong's soft face. What are you thinking, you little devil? He said, patting the food box beside him. He took out the dishes and poured the abalone broth into the rice. He picked up a spoon and began feeding her. Ningrongrong snorted softly. It was all Yichu's fault for making suggestive remarks without warning. Chapter 797 Setting Sail, Hulina wants to quit Yichu. The next morning, Yichu got out of Zukei's bed, had a quick breakfast, and then took Xiaolan and Tang Yuho to Hanhai City. As for why he didn't take anyone else, it was because Yichu possessed divine power. He brought Xiaolan along simply to serve as a coordinate. Given their relationship, Yichu could sense Xiaolan's location no matter where she was. This way, if Xiaolan arrived at Seagoat Island, it meant they were all there. Yichu wouldn't have to stay on the ship and could use the time to properly explain things to Jinring Su, Zhu Huiyan, and the others. To get Xiaolan to take on this challenging task, Yichu promised to visit her every day, bringing her delicious food, making sure her mouth never stopped eating. The three of them left Hanhai City through the west gate. They followed a wide road specially carved out of the reefs outside the city and headed straight for the dock. This wasn't a sightseeing trip, but Xiaolan still looked around curiously. "Brother, the sea breeze smells fishy, and it's a little like the scent you left behind." Hearing Xiaolan's unintentional remark, Yichu's face darkened slightly, and he coughed awkwardly. "Xiaolan, don't talk nonsense." Tang Yuho covered her red lips and chuckled, but her face still flushed. What Xiaolan said was actually quite true. Yichu possessed the blue-silver emperor bloodline, and his entire body smelled fragrant, inside and out. He could detect that faint scent of the sea. Perhaps Xiaolan was just more discerning, she only noticed it occasionally. To sail from the Hanhai City dock, one had to travel along this rocky road. Although building a road on the rocks was difficult, the Hanhai City government spared no effort in maintaining it well. The dock here was enormous. At least 20 docks, each hundreds of meters long, extended into the sea, mooring hundreds of ships. Unlike the small fishing village where Yichu had brought Ningrongrong and the others, this place could be considered the starting and ending point of maritime trade, and a huge source of revenue for the entire Hanhai City. Although the sea is teeming with powerful spirit beasts, it also holds boundless wealth. Living off the sea has long been an unchanging truth in Hanhai City. Even though people perish at sea every year at the hands of sea spirit beasts, this situation remains unchanged. The pursuit of strength, development, and even survival is paramount. The land near the sea is mostly saline alkali soil, completely unsuitable for agriculture. Only the various creatures of the sea can bring benefits to Hanhai City. It is precisely through the sea that the people here can exchange for various resources. Soon, Yichu found a ship that caught his eye. It was a brand new ship, looking quite impressive. The hull was painted entirely iron-colored, with only the deck decorated with red and white paint. It is said that painting the hull iron-colored helps to minimize attacks from spirit beasts. The ship is 50 meters long and over 20 meters wide. While not large for a ship, it is still quite substantial. Upon closer inspection, one can see that beneath the iron-gray paint on the hull is a thick layer of iron armor, protecting the ship. Yichu chose this ship because of its excellent defensive capabilities. Although chartering it cost a considerable amount of money, his sole palace could easily afford it. It's no exaggeration to say that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heavendao royal family were both happy to let Yichu spend the money. As long as they could reach Seagoat Island smoothly, it was worth it. As for the return trip, they wouldn't need a ship at all. Of course, this was on the condition that Yichu had escaped from the City of Slaughter. Otherwise, Zhu Huking and the others would still have to take a ship back. Welcome to the Sea Demon. Yichu and Tang Yuho had just boarded the ship when a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s greeted them with a hearty laugh and a welcoming gesture. "Hello, I am Captain Hader of the Sea Demon." Hader smiled politely and said, "Welcome to the 2 beautiful ladies, and of course, the handsome gentleman. It's a pleasure to serve you." As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone. When he passed the stunning Xiaolan and the strikingly beautiful Tang Yuho, his gaze didn't linger for long. Seeing this, Yichu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This captain seemed somewhat different from ordinary people. On their journey, countless people had frequently glanced at them, unable to look away. Yichu suppressed his curiosity and didn't say much. According to Hader's introduction, the Sea Demon had a total of 8 crew members. Besides the captain, there was a first mate and 6 crew members. The Sea Demon had 3 decks, 2 on the upper deck and 1 below. As the ones paying, Yichu and his crew naturally stayed on the upper 2 decks. The crew lived below. The upper deck offered a unique and scenic view. The upper deck had 6 rooms. Even if Yichu called Zhu Huking and the others, it would be enough. "Yichu, why don't we bring the sisters along today? If they don't have sailing experience, they might be short-handed on the way back," Tang Yuhu suggested, looking at the ship swaying in the wind as they were about to depart. If you have anything to do, you can take them back, that's fine. Yichu nodded, understanding the necessity of being prepared. He immediately told Hater to stop what he was doing, as some of them hadn't arrived yet. Then, Yichu quickly left. When he returned, he was with a group of beautiful women. Husband, is this the boat you rented? Why didn't you rent a bigger one? If Xiao Wu and the others come too, won't there be no room? Ningrongrong nestled in Yichu's arms. At this moment, no one else was vying for Yichu's embrace with this young lady who had only recently lost her virginity. Her eyes and brows exuded a mature woman's charm, and every movement was gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting Yichu. She had been lusting after Yichu's body for so long, and she couldn't let him push her away. Ningrongrong no longer saw Xiao Wu and the others as thorns in her side as before. Anyway, Yichu had already taken her, so he had to take responsibility. Bigger isn't necessarily better. I think this ship's defenses are pretty good. Yichu affectionately embraced his woman, the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, his voice gentle. Yes, it's better to be safe. I'll listen to my husband. Hearing Ningrongrong's sweet voice, Duguyan and the other girls following behind couldn't help but roll their eyes. Had this little devil been corrupted? My dear Rongrong, can you please stop being so mushy? Can you speak normally? I still prefer the old Rongrong who used to bicker with me, Duguyan pouted and complained. Making Xiao Wu and Bai Chengxiang nod in agreement. Only Zhu Zhuking's expression seemed less than pleasant. Hearing Du Guyan's words, Ningrongrong's expression immediately changed. Ningrongrong looked up and smiled gently at Yichu, then covered his ears with her hands and immediately scolded, "You stinky woman, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." PFFT, ha ha ha. Ningrongrong's comical scene made Du Guyan, Liu Erlong, and the others burst into laughter. Yichu twitched his lips. He had also heard Ningrongrong's voice. "Yichu, let's set off now." Tang Yuhu looked at her sisters. It was good that they got along well. Yichu nodded. "Okay, let's set off then. Rongrong, you stay here for half a day, then I'll take you back to deal with the Soul Hall's affairs, okay?" The rich smell of the sea assaulted their senses from the moment they boarded the ship. The sea breeze howled, bringing a chill to the late autumn season. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary people. Their bodies had extremely strong resistance, so this bit of cold wind was nothing to them. After Yichu boarded the ship, some people were distracted by Captain Hater, but to their surprise, he remained unmoved despite having brought so many beautiful girls. Raise anchor, set sail. With everyone present, Captain Hater gave the order, and the sea demon officially set sail. Yichu handed him a nautical chart collected by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, instructing him to proceed according to the designated direction. The weather was excellent today. The sea was calm, and the sea demon was quite large. After weighing anchor, with the efforts of the sailors, it easily sailed away from the port and into the open sea. Once the sea demon was completely out of the harbor, Captain Hater gave the order, the mainsail was hoisted. They adjusted their course and accelerated towards their destination. The scenery of the sea is irreplaceable by any other sight. Without truly experiencing the sea, one can never truly feel its grandeur. The boundless sea stretched to the horizon, where the water met the sky in the distance. At this moment, the sun had risen slowly in the east, illuminating the shimmering surface of the sea. Yichu and the others, without exception, stood on the second deck of the sea demon, gazing at the captivating seascape. Even the usually aloof yearlingling stared at the water with a somewhat mesmerizing expression. The sea breeze caressed them. Though a bit chilly, it seemed to open their hearts, filling them with an indescribable sense of exhilaration and excitement. This feeling of excitement lasted until noon. Lunch naturally consisted mainly of seafood. A few simple fish were boiled in plain water and served with some vegetables purchased from Hanhai City. Although there was nothing particularly special about it, everyone ate with relish. Captain Hater, in particular, had specially added several large crabs for them. However, after lunch, only Yichu, Liu Erlong, Tang Yuhua, Bai Chengxiang, and Xiao Lan maintained this attitude. In the afternoon, the wind and waves began to rise. The sea demon also began to rock with the waves. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but as time went on, Ningrongrong, Zhu Zhuking, Xiao Wu, and the others began to experience seasickness. Xiao Wu and the others fared relatively well, but Ningrongrong, Jiangzhu, Yilingling, and the most severely affected, Zhu Zhuking, all began vomiting profusely, causing the sailors on board to burst into laughter. According to Hader, they would get used to it after a few vomiting sessions. Now it seemed Tang Yuho's suggestion was very necessary. With Yi Yu present, they could better help the girls overcome their seasickness. If this happened on the return journey, it would be disastrous. Yi Yu and the others relied on their cultivation and physical strength. As for Bai Chengxiang, whenever she felt unwell, she would simply fly into the air. This allowed her to scout ahead and also avoid the seasickness. When Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking occasionally couldn't bear it anymore, Yi Yu and the others would take them into the air to alleviate their symptoms. A day passed quickly. All around was an endless expanse of sea, with no land in sight. This was at the beginning of their sea voyage. Everyone felt much more comfortable than on land, yet by the end of the day, they were all pale. Only when the sea was calm could they get a moment's rest and breathe the fresh air. But how long could calm seas last on the open ocean? Seeing Ning Rongrong's condition, Yi Yu temporarily abandoned the idea of having her handle Soul Hall affairs. He needed to deal with the seasickness first. Xiao Wu and Du Yuan adapted much better. Even Han Qiushan, after experiencing seasickness a few times, saw her symptoms disappear faster than Zhu Zhuking's. Yi Lingling, Zhang Zhu, Zhu Zhuking, and Ning Rongrong, however, hadn't dared to eat or cultivate for a day and a night. Frequent vomiting made them look pale and on the verge of collapse. However, they were, after all, soul masters. Their bodies, after multiple modifications, had extremely strong adaptability, and they were gradually becoming accustomed to the rough seas. Martial Soul City, Papal Palace. Have you thought this through? The Pope looked quietly at Tulina, who was kneeling before him. Hulina nodded firmly. Your Majesty, if I can't make any further breakthroughs and stay here, I'm afraid I'll really go mad. Pope Bibidong's expression softened considerably. Actually, that bitch of your teacher meant the same thing. She didn't want me to throw you back into Death Valley. Hulina was stunned. Did her teacher also think that she couldn't escape her desire for Yi Yu without falling into other desires? Hulina didn't think much of it and continued, Your Majesty. Death Valley is dangerous, but it can't help me now. It's dangerous enough, but not enough for killing, whatever. Go if you want. I was planning to throw you there anyway. Bibidong smiled indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, Hulina's face showed no trace of allure, only unparalleled determination. HMPH. This is what that bitch asked me to give you. Pope Bibidong raised her hand. A ring on her hand shone brightly, and when she turned her palm over, a white skull appeared in her hand. Absorb it before you leave. Hulina was suddenly startled. This is too precious. Bibidong's face darkened. HMPH. Do you think I wanted to give it away? This is an external soul bone. I originally planned to give you that skull of spiritual wisdom, but that guy took it. But that bitch said it's okay, you'll get it back. Chapter 798. I'm on the pirate ship. On the sea demon sailed through the waves. Finally, the sea returned to calm. Under the direct sunlight, the cabin was filled with warmth. Zhu Zhuking and the other girls, suffering from seasickness, managed to drink some fish soup before resting. As they adapted to the sea voyage, their bodies were slowly recovering. Yi Yu stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. The Sharingan's X-ray vision was of little use at sea. The horizon stretched endlessly. At sea, one could only determine direction by the sun. He roughly calculated that the sea demon's direction was correct. They were approaching Seagoat Island. Hader approached Yi Yu respectfully and said, Respected Soul Master, according to the current voyage, we will reach our destination in about 8 days. However, after about half a day's journey, we will enter an area where soul beasts are active. At that time, we will need your help. Since witnessing Bai Chengxiang's rapid flight through the air, the captain had become much more respectful to everyone. Yi Yu asked calmly, Hader, you often sail long distances. How do you usually deal with powerful soul beasts? Hader smiled slightly. Generally speaking, soul beasts rarely attack ships. Only those with extremely violent tempers will attack proactively. So, we try our best not to provoke them, and that way we'll be safe. If we really encounter a soul beast that is both powerful and easily angered, then we can only consider ourselves unlucky. After all, even the sturdiest ship can't withstand their attacks. Every year, many people lose their lives at sea because of this, which can be considered an invisible offering to sea soul beasts. But don't worry, our ships are coated with a special beast-repelling potion. Soul beasts don't like the smell and usually won't come near. Captains who go on ocean voyages prepare detailed nautical charts. Relying on these charts, we can basically guarantee the safety of our passengers. Oh? What kind of nautical chart is that? Yichu raised an eyebrow, somewhat curious. It's a nautical chart recording the distribution of powerful sea spirit beasts. Sea spirit beasts are similar to those on land in some ways. They also have a strong sense of territory. As long as we avoid the territories of those powerful sea spirit beasts, we can avoid unnecessary trouble. A hint of pride appeared on Hater's face as he said this. Yichu glanced at him thoughtfully. It seems you're quite familiar with spirit beasts, Captain. Hater's expression changed slightly, and he lowered his eyes, replying, to make a living at sea, one naturally needs to know more to ensure their safety. What do you think? Yichu smiled, said nothing more, and looked back at the vast, boundless sea. Time passed quickly at sea. Night fell. It was a beautiful night, with the stars and moon clearly visible. The beauty of the moon rising over the sea was captivating. Thanks to the good weather, the seasickness sufferers had mostly recovered. They weren't in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery and went to sleep early. Yichu held Zuzuking close, half reclining on the bed in his cabin. The cabin wasn't large, and besides the bed, there wasn't much space to move around. Through the window, they could see the bright moonlight. Although the sea breeze wasn't strong, the temperature at sea was still quite low in the middle of the night. A chill seeped in through the cracks in the door, making the cabin feel rather cold. Yichu folded the thick mattress in 2 layers and laid them on the inside of the bed, making it softer and more comfortable for Zuzuking. He covered her completely with a blanket, while he lay on the outside, fully clothed, shielding her from the cold. Although it wasn't like home, Yichu enjoyed this feeling. Being able to take care of his confidant was a kind of happiness for him. Zuzuking leaned on Yichu's shoulder. Suffering most from seasickness, she had fallen into deep sleep early. One small hand rested on Yichu's chest, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly against her eyelids. Looking at the moonlight outside, and then at the kitten in his arms, more beautiful than the moonlight itself, and the 2 full moons he held in his arms, Yichu couldn't help but feel drowsy. Just as Yichu was drifting off to sleep, his consciousness hazy, he felt a soft caress in his arms. This jolted him awake, and Zuzuking in his arms opened her eyes. Their eyes met. Zuzuking's beautiful, violet-like eyes had regained their former brilliance. Gazing at Yichu, her beautiful eyes were filled with sweetness. Before Yichu could speak, she blurted out, "Husband, why don't you lie in bed with me? I was afraid of disturbing your rest, and I was also afraid that I wouldn't be able to control myself." Yichu smiled. Even though he and Zuzuking had been intimate many times, he was still powerless against her softness. Zuzuking's face flushed slightly, and she gave Yichu a reproachful look. "Get up." Zuzuking gently pushed Yichu, helping him out of bed. She quickly rearranged the folded mattress, a blush rising on her pretty face. She pulled Yichu back to bed and covered them both with a blanket. Yichu felt a smooth, delicate body snuggle into his arms, slender yet still voluptuous. Those lotus-like arms were already tightly wrapped around his neck. Warm, hot, and supple, the body gently writhed, pressing against Yichu's. That alluring feeling instantly aroused Yichu's most primal desire. Nestled against Yichu's shoulder, Zuzuking softly said, "Husband, if you're feeling uncomfortable, I won't refuse you. Why leave your wife unused? Oh, aren't you feeling unwell?" "I'm not that impatient." Yichu gently stroked Zuzuking's long, dark hair and lightly kissed her forehead. Shyly, she looked up. Zuzuking took the initiative and their lips met. Yichu greedily savored Zuzuking's soft lips. He held her delicate body tightly, as if he wanted to completely merge her into his own. Subconsciously, his large hands, which were around Zuzuking's back, roamed over her back and buttocks. The temperature inside the quilt, and even throughout the entire cabin, was rising rapidly. But Yichu's movement stopped abruptly when he raised his hands to cover her buttocks, cupping and kneading them. The alluring touch, even through the clothes, was still so delicate. A faint pink blush spread across Zuzuking's exposed skin. She murmured softly, her incredibly supple body tightly wrapped around Yichu. "Husband, do you want me to help you again?" Zuzuking murmured vaguely, somewhat intoxicated. "Let's not, Zuzuking, you should rest and recover first." Yichu forced himself not to think about the wonderful feeling, picked up Zuzuking, and obediently returned his hands to her waist and back. Hearing Yichu's words, Zuzuking's delicate body stopped writhing. She slowly raised her head. Her eyes regaining some clarity, her brows filled with love. They began talking about something unrelated. Husband, when are you going to pick up my sister? Yichu smiled, smoothing a strand of hair at Zhu's Huking's temple. In the next couple of days, I'll take you with me. Okay, thank you, husband. Zhu's Huking pursed her red lips, offering another kiss, before sliding into the covers and disappearing. Yichu was stunned. He wanted to pull Zhu's Huking out, but it was too late. Unless he used his divine power, he was afraid of hurting himself. As for why he didn't use his divine power, Yichu admitted that the damp, warm, spring-like feeling, in winter, how many people would be willing to leave their beds? Early morning. A thin layer of morning mist hung over the sea. The crew brought out the prepared breakfast, and the seasick women looked much better. With their physical condition restored, their appetites naturally returned. Zhu's Huking, though her face was slightly flushed and she seemed to have little appetite for breakfast, had recovered her usual self. Breakfast consisted of black bread, fish soup, and a little smoked salmon and caviar, a standard sea breakfast. It's worth mentioning that Yichu and the others were quite generous. The caviar used was black caviar, making it exceptionally delicious. Each plump roe, when bitten into, released a burst of irresistible freshness. Paired with the black bread, it was an absolute delicacy. A considerable amount of breakfast was prepared, but it was devoured in no time. Xiao Lan even let out a long burp. No matter where she was always a major eater. Liu Erlong suddenly stood up, smiling, and said, "Come on, sisters, let's go up on the deck for some fresh air. It's getting colder, I'll help you warm up." Ning Rongrong also stood up. After eating breakfast, she felt much more energetic. She glanced at her husband and exchanged a look. "Okay, Sister Erlong," she chuckled. "But we're not that weak yet, we'll feel cold. Let's go. Let's all go up to the deck and get some fresh air, okay, let's have a fish catching contest." Xiao Lan clapped her hands, letting Hen Qiushan wipe her mouth. They left the cabin and went up to the deck. As the sun rose in the east, the morning mist at sea gradually dissipated. Captain Hader came over with several crew members, laughing heartily. "Distinguished guests, how was the breakfast?" Xiao Lan immediately gave a thumbs up. "It was delicious, especially the black caviar, so fresh," Hader said proudly. "Of course. This black caviar would be more valuable than gold if sold inland." Then, Hader changed the subject. "However, an even more wonderful experience is yet to come. It's almost time." Just as he spoke, Xiao Lan suddenly stumbled, shaking her head. Looking puzzled, she murmured, "Why am I a little dizzy?" Xiao Lan is usually not seasick. Hader smiled slightly. "That's right, you should be dizzy. Who told you to eat the most?" Collapse, collapse. As the words fell, everyone except Xiao Lan looked at each other in disbelief. Xiao Lan frowned, her body glowing green. She stood up straight again in a moment. Hader, however, seemed not to have seen anything, laughing triumphantly. In his eyes, Xiao Lan and Yichu had all collapsed on the deck. "Haha. So what if you're all soul masters? At sea, that's our domain. Not bad this time. I wonder which noble family these young men belong to." "Men. Quickly empty their soul tools, we're in luck. The captain will reward us handsomely. Hurry up, tie them all up and dislocate their joints." The other crew members looked like they'd seen a ghost. Yichu and the others were clearly still standing. How come their captain didn't see them? The first mate immediately nudged Hader. Hader swayed, his eyes glazed, standing there somewhat bewildered, then frowned and shook his head. "Haha, brother was so silly just now," Xiao Lan chuckled. With her voice, Hader finally snapped out of it, utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible," Hader cried out in exasperation. "My rooster crows at 5 drums hypnotic powder is enough to make someone sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. You. I clearly saw you all fall down just now." Yichu looked at him with pity. For him, possessing the Sharingan spirit, hypnotizing someone to obtain information was incredibly easy. And this guy had even poisoned someone. Even without Yichu using his own blood to detoxify beforehand, Xiao Lan's spirit skill could easily neutralize the drug. "Actually, on the first day we set sail, I noticed something was off about you. You're just members of a ship, but as the captain, you know too much about spirit masters, unfortunately not enough. You don't even know that some spirits can cast illusions." Yichu opened his Sharingan, staring at Hader with a mocking expression. "Furthermore, Although I don't know what method you use to conceal your soul power, soul masters are still different from ordinary people. Your crew members are all agile and their strength clearly surpasses that of ordinary people. A crew entirely composed of soul masters, that's quite impressive. Looking at Yichu's calm yet seemingly more sinister than blood, Hater was furious. He roared, "So what if you saw through us? This is the sea. You landlubbers, even if you're soul masters, you'll still die. Attack. Kill them. Let them know our power." As he spoke, they no longer needed to conceal their abilities. In an instant, led by Hater, the 8 men simultaneously released their martial souls. Rings of brilliant soul rings lit up. Captain Hater had 5 soul rings. His first mate had 4. The other 6 soul masters had 2 with 3 rings and 4 with 2 rings. Just as Yichu had said, all 8 people on this ship were soul masters. Hater understood clearly, so what if these young people were soul masters? If the drugging didn't work, he could definitely take them down by hand. The 2 older women were nothing more than that kid's playthings. What cultivation could they possibly have? This is the ocean, and they are all sea soul masters. They have a natural advantage. And most of these people in front of him are no more than 20 years old. How much could they have accomplished? At most, a 3-ring soul master. With his own soul king level, he could easily deal with these young people. Chapter 799 The Great Danger Ahead. Looking at Hater and the others, their arrogant demeanor after releasing their spirit rings, Yichu stroked his chin, put his arm around Ningrongrong's waist, and said thoughtfully, "I've observed them carefully these past few days. If they are spirit masters, 3 are enough to control this ship. More than that wouldn't be of much use." Ningrongrong nodded repeatedly. Looking at her man, she was increasingly fond of him, her eyes filled with love. While Yichu was speaking, the 8 opponents had already pounced. This was the open sea, with abundant water attribute energy for them to draw upon. If all else failed, they could choose to venture deeper into the sea. Of course, that was a last resort. After all, this ship was extremely valuable, and these people wouldn't want to destroy it unless absolutely necessary. Even if they did destroy the ship, so what? Yichu was completely unafraid. Du Guyan and Xiao Wu stood there smiling. When they saw the spirit power levels of these crew members, they had no intention of attacking. Only one person made a move, Liu Erlong. Yichu's role was merely to prevent their escape. A shimmering blue-gold light bathed the deck. Those incredibly strong blue-silver emperors, tougher than steel, silently emerged. No soul skills were used, just a simple blue-silver entanglement. Except for Captain Hater, the other 7 had all stopped moving within the blue-gold light. They hadn't even had time to unleash their soul skills. Hater, however, remained motionless, still in the same waving gesture. His gaze towards Liu Erlong was as if he were looking at a monster. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 soul rings silently circled Liu Erlong's body. Each soul ring seemed to mock Hater, mocking his overestimation of his abilities. Even the soul master level first mate was powerless against Yichu's blue-silver emperor entanglement. Yichu, of course, wouldn't give them the chance to drown and destroy the ship. Erlong, it's all yours now. Don't worry, husband, I haven't done anything in ages, I'm itching to fight. Liu Erlong cracked her knuckles like popping beans, and walked forward with a cold smile. Behind her, a blazing fire dragon coiled. Hater wanted to attack, but found his body completely paralyzed. He only saw a flash of bloodlust in Yichu's eyes. His body felt like it was nailed to a cross, a sharp pain washing over him, making it impossible to move. Hater, who possessed 5 spirit rings, 3 yellow and 2 purple, had no desire to fight at this moment. He knew he was doomed today. And a terrible, utter defeat. No wonder these people dared to go to that place. They were so young, yet why did they possess such strength? And why would that soul Douluo woman fall for that pretty boy, willingly submitting to his pleasure, sharing a husband with those young girls? Thud. Thud. Liu Erlong's hand slapped the first mate and another crew member on the head from a distance. There was no bloodshed. Only wisps of green smoke emerged from their 7 orifices. Then their bodies began to collapse limply to the ground. The same method was repeated. Amid the crew's hysterical pleas for mercy, Liu Erlong remained unyielding. She was the killing corner of the golden iron triangle. How could she show mercy to these pirates who wanted to rob and kill? Any one of these pirates could not escape punishment even if they died 10 times over. Besides, Since her husband had said only 3 people needed to be left, then only 3 would suffice. The blue-silver emperor soared. 5 corpses were flung out, plunging into the sea. The soul beasts roaming the vast ocean would be their final resting place. This battle, which was never in doubt, was resolved in a short time. The other 2 crew members had already lost control of their bladder and bowels. If they hadn't been entangled by the blue-silver emperor, they would probably have collapsed to the ground in terror. Of course, they had killed before. But as everyone knows, the fear of killing and the fear of being killed are completely different. Yichu controlled the blue-silver emperor to soar again. He threw the 2 crew members into the sea as well. Given their status as sea soul masters, they wouldn't die from being submerged in seawater, but it would wash away their filth. Yichu slowly walked to Hader, who was trapped in an illusion and offered no resistance. He smiled calmly, his eyes fixed intently on Hader. Under the blood-red light in Yichu's eyes, Hader felt a wave of dizziness. His mental strength was far inferior to Yichu's, not to mention the presence of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. I think we can talk now, Yichu said, simultaneously planting Amaterasu on Hader, which would trigger if he attacked or tried to escape. Ah! Hader screamed, clutching his eyes. He felt his eyeballs throbbing, as if something was residing within them, ready to explode at any moment. Yichu removed the blue-silver emperor vine, a graceful smile appearing on his handsome face. Hader, you must be pirates. What about the captain you mentioned earlier? If you don't want to end up like those 5 men. Hader immediately turned pale, his legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud. Spare me, I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me. Yichu looked down at him. Fine. I have no other demands. Tell us where you come from, and then safely deliver us to our destination. I can spare your life. Hader breathed a slight sigh of relief and truthfully confessed. Sir, our ship belongs to the Purple Pearl Pirate Gang. Each of us is a member of the Purple Pearl Pirate Gang. Our job is to find easy prey in ports, hunt them down at sea, and then hand over the loot to the gang, the Purple Pearl Pirate Gang. Yichu narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter this pirate gang at sea, but the Purple Pearl Gang had been operating for so many years, a considerable period of time. Yichu nodded, then asked curiously, tell me about the Purple Pearl pirate ship. Where is your hideout? How many people are there? What is the captain's cultivation level? Hader, now eager to share everything, readily answered, our Purple Pearl pirate crew is located on Purple Pearl Island, 2 days sea voyage from here. In the past 5 years, under the leadership of Captain Purple Pearl, we have absorbed or destroyed all the small pirate crews in this area, forming a large organization. We have over 2,000 members. Among them, nearly 200 are soul masters. My ship, the Sea Demon, is also one of the top ships in the crew. The crew members who follow me are all my men. I was originally the captain of a pirate crew myself, but I was later absorbed. As he finished speaking, Hader, seeing Yichu's numerous wives and concubines, could resist trying to sell him more. My lord, our Purple Pearl Pirate Gang's leader is a level 68 Soul Emperor, incredibly powerful. She's probably around 30 years old, but she's very well preserved, looking only 20, and extremely beautiful. If you like her, I can help send her to your bed. Yichu frowned slightly, somewhat doubtful whether Hader could stay put. Liu Erlong and the other women glared angrily at Hader. Watch your mouth, or believe me, I'll poison you, Du Yan snapped. The 9-section jade pendant Du Bo had given her for defense hissed on her shoulder, its tongue flicking. I'm sorry, I deserve to die. Hader immediately slapped herself, the sound echoing. Tang Yuhu asked doubtfully, your leader is a woman. Hader stopped, covered her face, and nodded. Yes, we make a living by plundering and collecting ocean taxes. Ning Rongrong frowned and asked, doesn't the official authorities of Hanhei City do anything about you? Hader curled his lip and said disdainfully, even if they wanted to, they couldn't. Let's not even mention that we have 200 sea spirit masters. The Spirit Hall's previous rule that land spirit masters are not allowed to enter the sea has made them afraid to act rashly. Moreover, we are very measured and won't push people too far. We usually just rob, we don't kill much. And our targets are all nobles. How many good people are there among the nobles? Ning Rongrong's eyebrows rose and she said coldly, so you're saying you see us as fat sheep for the nobles? Are all nobles bad people? Do they deserve to die? Hader realized he had said the wrong thing, and his face twisted slightly. Alright, get up first. Yichu waved his hand, And as Hader got up, a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. One of his fourth spirit skills, Martial Sun, illuminates fate. Unbeknownst to him, he had already browsed through all of Hader's memories. He frowned, regretting not having checked Hader's memories first. He calmly said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. We just want to go to Seagoat Island. I have no interest in pirates like you. Don't try anything funny. You should be able to sense that your life is in my hands. If you make a move, there will only be one outcome, death." Yichu's voice turned noticeably cold as he said the last word. As he spoke, he swung the blue-silver Emperor sword, and the two crew members who had been seasick were pulled back onto the deck. "Let's continue our voyage," Yichu waved his hand and ordered. "Although I don't know much about seafaring, I know directions. You're not completely stupid. If you want to live, do as I say." "Yes, yes," Hader replied, relieved, and quickly ran off with the two crew members. Bai Chengxiang let out a soft snort. "These pirate groups are all scourges of the region. They're all bad news. When we get back, let's go and crush them completely." Du Yuan laughed. "They actually poisoned us, how laughable. With my husband here, they'd only be throwing their lives away in vain." Yichu watched Hader's retreating figure. "These pirates are cowards. As long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any problems. However, everyone should still be careful when resting." "Husband, is there a problem?" Zhu Xiuqing seemed to sense something and suggested, "How about we take turns on night watch starting today? Just in case they try anything funny. Although we're not afraid of encountering large pirate groups, we're about to reach Seagoat Island. So we should avoid trouble as much as possible." "Xiuqing, there's no need for that. I'm just worried that if Hader tries to kill himself, there won't be anyone to sail the ship for us." Yichu smiled, grasped the full moon, kneaded it, and pulled Zhu Xiuqing into his arms. "Ugh!" Zhu Xiuqing let out a muffled groan, bowing her head in front of the woman, silently enduring the pain. The sea demon continued its voyage. But the harmonious atmosphere on the ship had completely vanished. Standing in the control room at the helm, Hader's previously humble expression had gradually disappeared. He was indeed afraid of death, terribly afraid of death. Everything he had done just now was driven by instinct. However, as he gradually calmed down, his face became horribly pale, the twisted muscles on his face throbbing like earthworms. His hands gripping the helm trembled incessantly. His heart felt as if it were being gnawed by 1,000 snakes and insects. Intense pain relentlessly assaulted his soul. Yichu's judgment was correct. Under normal circumstances, Hader was indeed afraid of death. To save his own life, he would cooperate with them and send them to Seagoat Island. However, Yichu also knew that Hader might very well resort to a desperate measure. Among the 5 crew members Liu Erlong had killed, the one who was killed in the first round along with the first mate was Hader's biological son. His only son. Hader's eyes narrowed slightly. His son was arguably his only hope. At his age, having another child was almost impossible. Everything he had done over the years was mostly for his son's sake. He had planned to save up enough money to sail the sea demon to the other side of the ocean and find a wife for his son so he could live out his old age in peace. However, what happened today completely ruined his plans. He no longer had a son, and he had no future. "You killed my son, and I will make you pay for it." At this moment, Hader's eyes were filled with hysterical madness. His gaze was fixed on the boundless sea. Hader's pupils contracted. He hadn't lied to Yichu about one thing. In his mind, there was indeed a sea map showing the distribution of the sea spirit beasts. And on this sea map, there was an absolute forbidden zone ahead. But he didn't know that Yichu already knew it clearly through his memories and was constantly on guard against him. Another day of sailing had passed. Zhu Xiuqing and the other girls had adapted to the rough seas. Because there were fewer crew members, they had to prepare their own food. However, this was not much different from what they had experienced at Blue Tyrant Academy. The sea is a natural food source. They had no need to worry about food shortages. Hader and the remaining 2 crew members behaved very well. Yichu kept a close eye on the voyage. They were generally on the right track, following the map provided by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, that direction also held immense danger. Therefore, at night, Yichu didn't close his eyes, but instead observed Hader's every move. Chapter 800 The Deep Sea Demonic Whale King. 7 days remained until they reached Poseidon Island. Yichu was also curious, what kind of island was it? Without actually arriving, he couldn't imagine. Night deepened. Yichu, draped in white sandalwood, warmed his hands inside his clothes, slowly groping around. Bai Chengxiang nestled quietly in his arms, fast asleep, her fair face rosy, her twin ponytails cascading over her shoulders, highlighting her delicate features. With such a warm, soft beauty in his arms, Yichu felt no sleepiness, for Hader was courting death. The stars and moon were dim, yet they couldn't obstruct Yichu's vision. On this vast, boundless sea, he could still see extremely far. A sea breeze blew, carrying a faint chill and a slightly salty, refreshing scent. A single oil lamp illuminated the control room. Usually, the first mate would be in charge at this time, but now, without him, Hader wasn't resting. However, he wasn't constantly in the control room either. They were moving things back and forth into the hold. After finishing, Yichu could clearly see the madness on Hader's face, followed by a calm. He steered the ship while staring blankly into the darkness outside, lost in thought. Bai Chengxiang, curled up in Yichu's arms, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and shortness of breath, letting out a soft cry. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, her face flushed with shyness. She held Yichu's mischievous hand, hidden inside her clothes, her face blushing. Yichu didn't seem to relent, and her breathing became slightly rapid. She murmured softly, "Yichu." Yichu rolled over and pressed against Bai Chengxiang, completely binding her in his arms. His breath enveloped her, making her feel both shy and joyful. "Xiang, wake up. Something's happened, something's happened." Bai Chengxiang was dazed, feeling Yichu's heartbeat, her body warming and softening. "Listen to me, go to the hold first and throw all those things into the sea." Yichu gently leaned close to Bai Chengxiang's ear, breathing hot air, his lips brushing against her fair earlobe, making Bai Chengxiang lose control. Immediately afterward, Bai Chengxiang regained consciousness. All the romantic feelings in her heart vanished, and she realized the seriousness of the situation. "Xiang, did you hear me?" Yichu asked softly, while pulling his hands, which were already warm and smelled of milk, away and pulling Bai Chengxiang's clothes down to cover her waist and abdomen again. "Yes, Yichu. I'll go do it right away." Bai Chengxiang bit her pink lips, her eyes shimmering, and nodded gently. She met Yichu's lips, taking a brief, fleeting kiss before dizzily climbing off the bed and rushing outside. At the same time, she began to tidy her clothes, which Yichu had torn apart. Her face was flushed, and she didn't feel much coldness from the sea breeze. Yichu glanced at his own yearning body, shook his head helplessly, and looked into the darkness in the distance, feeling a chill, a warning full of danger. He strolled outside and headed towards the control room. The cool sea breeze gradually dispelled the lust that had just risen within him. "Hader." Yichu knocked on the control room door. Hader opened the door and said respectfully, "Sir, what are your orders? Is our course correct?" Yichu leaned against the door and yawned. Hader nodded, his lowered eyes filled with hatred. "Of course not. I sailed exactly according to the map you gave me." Yichu crossed his arms. "But why do I feel a bit depressed in the sea area?" Hader replied, "Sir, that's because this sea area is called the Demon Whale Sea, the deepest place in the vicinity. It's said that there's a trench 1,000 meters deep beneath the surface, so if a flying soul master looks at the sea from the sky, it's the darkest place." "Demon Whale Sea? Aren't you going to explain?" "As far as I know, there should be a demon whale living down there, right? And 100,000-year-old soul beast at that." Yichu squinted, checking for Bai Chengxiang's whereabouts. He didn't want the sea demon to suffer any damage. At the same time, he didn't mention the true cultivation level of the deep-sea demon whale king. Hader was stunned. He didn't understand what Yichu meant, why he knew there was a 100,000-year-old soul beast down there, yet remained so nonchalant and indifferent. But he couldn't care less about that now. Yes, the demonic whales here are known as the overlords of the sea, but they are inherently lazy. Generally, they only lurk on the seabed, and simply opening their mouths to devour sea creatures is enough for them to survive. Yichu watched Bai Chengxiang emerge from the hold, his eyes gradually turning cold. "Since you knew there were powerful sea spirit beasts of the 100,000-a-year level here, why didn't you go around them?" Hader feigned surprise and said, "Didn't you say we needed to reach Seagoat Island as soon as possible? Therefore, I didn't take a detour." Seemingly noticing Yichu's change in mood, a smile suddenly appeared on Hader's face. "Oh, right, there's one more thing I must tell you. This demonic whale is blind in its left eye. And throughout the year, in spring and autumn, it faces east, while in summer and winter it faces west. This way, Ships passing through the demonic whale's territory should sail in the direction of its blind eye to avoid easily offending it, and what I just said about it being lazy and not very proactive doesn't include enemies that invade its territory. It's autumn now, and winter is still some time away, so its head is facing east. Its blind left eye is on the north side of its body. As he spoke, Hader's smile gradually turned ferocious. It was almost a roar. Right now, our sea demon is right on the south side of its body, and it might already be targeting us. Ha ha ha! Looking at Hader's ferocious grin, Yichu remained unmoved. His tired eyes cleared, and he shook his head with regret. I was going to spare your life. Why did you choose to die? When you were a pirate killing other people's sons, didn't you ever think that your son would one day be killed too? You're not a professional pirate, you actually knew. Hader was shocked. Did those two guys tell you? As soon as he finished speaking, Hader couldn't help but laugh again, his eyes full of sarcasm. Haha. Too late. Even if you knew, so what? I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Good. Let you die knowing why. It's just a pity about those women. Several of them haven't even been deflowered yet. You're still standing there. Do you know it's too late? Haha. That's right, we've already ventured deep into the demon whale sea. And I just released the gunpowder bombs from under the ship, which are specially used for blasting fish. This way, even if the deep-sea demon whale king has the best temper, he'll probably be enraged. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the sea are several times more terrifying than those on land. It's said that it was because this demon whale was too powerful that the sea god blinded its left eye. Yichu picked at his ear and teased, "Listen, can you hear the sound of gunpowder?" What? Hader was stunned. Then he saw a group of women gathering on the deck in the night. Yichu, I've already woken up all the sisters, and all the gunpowder has been soaked in the sea. How? Looking at his confidants on the deck, Yichu chuckled and turned to Hader. Look, you've wasted your efforts. What happened? How did you know my plan? Hader's face was pale, he had been so careful. He was almost frantic. No, it shouldn't be like this, haha. Do you think the deep-sea demon whale king won't find us by doing this? Wishful thinking. Your wishful thinking, as if confirming Hader's words, the once calm sea began to ripple. Hader laughed. A hysterical laugh. Haha. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes, you killed my son, all of you, go and die with him. What's the point of me living if my son is dead? This sea demon is all my possessions. Come on, kill me. Then I can go see my son. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Hader, Yichu shrugged, turned, and leaped off the deck. Just you wait and see if we'll die. Hader paused, his previously ferocious gaze softening into calm before death. For a pirate, Yichu would show no mercy. He left Hader to fend for himself. Yichu, husband, everyone stand together. I'll take you into my divine might space, quick. Yichu swiftly returned to the deck, simultaneously releasing his eternal kaleidoscope. Hearing this, Liu Erlong and the other women, already aware of the situation, didn't hesitate, huddling together in their spheres. They knew the power of Yichu's divine might and didn't want to cause him trouble. Whoosh, space distorted. Liu Erlong and the others vanished from the deck. Hader looked down, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. No, impossible. How could this be? Then Hader discovered that his sea demon was beginning to distort. Those who want to live, don't resist. Yichu's voice, imbued with spiritual power, rang in the ears of the other two crew members. Hader looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Staring into Yichu's eyes, he realized his sea demon had been stored inside Yichu's eyes. Suddenly, just as Yichu completely absorbed the sea demon into his divine might space, the air around it distorted strangely. A violent tremor suddenly erupted from beneath his feet, accompanied by a deafening roar. Whoosh! In the nick of time, the sea demon vanished from the sea. Hader stared blankly at the ocean below. Undoubtedly, he had been thrown off PFFT. He coughed up a large amount of blood and was violently propelled into the air by the massive sound wave from the seabed. Yichu activated his divine might and stood in the air. He wanted to see the face of the deep-sea demon whale king. Just from the commotion, Yichu felt that even with the sea demon's enormous size and its ironclad hull, it would have been shattered into pieces by the violent impact. If he hadn't used his in-time ethereal ability, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. Most terrifyingly, the intense tremor was enough to make everyone dizzy. They were thrown hundreds of meters into the air. Yichu was also shaken by the sound waves, his internal energy surging, making him very uncomfortable. The once calm seawater began to churn violently. A massive column of water, 15 meters in diameter, shot into the sky, distorting the air and utterly destroying the remorseful Hater. With a shattering of Hater's body, a colossal body, the size of a small island, slowly rose from the water. All the surrounding seawater was bathed in a thick blue light. At this moment, it seemed as if the sky was the earth, and the sea had become the azure sky. A deep, muffled roar resounded. A massive sound wave surged forth, forcing Yichu to cover his ears, feeling dizzy. The colossal body that rose from the sea was over 200 meters long, its entire body a sapphire blue. It had two enormous eyes on its head. Just as Hater had said, the left one was merely a black hole, blind. Each eye was over 3 meters in diameter. The remaining right eye pierced Yichu in midair with a cold gaze. It seemed to regard Yichu as an intruder. With a slight movement, a massive tail rose from behind, slamming heavily onto the sea with a twisted blue light. Billions of water droplets shot into the sky, each like a sharp, swift arrow. In mid-air, a strange curtain of water, glowing with blue light, illuminated the horizon. This enormous curtain of water enveloped Yichu within it. The first things to come into contact were the fragments of Hater's corpse. If they were fragments a moment ago, they were now reduced to dust. This was the true power of a nearly million-year-old soul beast. A power even more terrifying than a tidal Douluo, its massive body capable of destroying the world with a slight movement. Larger than 100,000-year-old soul beast on land. In the ocean, angering 100,000-year-old soul beast only results in destruction. Let alone a million-year-old one? Yichu quietly watched the demonic whale's tail slap against the sea, splashing water droplets. He felt the powerful force within those droplets, his eyes filled with solemnity. The idea of using Amaterasu to test the power of the deep-sea demon whale king was temporarily shelved. Without truly facing it, one could never truly grasp the terror of a million-year-old soul beast. Yichu had seen more than 100,000-year-old soul beast, Duming, Erming, and even Xiao Wu. He hadn't witnessed Xiao Wu's 100,000-year level strength, but regardless, Xiao Wu herself wasn't a particularly powerful soul beast. He had personally witnessed the strength of Aming and Erming. Even Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer, a technique that could be considered divine, couldn't subdue them. But at this moment, the enormous demon whale below gave Yichu an even deeper sense of power. This demon whale's strength was indeed above Daming and Erming, and by a significant margin. It was a true overlord of the sea. Even in his ethereal state, Yichu could clearly feel the immense pressure, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of a level 97 sword Douluo or a level 98 evil blood Douluo. The overwhelming blue light made Yichu feel as if he had entered another world. The slightly distorted space prevented Yichu from getting too close. An incredibly powerful attack. Even with Susanoo activated, Yichu was powerless against it. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.